Chapter 10:27. The three of them walked through the huge martial arts academy. One could only imagine how big the martial arts academy was. There was a huge campus, a huge dormitory area, and so many empty spaces. There were also hotels, cafeterias, bars, and so on. It was like the city of a small county. Martial God Hotel. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the five-story hotel in front of him. He was speechless. It was really beautiful, grand, and magnificent. This hotel is just a place to eat. It doesn't provide lodging. Lu Jingyi said to Lin Xian. Of course, lodging is superfluous. Everyone has a dormitory. If you want to have sex, you don't have to go to the backyard. You can do it in the male or female dormitory, Lin Xian said. Let's go. I wonder if it's full. Then the three of them walked in. Wow, there are so many people, Wang Zhuang exclaimed. The entire hall was almost full. The hall is almost full. The private rooms must be full, Lu Jingyi said. This was obvious. There were so many rich and powerful people in the martial arts academy. They wanted a good reputation. Even if the hall was empty, they would choose to eat in the private rooms. There's an empty seat over there. Lu Jingyi pointed in a direction. Let's go. Then the three of them walked over and Lin Xian sat down on the ground. Hey, get up. We saw this place first. A group of 4 people walked over with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sat down first, so they were a bit slower. They stood there and stared at Lin Xian. The one who spoke was a thin man. He was very handsome. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Sister, it's Lin Xian. There were 2 girls sitting at a table about 5 or 6 meters away. Many people here would steal glances at them from time to time. There were also people who would try to strike up a conversation with them. However, they were met with cold responses. To be able to attract so many people's attention, it was naturally a beauty. As expected, they were Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. This table was previously occupied by a few girls. They had just left and the place had just been cleaned up. Otherwise, with their looks, this place would have long been occupied by others. You saw it first? Would it work? I sat down first. Don't tell me that if you're chasing a girl and you say that I took a fancy to her first, you'll be able to get her? Can't you just let someone else pursue her? That's interesting. We're all adults, so let's not do these childish things. Lin Xian glanced at them and said indifferently. After that, he continued, and you have to give me proof. Why did you see it first? Why couldn't we have seen it earlier than you? We even sat down first, so logically speaking, shouldn't we be the ones who saw it first? That's right. This isn't your home, Wang Zhuang said. Although he was relatively timid, their words made him very unhappy. He might be afraid of others, afraid of power, afraid of conspiracies, but when it came to fighting, he wasn't afraid of anyone. I said I saw it first, so I saw it first. Are you fucking looking to die? The man shouted angrily, then raised his fist and was about to punch Lin Xian. The Martial Arts Academy clearly stated that you can use violence to resolve disputes and conflicts as long as it doesn't cause serious injuries or deaths. And their dispute instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. This dispute on the first day of the Martial Arts Academy's official opening. So naturally, they were very curious. At this time, a handsome man beside the man reached out and grabbed his wrist. We're all classmates. Why do you have to be like this? Brother Tian, he's obviously not giving you face. Sheng Shitian's mouth curved slightly, then looked up at Lin Xian and said, Brother, it was my friend's fault just now. He's like this, too impatient. My name is Sheng Shitian. I'm from the Sheng family of Feng Nation. That's all. After saying that, he took out a small notebook and wrote a check, tore it off, and slapped it in front of Lin Xian. This is a 100,000 yuan check. Take it as a token of my appreciation. Can you give the seat to us? Sheng family, Lu Jingyi, who was next to them, really wanted to beat someone up when he saw this scene. Who the fuck are you looking down on? But when he heard that he was from the Sheng family of Feng Nation, Lu Jingyi was terrified. Lu Jingyi had some status in Lin and city, but his family was just a very ordinary rich family. His power was not even 1/10 of the Liao family of Lin and city, while the Sheng family was in existence similar to the 8 great families of Tiandu. There were only a few dozen people like this in the martial arts academy, right? Most of them were about the same as Lu Jingyi, with a little money and a little power. There were very few people with a background like the 8 great families. He didn't expect to meet one like this, so he didn't dare to provoke him. He felt that Lin Xian was powerful, and he admired Lin Xian. Lin Xian's skill in picking up girls was also good, but what about his power? Compared to the 8 great families, he couldn't be compared at all. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, Lin Xian saw Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan sitting at the side. After sitting down, he wanted to go over and ask them some questions. Therefore, he did not necessarily want this seat. Sheng Tian was quite polite. Lin Xian might give up the seat for the first half of the conversation. He might even be able to make a friend. Anyway, Lin Xian realized that he was fucking surrounded by women. He really did not have any male friends. He was even said to be a brother that he could entrust his back to, although Lin Xian did not think that was necessary. But this Sheng Tian actually took out 100,000 yuan to humiliate him. Lin Xian was amused. Yes, Sheng Tian glanced at Lin Xian and Wang Zhuang's clothes. One was more ordinary than the other. Only Lu Jingyi's clothes were worth a little money, but it was nothing compared to his. The main purpose of sitting here was to get close to Xue Bingxin. He liked this woman. She was the same kind of girl as Han Chuxue, Murong Yu, and Xiao Xinyue. He liked this kind of woman, especially when she was so beautiful. So, why did he target Xue Bingxin? The reason was simple. Although there weren't many people who were better than him in the martial arts academy, there were still some. Needless to say, Murong Yu was the most difficult to pursue. And Xue Bingxin was the easiest to pursue among these girls because she had a younger sister. Although this younger sister was also one of the top 10 campus beauties, he liked the older sister. However, this younger sister looked very pure. Firstly, he could use this younger sister to pursue Xue Bingxin. Secondly, he might even be able to get this younger sister. Anyway, she was the easiest to get. At least he thought so. In front of these girls, he didn't want to fight with them. It was best to be friendly. Therefore, he felt that 100,000 yuan should be enough to tempt them. However, Lin Xian didn't have to give up the seat because... Chapter 10:28. Sheng Tian looked at Lin Xian. What's wrong? Brother, what are you laughing at? Sheng Tian looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. There are so many places to eat. Look, there are empty seats over there. Brother, you can eat there. Why do you have to eat here? Sheng Tian smiled and sat down next to Lin Xian. He crossed his legs and said, Brother, you don't know, but Xue Bingxin is here. I want to court her, so I'm a bit closer. Brother, why don't you do me a favor? I'll give you another 100,000. For rich people, 100,000 or 200,000 was just the concept of an extra pork skewer. Lin Xian guessed that it must be related to women. Sure enough, it was them. Okay, 200,000. Give us the money and we'll leave. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Then, Sheng Tian wrote another 100,000 check and handed it to Lin Xian. Let's go. Lin Xian took the 2 checks and walked away. Seeing this scene, some people around couldn't help but sneer. He just laughed. I thought he was going to fight back. Turns out he's a coward. Even if he's a coward, he still has no future. Bowing down for 200,000? Is this a 5-star hotel, a place they can come to? How embarrassing. But it's normal. That person said he's from Fengdu. That's one of the 8 great families. Isn't it normal to not offend him? The people around were discussing. Sheng Tian and the others sat down. Brother Tian, I thought this guy was a man with backbone. The thin man said with a smile. Sheng Tian sneered. If you want to learn how to judge people, why don't you look at what they're wearing? Even the slightly better dressed one narrowed his eyes when he heard where I came from. Clearly, these 3 were ordinary people who couldn't be any more ordinary. They were just lucky enough to get into the Martial God Institute. They're at the bottom, so there's nothing to worry about. Brother Xian, Lu Jingyi glanced at Lin Xian. He wanted to say something, but didn't. Is the Sheng family very powerful? Wang Zhuang asked. One of the 8 great clans of the Wind City. That must be very powerful. Older brother Xian, when we become awesome, we will definitely get back at them. Lu Jingyi said. Lin Xian smirked and said, Find it? Do you think I'm scared? Ah! Lu Jingyi was dumbfounded. Someone sent us money like an idiot. 200,000 yuan to pay for our meal. Why do we have to get back at them? Did we embarrass ourselves? Lin Xian said, that seemed to be the case, but in terms of dignity, as for dignity, Lin Xian smirked as he walked over to Shui Bingxin and sat on the empty seat beside her. Shui Bingxin subconsciously moved her chair to make more space for Lin Xian. Sit, Lin Xian said to Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang. Both of them were dumbfounded. Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks and stuffed a piece of dompa meat into his mouth and said, Sit, what are you afraid of? Both of them. Everyone. Shengshi Tian. Both of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva and sat on the empty chairs beside them. What's going on? What's going on? He's sitting beside Shui Bingxin, and he's even eating the food they ordered. Do they know each other? It can't be, right? Such a person would know Shui Bingxin and the others for 200,000 yuan? Shui Bingxin's clothes are probably more than 800,000 yuan, and that necklace is probably more than 4 million yuan. How could she know that person? Shui Bingxin's clothes and necklace were bought for them by Yi Rinbing. She was a dignified demon god, so she couldn't be shabby when she went to the human world. On the other side, Shengshi Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Brother T, Shengshi Tian secretly clenched his fists. No, they can't know each other. They're not on the same level at all. Someone beside Shengshi Tian said. But the answer was obvious. Lin Xian was eating next to them. She didn't say a word and didn't look unhappy. Obviously, they knew each other and seemed to have a good relationship. At that moment, Shengshi Tian felt that he was an idiot. Just now, he was looking down on him, but now, the girl he wanted to pursue knew that person, and he was so smug that he felt like he took 200,000 yuan and threw it on that guy's face. It felt so good, but now, he was an idiot. What kind of feeling was this? It was as if he was in front of someone who was much better than him and bragged about himself. But he didn't know that that person was the big boss of this industry. That was the feeling. In terms of family background, he was definitely superior, but that person happened to know them. He was slapped in the face, and Lin Xian didn't even do anything. She just sat beside Shui Bingxin, and he, Shengshi Tian, lost all his face. Brother Tian, this isn't bad news. It seems that they know each other. As long as you win over that guy, it will be of great help to you in pursuing Shui Bingxin. Someone next to him said, Help you. Shengshi Tian coldly scolded, and that person immediately lowered his head. Let a person who humiliated him, Shengshi Tian, with his actions, help Shengshi Tian chase girls? Wouldn't that be even more idiotic? At most, he would go after another girl. Murongyu was hard to pursue, but Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue were easier to pursue than her. Let's wait and see. Shengshi Tian remembered Lin Xian's face, snorted, and walked away angrily. Waiter, come and add a few more dishes. Lin Xian waved his hand. The Martial Arts Academy's waiters were civilians. They were safe here, and at the same time, they could get a higher salary than outside. This was what they wanted. Then, a middle-aged woman around 40 years old came over with a menu. This was the Martial Arts Academy, not a hotel in the city. There was no need for a girl in her 20s to be a waitress to attract customers. This, and this, all of them. Also, 2 bottles of red wine. Yes, this is the one that costs 80,000 a bottle. Then, Lin Xian looked at it and said, It's okay. This meal is on me. Someone is paying for it anyway. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Jingyi also said in disbelief, Brother Xian, you know each other? Yes. Lu Jingyi secretly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Amazing, really amazing, and many people saw Lin Xian and Murongyu approaching. What are you guys doing here? Lin Xian glanced at the side of Shui Bingxin's face. Shui Binglan blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian. When she saw Lin Xian looking over, she immediately lowered her head and blushed. Lu Jingyi saw this scene and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What the fuck? Chapter 10:29. Lu Jingyi was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? In his opinion, it was normal for Lin Xian to know a pretty girl. After all, he was already used to Lin Xian being such a pervert. But why was this pretty girl looking at him and then lowering her head while blushing? What the hell? Was this person really that perverted? If the girl blushed when she saw him, then what about the elder sister? Lu Jingyi stole a glance at Shui Bingxin. she was still relatively normal. I came here to study, Xue Bingxin said softly. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head. Xue Bingxin thought of something and handed the golden pill that Yi Renbing gave her to Lin Xian. What's this? Lin Xian took the golden pill and looked at Xue Bingxin in confusion. This is a demon. My elder sister asked me to give it to you, Xue Bingxin said. Because Lu Jingyi and the others were around, Xue Bingxin naturally couldn't say things like Lord, Demon God, or Master. Lin Xian obviously knew who the elder sister she was talking about was. Yi Renbing gave him something and asked Xue Bingxin to give it to him? What the hell was this? She wasn't going to harm him, right? No. Why would Yi Renbing go through so much trouble if she wanted to harm him? Besides, Lin Xian felt that he had served Yi Renbing quite well these few days, so she probably wouldn't kill him. In the eyes of the others, this scene was extremely sour. What the hell? They really know each other. Xue Bingxin actually took the initiative to give that person something. What is that? It looks like a dolly pill. For now, I've decided to call it, I randomly pick a new system every day. Why? What's wrong with this world? Why is this happening? I refuse to accept this. I'm one of the 4 princes of Jin City. Now that I've come to the Martial Arts Academy, why do I feel like I'm worse than a country bumpkin? The people around them were really jealous. Lu Jingyi was even more dumbfounded. Xue Bingxin was Xue Binglin's elder sister, and Xue Bingxin said that this elixir was given to her by her elder sister. This meant that Xue Bingxin had an elder sister, and this elder sister had asked Xue Bingxin to give something to Lin Xian. This proved that their relationship was not bad. 3 sisters? If Xue Bingxin and Lin Xian were also related, then how could he destroy the sisters? 3 beautiful sisters? What the hell? What kind of godly person was this? What is it for? Lin Xian asked Xue Bingxin. Xue Bingxin shook her head. I don't know either. He didn't tell me and just told me to hand it over to you. Lin Xian played with the elixir in his hand. Normally, he could tell if an elixir was poisonous or not. Lin Xian felt that this elixir was not poisonous. Of course, this was just Lin Xian's feeling. However, Lin Xian was very confident that he would be fine. Yi Renbing wouldn't kill him, at least not now. If she wanted to kill him, she didn't have to do this. Therefore, this elixir shouldn't be a bad thing. Lin Xian swallowed the elixir. As soon as the elixir entered his body, Lin Xian clearly felt that the burden in his body had disappeared. This elixir has neutralized the dark energy in my body. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Yi Renbing to be so good. She had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Lin Xian had asked her to remove it several times, but she refused. So it turned out that she wanted Xue Bingxin to give it to him. The dark energy in Lin Xian's body wasn't harmful for the time being. This kind of harm would gradually become more and more serious over time. When the time came, there was no need to talk about how harmful it would be. Xue Bingxin was also puzzled as to what this elixir was. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to eat it. She was even more surprised. After Lin Xian finished with the 2 sisters, they were sent here. Therefore, they didn't know what happened between Lin Xian and Yi Renbing. At this time, a pile of food was brought up. Hurry up and eat. This meal is on me. Lin Xian smiled. Big brother Xian, how embarrassing. That, big brother Xian. Lu Jingyi scratched his head, then moved to Lin Xian's side and quietly said, Big brother Xian and them. Guess, Lin Xian said with a smile. With one guess, there was basically no need to guess. Lu Jingyi looked as if he was looking at a god. Big brother Xian, is it 1 or 2? Lu Jingyi quietly asked again. Although his voice was very soft, don't forget that Xue Bingxin was in the domain realm. Her strength was unquestionable. Xue Bingxin was Yi Renbing's favorite little girlfriend. There was no need to say much about her appearance. To be able to enter Yi Renbing's eyes, she must be outstanding. Guess. Lu Jingyi. This is fucking amazing. As for the girls of the demon race, they were different from the girls of the human race. The girls of the demon race were born with a kind of servility. This kind of servility didn't refer to how this person was like, but purely reflected in how they treated their men. Normal girls of the demon race were the good girls of the demon race, similar to Xue Bingxin and her sister. Of course, Yi Renbing's level was a different story. The demon race girls were obedient to their men. As long as they recognized this man, they would give their everything to him. For the girls of the demon race, they would do whatever the boys told them to do. Even if they beat them, they would endure it. It was normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. They wouldn't care. On the other hand, the human race was the opposite. 3 wives and 4 concubines? Obedient? That was impossible. Of course, this was the general case. Naturally, there were a few who were obedient, and there were naturally a few exceptions in the demon race. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan naturally saw themselves as Lin Xian's women. No, to be precise, they were maids. This was because this was Yi Runbing's intention. If there was no one, they would definitely be kneeling in front of Lin Xian right now. Xue Bingxin was pouring wine for Lin Xian. This scene was seen by everyone, and their eyes widened. The fuck? What's going on? It's fine if they know each other, but why is Xue Bingxin taking the initiative to pour wine for him? It's Xue Bingxin. She's the 5th-ranked cool beauty. Why? What the fuck? Fuck. Indeed, the martial arts academy is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This person who doesn't seem to have any special traits is actually a big shot. I know him. He's Lin Xian, the person rumored to have escaped from a heavenly Dao realm expert. That's pure bullshit. Lu Jingyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt that the most amazing thing about Lin Xian was not only that he could quickly woo beautiful girls, but that he could also woo the most beautiful girls. What was even more amazing was that he had multiple girlfriends, and he even had beautiful sisters. The sisters knew about it and could accept it. This was the most terrifying thing. What was even more terrifying was that the girls were obedient to him. Lin Xian really didn't say anything. Xue Bingxin was really taking the initiative to pour wine for Lin Xian. She was the one who took the initiative. What the fuck? Such a beautiful girl with such a personality. How was she trained to be so obedient? How did he do it? It was true. In Lu Jingyi's heart, Lin Xian's godly status had risen again. Chapter 1030. Wang Zhuang was a simple and honest man. There were some things he couldn't tell, so he wasn't that surprised. What attracted him was the delicious food on the table. He had never been to a 5-star hotel in his life. He had never eaten abalone, let alone other top-grade ingredients. Although this was a 5-star hotel opened by the Martial Arts Academy, the scale, the ingredients, and the price were all 5-star. If you didn't have money, you could go to the cafeteria. This was where the Martial Arts Academy made money. Let's eat, Lin Xian said. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Zhuang couldn't wait to eat. I'm done. Xue Binglan wiped her mouth and sat there obediently. Her big eyes looked at Lin Xian, then at her sister, then at the surroundings. I'm done too. I'll go pay. Xue Bingxin said softly. I said it's my treat, Lin Xian said as he ate. Xue Bingxin thought for a moment. Then I'll go back with Lan first. What's the rush? Help me pour some wine, Lin Xian said. Xue Bingxin didn't hesitate and poured another glass for Lin Xian without saying anything. Lu Jingyi was speechless. This was too fucking amazing. How could such a cold girl be so obedient? And they were sisters. Wow, I can't take it anymore. I must get Lin Xian's true teachings. Help me peel the prawns, Lin Xian said. Xue Bingxin then placed the plate in front of her and helped Lin Xian peel the prawns with her slender and fair hands. Xue Binglan also wanted to help Lin Xian peel the prawns because she felt that it was her duty. However, Xue Bingxin stopped her. She said that she could do it alone and just asked her to help pour the wine. Everyone saw that Xue Bingxin was pouring wine for Lin Xian, and it was really unbelievable. Then, they saw that Xue Bingxin was peeling the prawns for Lin Xian, and the peeled prawns were placed on the plate in front of Lin Xian. This caused an uproar. What the fuck? This Xue Bingxin is his girlfriend? Obviously, if it's just pouring wine and having a meal together, they might be friends. But if a girl helps a guy peel prawns, there's basically no way to wash it. She's definitely his girlfriend. What the fuck? One of the top 10 campus belles was gone, just like that. It was only the first day of school, and she had such a cold temperament. No, what was so special about her? The clothes he was wearing were a few hundred yuan each, and most 1,000 yuan. He didn't seem to be from a wealthy family. Was this the martial arts academy? There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sob, sob, sob. I've fallen out of love. I feel so bad. Sob, sob, sob. Goddess Schwebingsheen is taken. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. God knows how big of a stir this caused. Originally, beautiful women were the most popular existence in a place. And now that this beautiful woman was taken, the forum instantly exploded. The key point was that Schwebingsheen really had a lot of admirers. As for Lin Xian, he really wanted to keep a low profile. He really didn't want to be with these girls, at least not in front of everyone. This was because Lin Xian knew that with the popularity of these girls, there were too many wolves and too little meat. Once a top goddess had a boyfriend or got close to a guy, the topic would instantly become a hot topic. The corresponding guy would instantly become popular, and many unconvinced suitors would come looking for trouble. But some things could be tolerated and some things couldn't. It was that Shengshi Tian. Lin Xian was extremely unhappy. You like Schwebingsheen, right? You look down on me, right? This young master will let you experience step by step what is called despair, what is called powerlessness. This young master won't act anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. These girls are all mine. Fuck. At this moment, one of Shengshi Tian's men happened to see the post on the forum. Tian, brother Tian. The thin man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and handed over his phone. That Schwebingsheen seems to be that guy's girlfriend, the thin man said. Shengshi Tian took the phone and glanced at it. Schwebingsheen poured wine and peeled prawns for an unknown male student, confirmed to be his girlfriend. One of the top 10 school beauties is taken. What should we do? Kadat Shengshi Tian's eyes flashed with anger. He suddenly exerted force, and the phone turned into powder. Bastard, bastard. This young master isn't done with you. Just you wait. When the ranking ends tomorrow, this young master will be the first to challenge you. I'll let you know what despair is. Shengshi Tian said angrily. He was naturally extremely angry, but more importantly, it was because Lin Xian used these invisible things to continuously humiliate him. Of course, he was jealous of how Lin Xian could have a girlfriend of this level. At this moment, 3 top beauties walked over. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue. These were the top 3 goddesses in the school. Any man who could get any one of them would be satisfied with his life. Shengshi Tian's next target was any one of the 3. These 3 goddess-level beauties were simply invincible. This bastard Lin Xian, bastard, bastard, bastard. Ling Ying went crazy. He hadn't seen it for a few days, and now there was a beautiful lady peeling prawns for him in front of everyone. They also saw the forum and it was time for dinner, so they came together to take a look. The 3 of them were in the same dormitory. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence. How could they randomly draw numbers together? They just found someone to casually arrange it. The so-called drawing numbers was a kind of random method. Rules were dead, but people were alive. It was just a small matter like being assigned to a dormitory. It didn't affect anything, so it was naturally no problem for them. Han Chuxue was also helpless. This Lin Xian was really popular with girls. Plus, he didn't know it, so what could they do? They liked him too much, so they could only indulge him in picking up girls. Anyway, picking up girls is one thing, but don't go kissing girls in front of us. They won't care. You get used to it, Xiao Xinyue said to Ling Ying. I want to see what kind of background this Schwebingsheen has. Let's go. Hello. Shengshi Tian knew one thing when chasing girls, and that was that he absolutely couldn't pester them, nor could he be a bootlicker. He should let go when he needed to, and let go when he needed to, especially when it came to such outstanding goddess-level girls. Normally, he wouldn't be so impatient to suddenly hit on them. This was because he knew that girls of this level had been hit on many times, and they were no longer interested in hitting on them. There was no novelty at all, but they just happened to bump into each other, so he might as well hit on them. Of course, he would control it well. The 3 girls stopped in their tracks. It would be impolite if they didn't respond when others greeted them. Hello, are you going to eat at this hotel? Chapter 1031. Shengshi Tian smiled as he looked at Ling Ying and the other 2 goddess-level girls. The 3 girls glanced at each other. Yeah, what's the matter? Ling Ying said. It was not that they wanted to pay attention to him, but it was impolite to ignore him. He had no enmity with them. There are too many people. This hotel is full. If possible, there is another hotel next to it. Although the layout is not as big as this one, it should not be full. We're just about to go there. Do you three want to go together? Sheng Tian said with a smile. Okay, Ling Ying said excitedly. After she agreed, Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue were stunned. What was this Ling Ying doing? Sheng Tian was about to fly to the sky. What the fuck? She agreed. If one person agreed, it meant that all three of them. Aren't you very cocky? Sorry, this young master is now going to eat with the second, third, and fourth school beauties. When the time comes, he will definitely win one of them. It seems that this Ling Ying is particularly interested in him, so he will definitely win her. In this way, he won't lose much. He might even win two. He was still confident in himself. After all, he was a member of the 8 great families of Fengdu. Then please. Sheng Tian smiled and made a gentlemanly gesture. Ling Ying, what are you doing? Xiao Xinyue asked puzzledly. Han Chuxue, who was more familiar with Ling Ying and knew about their relationship, already knew what Ling Ying was thinking after a moment of confusion. Since someone is treating, why don't we go? Ling Ying said with a smile. I feel that it has something to do with Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue muttered slightly. Who does he think he is? Ling Ying said unhappily. That's right, of course, it has something to do with Lin Xian. This bastard is having a good time, sitting together with the Shui sisters. The beautiful sisters even poured wine for him and peeled prawns for him. Fine, I also want to eat with a man. Fuck, I'm so angry. Sheng Tian was still complacent. Little did he know, he was very miserable. Then, Ling Ying and the other two followed Sheng Tian and the others to another restaurant. This scene was also paid special attention to. The top 3 beauties on the ranking list walking together was shocking news, and then they went to other places to eat with Sheng Tian's men. How could this news not explode? Although everyone was just guessing, the 3 beauties were together with a man. That would be a hot topic. On the other side, Lin Xian was very comfortable. Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan were very obedient. They weren't Lin Xian's boyfriend and girlfriend. They were Yi Runbing's subordinates, so they had to obey her. Moreover, Yi Runbing had ordered them to watch over Lin Xian in the martial arts academy. In addition, Yi Runbing had asked them to serve Lin Xian. Therefore, in their eyes, Lin Xian was their leader. Lu Jingyi was full of admiration for Lin Xian. Soon, they finished eating, and Lin Xian paid the bill. Well, we'll go back first, Lin Xian said to Shui Bingxin. Shui Bingxin nodded slightly. Right? Let's add each other as friends. Lin Xian took out his phone and added Shui Bingxin. Lu Jingyi. What the hell? Add each other as friends? They haven't added each other as friends? No. Shui Bingxin peeled shrimp and poured wine for Lin Xian. That's enough to prove their relationship. Maybe they just haven't added each other on WeChat. That's sister-in-law? Do you have any beautiful girlfriends? Hee. Can you introduce them to me? Lu Jingyi scratched his head embarrassedly and said to Shui Bingxin. She felt that Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan were so beautiful. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Her girlfriends must be beautiful too. They had already been won over by Lin Xian, and they still had girlfriends. Even if they weren't in the martial arts academy, they could be in Lin Bin City. Pretty girls would do. Shui Bingxin was slightly stunned. Sister-in-law? She wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. She had to hide her identity as a demon. No, Shui Bingxin said lightly. Lu Jingyi was stunned. Wow. Sure enough, the gap between him and Lin Xian was too big. They were all Lin Xian's friends, but she answered so straightforwardly. It seemed like she didn't want to talk to him at all. Sob. They were both men, but when could he become someone like Lin Xian? He didn't expect to be at the same level. Half was enough. Then I'll leave first, Shui Bingxin said softly to Lin Xian. Okay, go ahead. Then, the two sisters walked away. Brother Xian, why am I so bad? Lu Jingyi said with grievance. What's so bad about you? Lin Xian asked. That's right. Brother Lu, you're much better than me. Wang Zhuang said with a smile after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Then if I were to compare myself to you, wouldn't I be regressing? Lu Jingyi rolled his eyes. Lin Xian patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay. Learn from me. Finding a beautiful girlfriend isn't a problem. Didn't you find a good one before?" "That was before. As a man who doesn't have a bigger goal," Lu Jingyi said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Sure enough, this was what a man was. Learn slowly. This kind of thing can't be learned overnight. You need to learn a lot in a balanced way. Lin Xian said, "Okay, I'll work hard." Lin Xian said that he really didn't know much about chasing girls. At least he wasn't a master. Lin Xian felt that the reason he was chasing girls was because of luck. Who could resist that? It was really luck. It was as if there were a few strings that pulled them together. No matter what, they would meet and then be chased by Lin Xian. The three of them wandered around the martial arts academy with nothing to do. Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang might be familiar with the martial arts academy, but Lin Xian wasn't. After 2 hours of wandering around the martial arts academy, they returned to the dormitory. "Damn, Brother Xian, look at the post." Lu Jingyi liked to look at the martial arts academy's posts when he had nothing to do. Lin Xian's post naturally ranked high. Then, he suddenly saw another popular post with a very high ranking. The three school beauties were eating with a student. Then, he saw Ling Ying. Lin Xian went over to take a look. The fuck? Ling Ying and the others were eating with Sheng Tian? Of course, Lin Xian definitely didn't think that they betrayed him. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Ling Ying and the others probably saw the post of him eating with Shui Bingxin and the others, and then purposely angered him, because Lin Xian knew these girls too well. However, although Lin Xian felt that they were purposely angering him, he was extremely unhappy. Chapter 1032. Lin Xian felt that he was in the wrong. He was very clear about these things. The girls around him were really too good to him. For him, those girls had sacrificed too much. Ling Ying's actions actually made Lin Xian feel very uncomfortable. Of course, this discomfort wasn't because he blamed her, but because he felt that he had let them down. They were the daughters of the 8 great clans, the pearls of their palms, the goddesses of many people. But now, because of Lin Xian, they gave up everything, gave up their dignity, and even indulged in Lin Xian. Even when Lin Xian was flirting with other big sisters outside, they never cared about Lin Xian. That's right. How could he not feel strange? It must be strange, but they really had been indulging him. Lin Xian also knew this, and knew that he wasn't a good person, but Lin Xian sighed. Older brother Xian? Older brother Xian? What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Lu Jingyi looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that there's something wrong with me." "Ah? Older brother Xian, what problem could you have?" Lu Jingyi was even more puzzled. "You don't know how lucky you are." All right, I'm going out for a bit. You guys continue chatting." Lin Xian patted their shoulders and walked out. "Brother Lu, did older brother Xian have a conflict with another sister-in-law?" Wang Zhuang scratched his head and asked. "I feel like it, but it's not right." Lu Jingyi said, "Hello. I feel that with older brother Xian's realm, he can step on several boats, and with this kind of quality, even they know that this is the most terrifying. Their characters are also extremely good, not the kind of girls who are willing to be mistresses. Even so, older brother Xian can still shake the world. This is too exaggerated, so I don't think it's a conflict with older brother Xian's realm. The sisters-in-law are already like this to him. How could they have a conflict with him?" Lu Jingyi said with a very reasonable expression. "I really envy older brother Xian." Wang Zhuang said. Lu Jingyi patted Wang Zhuang's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. As long as you follow brother Xian, you'll definitely have a girlfriend." Brother Lu, how powerful do you think it is to choose one? Is it possible to get a spot for the 108 peaks? Wang Zhuang asked curiously. This actually I'm not too sure either. Lu Jingyi shook his head and said, at that time, Brother Xian was able to beat up Liao Zhibong from St. Brilliant's Academy, which meant that Brother Xian's strength was top-notch, because Liao Zhibong wasn't weak. However, Liao Zhibong was only strong in St. Brilliant's Academy, and now in the Martial Arts Academy. Any random person in the Martial Arts Academy wouldn't have a big gap with Liao Zhibong, and there are countless people who are stronger than Liao Zhibong. I'm not very clear about Brother Xian's true strength, so I don't dare to say anything else. But his pickup skills are the most awesome I've ever seen or heard of in my life. And where did Lin Xian go? Feeling the grievances and unhappiness in Ling Ying and the others' hearts, Lin Xian planned to go over to comfort them and admit defeat. As a man, admitting defeat was a must. If he admitted defeat, their mood would definitely be a lot better. In any case, no matter how wrong it was, Lin Xian knew that it was all his fault. How many lifetimes of fortune did he have to be able to meet them? Which one of them wasn't outstanding? Let's take a look at the relatively ordinary Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. They were also school beauties, and their families weren't that powerful, but they weren't ordinary either. Perhaps they weren't ordinary either. In any case, Lin Xian had always felt that girls who could be triggered by the system's mission were very good. They were good in every way. As for Yi Yi and Xiao Runing, they hadn't triggered the mission yet. Lin Xian didn't believe that they wouldn't trigger the mission. If they really didn't trigger the mission, then the system must be blind. Lin Xian had a feeling that it wasn't that the system didn't trigger the mission, but that the system was waiting for an opportunity. Anyway, that was what Lin Xian felt. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue returned to their dormitory and started to play games together. Shengshi Tian kept asking for their contact details, but they rejected him. He felt that it might be because he didn't perform well enough and didn't meet their expectations. After all, they didn't look like ordinary girls, so he wasn't in a hurry. There was still a long way to go. It was just that he felt that Xin was taken by Lin Xian, and he felt that it was unfair. But that wasn't necessarily true. They could just be in a relationship, and they might not have reached that stage yet. Lin Xian always saw people looking at him with hostility when he walked on the streets. He could roughly understand why. Xin was really beautiful, so why didn't the system trigger the mission for her? Lin Xian felt that her appearance was worth triggering, but her character. Lin Xian wasn't familiar with it, but since she was Yi Runbing's baby, she shouldn't be bad. The reason why the mission wasn't triggered was that the system detected that it was too easy for Lin Xian to win her over. No, it was completely easy. How could a girl with no difficulty trigger the mission? Let's not talk about whether it was difficult or not. At least, he had to go through the process of pursuing and winning her over, right? There was no need for that. With just one order from Yi Runbing, she would die. That was why the system didn't trigger the mission. If she wasn't Yi Runbing's woman, if she didn't listen to Yi Runbing's orders, Lin Xian would definitely trigger the mission if he met her. Hey, I'm talking to you. A few people blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and swept his gaze over the few of them. The three of them were probably from the same dorm. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. What's your relationship with Xin? The blonde guy glanced at Lin Xian arrogantly. What relationship? Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Xian said. Of course it does. I'm her pursuer. What do you think? Lin Xian shrugged. If you're her pursuer, then go chase her. Why are you looking for me? He was speechless. These people were young masters from big families. How could they be so idiotic? That's why I'm asking you what your relationship is. Oh, it doesn't matter. Go chase her. Good luck. Here you go. After saying that, Lin Xian walked past him. What's with your attitude? Do you want to die? Half of the male students in the martial arts academy were from big families. They were all very arrogant. Others had to do what they wanted. Otherwise, they wouldn't be happy. What attitude? I answered your question. Then I told you to go chase her. What? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at him. You. Needless to say, he couldn't refute Lin Xian's words. Aren't you a couple? He thought about it. The martial arts academy was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It was better to keep a low profile. Maybe the person in front of him was better than him. After all, he looked so close to Xin. How could he be simple? Chapter 1033. Lin Xian thought for a while. No way. Yes, they were not a couple. They had never confirmed their relationship. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Okay. Then the person nodded and walked away without saying anything to Lin Xian. What a joke. Did he have to admit it? They hadn't even been split into 108 peaks yet. If Lin Xian admitted that they were a couple and someone reported it to the Martial God Institute, they would be kicked out. Besides, Lin Xian wasn't wrong. They weren't a couple. Lin Xian was here to please them, so he bought a lot of ingredients from the supermarket on the way. He wanted to cook a big meal for them as a token of his sincerity and apology. When they arrived at the female dormitory, Lin Xian looked around and saw that it was full of beautiful girls. They shuttled between the dormitory buildings, and there were also many perverts beside them. Boys could also go to the female dormitory. Of course, they could only walk inside and could not enter the dormitory building. Of course, if you were amazing, you could enter. Anyway, the martial arts academy had surveillance everywhere, especially in places like the dormitory building. Lin Xian took out his phone and asked Ling Ying which dormitory building they were in. Of course, he asked Xiao Xinyue because Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were jealous. Xiao Xinyue was not his woman now, so she would be much better. Xiao Xinyue was sitting on the sofa. When she received Lin Xian's message, she looked at it and was slightly surprised. Why did he ask? He could not come in, especially when she saw that Lin Xian specifically asked her not to tell Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. She thought about it and decided not to tell. Then, she told Lin Xian the building and dormitory number. Lin Xian came to the dormitory building. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Just as Lin Xian disappeared, Murong Yu was next to him. She didn't need to think to know where Lin Xian had gone. He must have used his spatial attribute to enter one of the girls' dormitories. There was a reward for reporting, but she wouldn't report it. Without thinking much, Murong Yu entered the dormitory building, entered the elevator, and walked to her dormitory. Lin Xian used his spatial attribute to arrive at the door of Ling Ying's dormitory. After all, he wasn't too sure about the structure of the dormitory. He couldn't do anything without directly entering the room. Coincidentally, there was a dormitory nearby that had its door open, and a few girls saw Lin Xian. They were all very surprised. How did a boy come into their female dormitory? Sure, since he had been seen, Lin Xian couldn't just run away. If he ran away or directly entered Ling Ying's room, the chances of them reporting him would be very high. Ladies, I'm here to give something to my friend. Can you not report me? Lin Xian scratched his head, then revealed a very pure and innocent smile. There was no enmity between them. Lin Xian had already spoken so timidly to them, so naturally they wouldn't be aggressive. Then you can't do this in the future. This is a female dormitory. Otherwise, we'll be exposed sometimes. A young lady said with a grin. Don't worry. I won't do it in the future. Thank you. I hope you can all enter the top 108 tomorrow, Lin Xian said sweetly. Hey, you want to enter this room? A lady asked. Lin Xian nodded. This is the room of the 3 great beauties that you guys have arranged. They're ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Are you sure? A lady asked. Of course, her tone was sour. After all, they were all girls. They also wanted to enter the rankings, but they had no choice. Yes, I hope you guys can keep it a secret. Lin Xian grinned. All right. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they felt a little strange. Who was this person? How could he enter the 3 girls' room? Was this for real? As girls, they knew that boys could only enter girls' rooms if they had a good relationship. This was also equivalent to a girl's room. That was quite impressive. Since he had been discovered, Lin Xian didn't use his space attribute to enter. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door, the elevator opened, and a blue-haired beauty walked in. It was Murong Yu. Murong Yu walked in with a book and saw Lin Xian. That's right, Murong Yu's dormitory was right next to Ling Ying's dormitory. What the fuck? Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian also looked at her. If you're discovered, you'll get a big demerit. Murong Yu finished speaking to Lin Xian, then took out her key and opened the door. Hey, you won't report me, right? Lin Xian shouted. Bang, that the door was closed. Lin Xian. Hee little brother, that's the #1 beauty in the school. She probably won't report you. A young lady giggled as she spoke. Probably. Then I won't disturb you. Lin Xian waved his hand and knocked on the door. They didn't go back. Why? Because they were curious. They saw Ling Ying and the other 2 just opposite them. They wanted to see what Lin Xian's expression would be when he knocked on the door and they came out to see him, so they were very curious. Footsteps came from the door. Han Shushua walked over and opened the door. When she saw Lin Xian, she was really surprised. Then she looked around. "Why are you here?" Han Shushua frowned and asked. Lin Xian raised the ingredients in his hand and smiled. "I'm here to make you a big meal. Come in." Then Lin Xian walked in. Han Shushua nodded slightly to the young ladies opposite her, which was equivalent to a greeting. Then she closed the door. The young ladies looked at each other. Could it be that they were a couple before coming to the martial arts academy? That should be allowed, right? I feel that Han Shushua looked at that guy with tender eyes. Also, when she saw him, her first reaction was to see if there was anyone around. She was worried about him when she saw him in the girls' dormitory alone. Wow, who is this little brother? Although I don't want to admit it, Han Shushua is really beautiful. It's amazing to be able to get a girl like her, the young ladies said in surprise. On the other side, Lin Xian walked in. Ling Ying was barefooted, swinging back and forth on the coffee table. He was holding his laptop on his lap and chatting. "Chu Shue, who knocked on the door?" Ling Ying asked, then turned her head to take a look. "Little Ling Ying." Lin Xian grinned. "Ling Ying? Fuck, can't you pay attention to the rules of the martial arts academy?" Ling Ying saw Lin Xian and was stunned. Han Shushua stood at the side and was helpless. This was the martial arts academy. It was different from places like Tianhua Academy and St. Brilliance Academy. The rules of the martial arts academy had to be followed. Xiao Xinyue thought that Lin Xian would use the space attribute to directly enter their room. "Little Ling Ying, can you pay attention to your image? I won't even put my feet on the coffee table. That's because your feet stink. My feet smell very good." Ling Ying rolled his eyes and sat up. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ling Ying asked. Chapter 1034. Xiao Xinyue didn't know about their relationship. She only knew that they seemed to be very close, but she didn't know if they were a couple. Although it was widely spread in St. Brilliant Academy that Lin Xian and Ling Ying were a couple, she believed it for a while. Later, Lin Xian explained it to her. Later, she asked Xiao Runing, but Xiao Runing wasn't sure either. Therefore, she wasn't sure about their relationship. They shouldn't be a couple, right? Because Lin Xian was flirting with her everywhere. If they were a couple, then this Lin Xian was too much of a scumbag. However, she knew very well how many beautiful girls Lin Xian had around him. Because they had a good relationship now. If they didn't have a good relationship, the three of them wouldn't live together. Lin Xian certainly wouldn't admit it for the time being. He would think about it when the time came. When the time came, he would get Xiao Xinyue first and take the rest as it came. "I'll make a big meal for you," Lin Xian said. Ling Ying looked at the ingredients in Lin Xian's hands. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. And you're taking the risk of violating the martial arts academy's rules. "Tell me, what do you want?" Ling Ying asked. "No, really?" Lin Xian scratched his head. "TSK, don't I know you? Didn't you eat with other girls? You even asked them to peel prawns for you, right?" Ling Ying said sourly. "Ahem, sister, that..." Lin Xian scratched his head and said, "I bought 2 pounds of prawns. I'll peel them for you." "You said it," Ling Ying said. Yes, I'll peel them for you." "That's more like it." Ling Ying suddenly felt very happy. That's right, she was so easily satisfied. "But we just finished eating not long ago. We ate with a few handsome boys," Ling Ying said deliberately. Ahem, then we're even. I just happened to be eating with the pretty lady." TSK, what do you want to drink?" "I'll get you some water." Ling Ying was wearing slippers. "Let's drink." Ling Ying. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Han Shushue. As expected, it was still Lin Xian. Anyway, what made Xiao Xinyue speechless was that Lin Xian could drink milk if he wanted, but why did he have to be so disgusting when he wanted to drink milk? What made Han Shushue and Ling Ying speechless was that they knew what Lin Xian meant when he said grandma. Sure enough, this bastard became arrogant just by being nice to him. "Okay, I'll get you some coconut milk." Ling Ying then walked away. Lin Xian then sat on the sofa. "How blissful. Someone has already seen you. Aren't you afraid of being reported?" Han Chushue asked worriedly. If it was any other normal school, she wouldn't have to worry. However, this was the martial arts academy. Her Han family and the Ling family were nothing compared to the martial arts academy. Even if they did something wrong, they would still be punished, let alone Lin Xian. It's okay. I've already told them. If there's no enmity between us, who would report us? Besides, once they report us, we'll become public enemies in the eyes of all the students in the martial arts academy. We have to help each other, Lin Xian said. You're full of nonsense. Don't do this again. It's too dangerous. Xiao Xinyue said, I heard from my sister that the martial arts academy actually turns a blind eye to this. As long as the martial arts academy's special disciplinary team doesn't find out, the normal instructors won't say anything even if they find out. Look, little Xinyue is so good at talking. Lin Xian laughed. Of course, if you're reported, then something will definitely happen. Xiao Xinyue added, Don't worry. I'm very popular. I'm going to wash the vegetables. There's no need to rush, right? What's there to rush? Lin Xian looked at Han Chushue with a smile. Han Chushue was speechless. She thought for a moment and then blushed. Lin Xian laughed and said, I bought a lot of ingredients, and most of them are big dishes. It'll probably take more than 2 hours to cook a real feast for you. Don't eat any more snacks. Then you go. Do you need help? Ling Ying asked. No, you guys go ahead. Lin Xian then went to the kitchen. After Lin Xian left, Ling Ying sneaked up to the two of them. Look, I told you. Lin Xian admitted defeat. Ling Ying said slyly. But isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Han Chushue asked. I think so. Aye. Anyway, let's leave it as it is. Let him fool around outside all day. Ling Ying waved her hand and said. Xiao Xinyue was a little confused when she heard the conversation between the two girls. She felt that their conversation was very strange. What was so strange about it? She felt that they were talking from the perspective of Lin Xian's girlfriend. If they weren't Lin Xian's girlfriend, what did Lin Xian's fooling around outside have to do with them? Could it be that Han Chushue or Ling Ying was Lin Xian's girlfriend? This possibility was also very high. But Lin Xian already had a girlfriend. Why would he want to mess with her? Could it be that men were like this? Ling Ying, are you Lin Xian's girlfriend? Xiao Xinyue asked doubtfully. Ling Ying froze for a moment. In fact, the fact that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend was only known to herself, Han Chushue, and Lin Xian himself. Of course, other than her family, no one else knew about it. She and Han Chushue had never mentioned it. Why? In fact, they felt that it was better to avoid trouble. The main thing was that she and Han Chushue were both Lin Xian's girlfriends. If this matter was exposed, then she really didn't know what to do. Anyway, she didn't know how to say it, so she simply didn't admit it. How is that possible? Even if I find a pig, I wouldn't find him. Ling Ying smiled bitterly and said, But I think that if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, it wouldn't be a big deal for Lin Xian to fool around outside. Xiao Xinyue said. She felt that this was very difficult to understand. If they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, then Lin Xian's fooling around had nothing to do with them. It's nothing. It's just that our relationship is quite close. I just don't want this bastard to harm girls. Ling Ying said with a smile. Han Chushue didn't say anything. She didn't know how to lie. Let Ling Ying handle this kind of thing. That's true. Xiao Xinyue didn't suspect anything. Lin Xian was indeed a hooligan. As a friend, a very close friend, naturally she had to control him. This was very normal. But did he harm any girls? Xiao Xinyue asked curiously. Anyway, in her memory there was no such thing. Although there were many beautiful girls around Lin Xian, and she felt that many of them liked Lin Xian, as for which one was harmed, she really didn't know. Who knows? Could he have told me? Of course he would. Maybe Xinyue is his target. Ling Ying said with a smile. Xiao Xinyue. It seemed to like it. Chapter 1035. Lin Xian kept sneezing as he cooked in the kitchen. The three of them were chatting and playing on the computer in the living room. Of course, most of the topics were about Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very happy even though he was busy in the kitchen. They all wanted to help, but after thinking about it, they decided against it. Since he said that he was busy, then let him be busy. It was his fault that he went to look for other young ladies. They couldn't be soft-hearted anymore. Besides, it was just cooking, and they had cooked for him for free. Lin Xian had put a lot of effort into cooking this time. More than 2 hours later, a few girls would walk into the kitchen from time to time and look at Lin Xian. Why would they chat with Lin Xian? They couldn't possibly isolate Lin Xian for so long. It's done. Lin Xian put the last ribcorn soup on the table, wiped his hands, and looked at the three beauties. Han Xuxue and Ling Ying knew about Lin Xian's cooking skills. Xiao Xinyue looked at the table full of delicious dishes and was very surprised. As a man, his culinary skills were so good. She just didn't know how it tasted. It didn't look bad, and Ling Ying said that Lin Xian's cooking was very good. Just a few of us. You've cooked too much. Ling Ying picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, muttering with satisfaction. Then, should we call the neighbors? Lin Xian asked. Hello. They were stunned for a moment. What neighbors? I think Morongyu is right next door, Lin Xian said. Damn hooligan, if you want to call her, go ahead. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Bastard. He must have taken a fancy to Morongyu again. However, he had his eyes on Morongyu, but she still knew a little about Morongyu. How could Lin Xian possibly catch up with her? No, that might not be the case. This Lin Xian was able to chase after them, and even make them be together. Perhaps it really was possible. Aw, pig trotter. I was just kidding. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Let's eat. Call her. I'll go call her. Chu Xue and I know her, and you know her too, but I'm not sure if she'll come. You go call her. Ling Ying said. It was not a bad thing for Morongyu to come here for a meal. It was a good opportunity to see what kind of relationship she had with Lin Xian. Really? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Yes, really. Go ahead. Anyway, those people know that there is a man here. Forget it. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He felt that something was wrong. Go ahead. There are so many dishes we can't finish them. Then I'll go. Okay, go ahead. Then Lin Xian walked out. Pig trotter. Ling Ying muttered. Han Xuxue did not say anything. Let them be. She was like this anyway. As an outsider, Xiao Xinyue felt that Ling Ying and Lin Xian were a couple. Lin Xian came to Morongyu's dormitory and knocked on the door. Poochie, then there was the sound of running from inside. Then the door was opened. A cute girl in pink pajamas stood there, looking at Lin Xian with big puzzled eyes. Eh? Why is there a guy in the girl's dormitory? The cute girl looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Permanently obtain the law of destruction. Mission time limit. 3 months. Mission punishment. Permanently lose the law of creation. Currently, the mission has been forcefully accepted. Lin Xian. Damn, I can trigger a mission just by going through a door? However, Lin Xian knew this girl. She was the super cute girl who was ranked 8th on the beauty rankings. She was young, about 16 years old. She was not very tall. Anyway, there was only one word to describe her. Cute. She was also super sweet. This kind of girl would be super suitable for 2D clothes. She was really beautiful. She had a baby face, white skin, delicate facial features, and big eyes. She was the type of girl like Lu Yufan. However, she was younger than Lu Yufan and slightly older than Miao Xiaomiao. However, her style was different. She was purely sweet and cute. Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. Then, she tentatively poked Lin Xian's chest with her index finger. You're not a girl dressed as a guy. You're a real guy. Lan Xingxing pulled her hand back and looked at Lin Xian. Hey, why are you in the girls' dormitory? Lin Xian was stunned. This girl was actually poking his chest with her finger to see if he was a girl dressed as a guy. Was she a demon? This was a little dumb. I'm the dormitory manager, Lin Xian said. Oh. Are you here to check? Lan Xingxing asked in a small voice. Lin Xian. Wow, this girl was too dumb. Even if there was a dormitory manager in the girls' dormitory, it couldn't be a guy. It was normal for this girl's looks to trigger a mission. Moreover, she was so dumb. Lin Xian didn't remember having such a dumb girl around him. However, it was good that she was dumb. She was easy to trick. It's like this. I'm here to investigate the population and add you on WeChat. Lin Xian said. Oh. Are you going to scam me, or should I scan you? Lan Xingxing took out her phone and asked, I'll scan you. Okay. Then Lin Xian scanned her WeChat and added her as a friend. If all the girls in the world were so gullible, then the world would be a paradise. What's your name? Lin Xian asked. Lan Xingxing. That's a nice name, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue. Thank you. It was no wonder that she was able to enter the top 10 beauties ranking. Logically speaking, it was quite difficult for a 16-year-old girl to enter the ranking. Most people preferred girls in their 20s, such as Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Mu Rongyu. These girls were all beautiful, and they weren't young. They had already matured, and they were still young, so they were just right. For example, Xue Binglan and Lan Xingxing, who looked so young, they were really beautiful. Xue Binglan was more of a kind of spiritual energy, while Lan Xingxing was really cute, sweet, and silly. She would arouse people's desire to protect her. They just wanted to press her little head into their arms and watch her pout and act spoiled. Is Mu Rongyu here? I'll look for her, Lin Xian asked. Oh yes. Wait a moment. Then Lan Xingxing ran in her pink slippers. Sister Mu Rong, someone is looking for you. After a while, Mu Rongyu walked out of the bathroom, wiping his slightly damp hair. It was obvious that he had just taken a shower and was wearing pajamas. When she saw Lin Xian, she subconsciously pulled her pajamas. This was the first time she wore pajamas in front of a man other than her father. However, she didn't seem to be shy or reserved. She just wasn't used to it. Chapter 1036. Mu Rongyu looked at Lin Xian and asked, What's the matter? Lan Xingxing was leaning on the side, blinking her cute big eyes as she looked at them. And I made some food. Do you want to eat together? No need, Mu Rongyu said straightforwardly. Lan Xingxing heard Lin Xian's words, and her big eyes flashed with a trace of stars. Delicious food. She didn't even need to go downstairs to buy it. She really wanted to go. Go. If you make too much, you won't be able to finish it. Then Lin Xian added, You can also talk about the things you're interested in. We can still eat and talk now, but I don't know if we'll have time later. Mu Rongyu hesitated for a bit, then slightly nodded. I'll go change. Don't change. You're fine like this. Lin Xian grinned. She ignored Lin Xian and walked into the room. Soon, she changed into a simple set of home clothes and walked out. Let's go. Then the two walked to the side. After 2 steps, they were already at the door. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lan Xingxing, who was still there. Girl, do you want to eat together? Lin Xian felt that this girl's eyes were filled with desire. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't take her out to eat. What did it have to do with him? But she triggered a mission, so it was good to have some contact and cultivate their relationship. Really? Can I? Lan Xingxing asked in surprise. And come on? Yay! Ding! Lan Xingxing's favorability towards you +10. Then she happily ran over. The door is closed. Lin Xian reminded her. He. Lan Xingxing cutely stood beside Lin Xian. She moved her little head to the side and looked into the room. Let's go. Then they walked into Han Chushue's dorm together. The girls had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. They inexplicably felt that Lin Xian would call Mu Rongyu over, so they added a pair of bowls and chopsticks for Mu Rongyu. Then they looked. Why was there another one? Hello. Lan Xingxing sweetly smiled and bowed. You must be Lan Xingxing. Ling Xingxing asked. And I know you guys too. Lan Xingxing said. Ling Ying secretly glared at Lin Xian. Didn't he say that his name was Mu Rongyu? How come there's another cute girl now? Of course, she didn't despise her. She just felt that Lin Xian was too popular with women. How could she call Mu Rongyu and another Lan Xingxing? Have a seat. The food is ready. Since we are all neighbors, let's take care of each other in the future. Ling Xingxing said with a smile. Lin Xian was very interested in Lan Xingxing's mission. What did that mean? The law of destruction? He already had a law called the law of creation. Was the law of destruction the exact opposite of the law of creation? Could a person have 2 laws? Lin Xian was very curious. Nice to meet you, Mu Rongyu said softly. She didn't like this kind of occasion, but Lin Xian was shameless. He insisted that they were here to talk about something she was interested in. Maybe there wouldn't be time to talk about it in the future. No time? She didn't believe it. But since Lin Xian said so, What could she do? And what was the topic she was interested in? Naturally, it was the thousand-eyes pupils. Then Lin Xian was surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. Wow, so many. No wonder you said you couldn't finish it. It looks so delicious. Lan Xingxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That's right, she was a true foodie. She was willing to go wherever there was food, let alone this kind of free meal. She was overjoyed. Lin Xian made it. Han Chushua added a pair of chopsticks for Lan Xingxing and said, "Eh." Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian, and then her mouth opened slightly. Boys can cook too? Of course, and it's very delicious. Try it. Moronyu was also very surprised. It was normal for boys to know how to cook. It was also normal in this era, but it was very rare. It was very rare for girls to know how to cook, not to mention that this table of delicious food was all made by Lin Xian. She really couldn't tell. Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to pick up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuff it into her mouth. Oh, it's delicious. This is delicious. Wow, Lin Xian, your cooking is so delicious. She couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork. Wow, it tastes better than Mom's cooking. Lan Xingxing couldn't help but exclaim. Ding! Lan Xingxing's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian. He seemed to know how to chase this Lan Xingxing. Lin Xian's cooking was truly delicious. It was not an exaggeration at all. Perhaps some restaurants were also good at cooking, but that was only at a normal level. However, Lin Xian's cooking was definitely top-notch. What was the secret to making home-cooked dishes into a top-notch level? Actually, it wasn't much. It was just that the law of creation created a more perfect taste for each dish. This wasn't something that could be increased by seasoning, so it was normal for them to feel that it was especially delicious. Linging was curious. Was it really that good? She knew that Lin Xian's cooking was quite good, but it wasn't that exaggerated, right? She tentatively took a bite and suddenly found that it was much better than Lin Xian's cooking. He couldn't have been practicing cooking recently, right? Moronyu also took a small bite. It completely exceeded her expectations. Was this really made by Lin Xian? How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh, it's delicious. Lan Xingxing seemed to be very familiar with people. No, she was only familiar with food. Moronyu thought for a moment and said, there seems to be a lot of flavors in this meal that I haven't tried before. Lin Xian. What the hell? Did you add some seasoning that we haven't eaten before? Moronyu asked. No, that's really strange. Moronyu was puzzled. Lin Xian was speechless. Was this what a genius was like? She could think of these things when eating. There must be some seasoning that I haven't eaten before, Moronyu said with certainty. She had done her research on food and beverage. She could taste the seasonings in the food and the taste and standard of the seasonings. The taste of Lin Xian's dishes had definitely exceeded that standard and were exceptionally delicious. It was as if something like poppy had been added into the food. But that was impossible. It was very strange. The kitchen is filled with common seasonings. Could it be that he added something bad? But it really does feel exceptionally delicious. Ling Ying nodded and said, they would never have thought that the reason why it was delicious was because the law of creation had given these dishes the definition of delicious. Lin Xian only needed a thought to make the dishes even better. As for why it was better, Lin Xian didn't know. Lan Xingxing didn't care about what they said. She ate happily as if the food was her everything. Soon, they finished all the dishes on the table. Of course, that girl, Lan Xingxing, would definitely eat the most. Chapter 1037. Ah, I'm satisfied. Lan Xingxing rubbed her stomach and leaned back in her chair with a look of enjoyment. Ding! Lan Xingxing's favorability towards you +1. Just one meal increased her favorability by 16. The premise was that they just met. This girl, Lin Xian, can I still eat your food in the future? I'll pay for it. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Not necessarily. Maybe when you're free. Then it's a promise. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Bastard. How can this bastard attract girls no matter what he does? How can he attract girls just by cooking? She was speechless. Seeing Ling Ying's gaze, Lin Xian coughed and said, let's talk about it in the future. It's getting late, I'll go back first. You guys rest early, The exam is tomorrow. Bye-bye. With that, Lin Xian's figure disappeared and appeared outside the dormitory. Space attribute. Lan Xingxing's mouth was slightly open with a look of envy. Murongyu. Didn't he say he would talk to her about things she was interested in? As expected, a man's mouth was a liar. She wasn't easily moved, but she wanted to hit someone right now. Murongyu. How do you know Lin Xian? Ling Ying asked curiously. Suddenly, all the girls were paying attention. Perhaps Lan Xingxing's focus was different. She felt that Murongyu was very strong and beautiful. Even her grandfather admired her. They were in the same dormitory, but her grandfather opened the back door for her to learn from Murongyu. Anyway, she felt that someone her grandfather admired and paid attention to must be very strong. Lin Xian knew her, so Lin Xian must also be very strong. He helped me level up. Ling Ying didn't know what level up was, but it definitely wasn't a realm. How can he help you with something that even you can't? Ling Ying was surprised. After all, she knew who Murongyu was. Yeah, that's why it's pretty impressive. Murongyu nodded and said, if you didn't think about it carefully, you would think that Lin Xian was nothing. But if you thought about it carefully, you would realize that he was actually quite powerful. What about you, Xingxing? Ling Ying asked. Oh, I just met him. He said there's good food here. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Lin Xian loved big boobs and no brains. This girl's chest was really big. She was young, but her size was comparable to theirs. You have to be careful of him. Ling Ying said. Han Chuxue chuckled. Why? He might have drugged your food the next time he cooks for you. Ling Ying deliberately said to scare her. But I don't have a cold. Why would he drug me? The girls. All right, it seemed that this girl wouldn't be able to last much longer. With this IQ, any man would be able to trick her, right? Of course, it wasn't that her IQ wasn't high. She was just too stupid. Drugging. What would a normal woman think? What would she think? Of course. I don't have a cold. It's pretty good, pretty good. Ling Ying smiled bitterly and said, where did Lin Xian go? That's right. He went to Xiao Runing's residence. This Xiao Runing actually targeted him during the day. She told him not to cause trouble and deliberately looked at him. Well, they had to teach her a lesson. The mentor's dormitory was the same as the student's dormitory. It was also in this dormitory. The male and female mentors' dormitories were also in the same building. No one cared about the mentors' dormitories. Of course, you could casually bring a man or woman upstairs. Of course, you had to be guided by a mentor. Without a mentor, you could forget about entering. Lin Xian sent a message to Xiao Runing. When he walked over, Xiao Runing was already waiting for him downstairs. It was already dark outside. There were still many people in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian told Xiao Runing that he had something important to talk to her about. See, Xiao Runing fell for it. What's the matter? Xiao Runing asked when she saw Lin Xian walk over. There weren't many students in the mentor's dormitory. Yes, let's talk upstairs. Your mentors have their own rooms, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Xiao Runing nodded. But when she heard Lin Xian say that he wanted to go upstairs, she felt that something was wrong. Lin Xian had even specifically asked if it was a house for each of them. What was he trying to do? She didn't want him to go upstairs for some reason. If you have something to say, just say it here, Xiao Runing said cautiously. Lin Xian, wow, was he being too obvious? Sister, what if someone is eavesdropping? Lin Xian said. No, I can sense it. Xiao Runing shook her head. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was even more certain that this little hooligan was up to no good. Lin Xian scratched his head. What should he do? He couldn't go into her room, so he couldn't teach her a lesson. Okay, then we'll talk here. If there are any consequences, you'll be responsible, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing frowned. Was he trying to scare her, or she wasn't sure? Forget it, forget it. Let him go upstairs. What if there really was something important? Forget it, let's go upstairs. Xiao Runing turned and walked away. Behind them, Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Hee, as expected, girls are soft-hearted. Wait for me. Speaking of which, what's the relationship between you and Xing? On the way, Xiao Runing asked curiously. Nothing much, just a friend. Forget it. With her personality, If she's just a friend, would she peel prawns for you? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. This kind of thing depended on one's personality. Perhaps for a girl like Yi, even if they were friends, she would still help you if you had a good relationship with her. But for a girl like Xue Bingxin, it would only be possible if you had a better relationship with her. She lost a bet, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing. Damn, she had completely forgotten about this. She had suffered so much in the hands of Lin Xian when it came to betting. Everything made sense now. Miss Xiao, this is? When they walked out of the elevator, a female teacher walked over and saw them. Oh, she's my student. She's here to look for me. Miss Xiao is very responsible. She teaches students even in the dormitory. The female teacher smiled. These kids are all blessed by the heavens. They're the hope of the future. It's our duty to teach them well, Xiao Runing said with a smile. Then go ahead. I won't disturb you. Then the female teacher entered the elevator and went down. Xiao Ningning, your words are so awkward. You're only 2 years older than us. What do you mean by a child? Lin Xian said helplessly. In my eyes, you're a child. Xiao Runing said in a proud tone. Oh, then this baby wants to have sex with you? Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing. Get lost. Then she opened the door and walked in with Lin Xian. The house was renovated and the layout was the same. There was nothing new about it. What do you want to drink? Drink, Grandma. Xiao Runing. Chapter 1038. Xiao Runing decisively rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she poured him a glass of water and sat on the sofa opposite of Lin Xian. What is it? Then she asked, Oh, I'm here to talk to you about life, ideals, and the structure of the human body, Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Runing, damn it, she really fell for it. Lin Xian then walked to Xiao Runing's side with a grin and placed his hand on her leg. Xiao Runing subconsciously shrank back. Xiao Ningning, let's do that. Lin Xian kissed her pink cheeks. Xiao Runing, get lost, Xiao Runing said in annoyance. No, no, no. Then Lin Xian directly pressed her down on the sofa. Xiao Runing instinctively resisted, but unfortunately, she couldn't. In the end, half an hour later, Lin Xian let her go. Xiao Runing hugged Lin Xian on the sofa and panted. Bastard, is this what you came here to do? Xiao Runing bit Lin Xian's neck. Fuck, it's bleeding. You're too cruel. Lin Xian touched his neck. It wasn't bleeding, but there was a bloody mark. You're not allowed to cover your neck, Xiao Runing said fiercely. Although, otherwise, don't expect me to talk to you again, Xiao Runing said in annoyance. Fuck. He came here specifically to fuck her and even lied to her. Humph. Then you can keep this mark. Let's see what other girls think when they see it. That way, she would feel better. All right, I won't cover it up. Lin Xian also knew that Xiao Runing was unhappy, so he just let her be. As for what the girls behind his neck would say, Lin Xian was already thinking of an excuse. Humph. Hearing this, Xiao Runing felt a bit better. This bastard was getting more and more overboard. He even wanted her to use such an embarrassing position. What position? He told her to go to the washroom and hold onto the sink with a large mirror in front of her. Then, he would be behind her. So embarrassing. She really wanted to stab him. Keep a low profile in the academy, Xiao Runing said worriedly. Lin Xian had told him to keep a low profile. But why wasn't he keeping a low profile? Big sis, I've already kept a low profile enough, Lin Xian said helplessly. Then he smirked and leaned forward. Ah, you. Xiao Runing's pretty face turned crimson as she gritted her teeth. Hey, I'm thinking about it again, Lin Xian said. Without Run being squeezing him, he was really comfortable and full of energy. Scram. I'm tired. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. All right, I'll spare your life. Lin Xian smacked his lips at her. Xiao Runing breathed a sigh of relief. This bastard was too scary. Hurry up and leave, Xiao Runing said. What? Are you chasing me away? I'm not leaving, Lin Xian said. Scram. If people know that you spent the night at my place, my reputation will be ruined. So what? Anyway, no one forbids teacher-student relationships, right? Lin Xian laughed. Scram. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian glanced at the coffee table. All right, someone's looking for you. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian picked up the phone and glanced at it. Brother Xian, sister-in-law came to our dorm and is waiting for you in your room. This was the message Lu Jingyi sent to Lin Xian. Which sister-in-law? Lin Xian typed and asked. Lu Jingyi replied instantly. Schwebing Xin. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lin Xian didn't know why this girl was looking for him. Xiao Runing didn't seem to be paying attention, but in fact, she was looking at the message on Lin Xian's phone. Sister-in-law? She glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed and quickly said, I don't believe it. It's that roommate, a little brother from St. Brilliant Academy, who happened to be here. He saw Xue Bingxin peeling prawns for me during the day and thought she was my girlfriend, so he kept calling her sister-in-law. Is that so? Yes. I swear, she's my girlfriend. I'll never get it up. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. This wasn't wrong. Although they had that relationship, Xue Bingxin really wasn't his girlfriend. All right, I'll believe you. Xiao Runing was also too lazy to care about it. She guessed that many of the beautiful girls around Lin Xian had some sort of relationship with him. In any case, she felt that this was the case. As for her Xiao Runing sigh, so annoying, then I'll leave first. Let's see why she's looking for me. I'll come back another day to pamper you. Lin Xian finished speaking and walked out. Just as he walked out, he bumped into Murongyu. Murongyu was also surprised to see Lin Xian here. Why was he everywhere? Damn, what are you doing here? Murongyu was holding some books and said, I'm here to report to Miss Xiao. She's here, right? Murongyu then looked inside the door. Lin Xian had just come out and didn't have time to close the door. Fortunately, she couldn't see anything from her position. Yes, cough, cough, she's here. Lin Xian said, Okay. Murongyu nodded and was about to walk in. Bang! That then Lin Xian directly closed the door. Murongyu, why did you close the doors? She frowned and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. This you can't go in without knocking. I'll close the door so you can knock. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Fuck! He couldn't let her go in directly. Xiao Runing wasn't wearing anything and was nestled on the sofa. If she saw this, everything would be over. Murongyu. Couldn't she knock just because the door was open? That was strange. You're also looking for Miss Xiao? Well, I'm at least a cadre in the cultural publicity department. I'm also here to report to her. Murongyu nodded and then walked over to knock on the door. When Xiao Runing had just opened the door, she had heard Lin Xian talking to someone outside, and she subconsciously hurriedly put on her clothes. Coming, Xiao Runing hurriedly put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and ran over to open the door. Miss Xiao, I'm here to... Murongyu looked at Xiao Runing and stopped mid-sentence. Miss Xiao, there's a white and mushi at the corner of your mouth. Xiao Runing. Lin Xian. Oh, yes. Yes, I just licked the bottle cap. I probably touched the corner of my mouth. Hurry up, hurry up. Xiao Runing hurriedly wiped it and then glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. I'll get going then, Miss Xiao. With that, Lin Xian walked into the elevator. Bastard. Did she owe him her entire life? Murongyu walked into the room and saw the super messy sofa. It didn't fit in with the tidy room. She also saw the paper on the floor. Xiao Runing didn't have time to tidy up the sofa. Seeing this, she hurriedly tidied it up and said, I just sprinkled some milk. After I wiped it, you knocked on the door and threw the paper on the floor. Xiao Runing quickly explained. Yes. Murongyu nodded. However, she felt that it was very strange. A girl, especially a beautiful girl like Xiao Runing, would not do this. Moreover, the trash can was just beside the coffee table. She could have thrown it in the trash can. Even if she didn't throw it in the trash can, she should have left it on the table. Why did she throw it on the floor? It was quite strange. Also, why was the sofa in a mess? She couldn't understand. Chapter 1039. Lin Xian returned to the dormitory. Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang were sitting on the sofa playing with their phones. Seeing Lin Xian come in, the two of them quickly stood up. Brother Xian, she's in your room, Lu Jingyi said. Okay, you guys should rest early, Lin Xian said and walked into the room. Boys were not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, but girls were allowed to enter the boys' dormitory. Although there was no such thing, the rules only stated that boys were not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory. Actually, this was understandable. Men were creatures with the lower half of their bodies. Although some women thought with the lower half of their bodies, they were still reserved. Men, on the other hand, were not reserved, especially in a place like the Martial God Academy. Which girl would have the nerve to enter the male dormitory on her own accord? Lin Xian opened the door. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were sitting on Lin Xian's bed. Then, they quickly stood up. Lin Xian closed the door and looked at them. Xue Bingxin was better. Xue Binglan lowered her head and seemed to be very shy. Why are you looking for me? Lin Xian sat on the bed and asked. Master asked me to take you back. Xue Bingxin said. Lin Xian, this Renbing is poisonous. I'm not going back. I have to go back. I won't go back. What can you do about it? Lin Xian looked at Xue Bingxin with a smile. He had to go back. He didn't believe that he could do anything if he didn't go back today. Xue Bingxin paused. She couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Then, she shook her head. First, the Martial Arts Academy prohibits students from going out. Once discovered, they will be expelled immediately. Second, tomorrow is the Martial Arts Academy examination. I need to conserve my energy. In this place full of geniuses and masters, I don't need my own mountain to have more power. Lin Xian said, leave the 108 mountains to me. I'll take them down and give them to you. Master asked me to take you back. Lin Xian, forget it. Tell her that I'll go when I'm free, Lin Xian said. Xue Bingxin lowered her head and thought for a moment, but didn't say anything. What could she do if Lin Xian didn't go? Then we'll leave first. Xue Bingxin bowed slightly to Lin Xian. Leave? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Seeing Lin Xian smirk, Xue Bingxin knew something. I'm going to take a shower, she said softly and walked into the bathroom in the room. Lin Xian smirked. Sensible. Then, Lin Xian looked at Xue Binglan, who was blushing and had her head lowered. Xue Binglan sneaked a glance at Lin Xian and shivered. I'll go too. After saying that, she ran into the bathroom. I'm such a fucking scumbag. Lin Xian shook his head, but he had to admit that this was every man's dream. So be it if he was a scumbag. These two beautiful sisters were so obedient. This was something that couldn't be asked for. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The two girls were nestled in his arms, one on his left and one on his right. Do you think this is a blissful thing? Actually, it's not. They hadn't moved for the whole night. His arms were pressed down, and it was very uncomfortable. Of course, it was blissful before sleeping. Wake up. Lin Xian patted Xue Bingxin's butt. Xue Bingxin slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and her face was red. On the other side, Xue Binglan whined like she was sleep-talking. She snuggled in Lin Xian's arms and snored softly. Xue Bingxin slowly sat up, put on her clothes, and then walked into the bathroom to wash up. Xue Binglan was awakened by her movements. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Then, her pretty face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, but just as she took 2 steps, she realized that she was naked. Then, she hurriedly rushed back and ran into the bathroom with her clothes. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. The most shocking thing was that the 2 sisters were in Lin Xian's room last night and didn't come out. This was a pair of sisters. They didn't even come out last night. Wow, that's amazing. The 2 sisters were. He was really impressed. At this time, Lin Xian yawned and walked out of the room, followed by the 2 girls. I'll go back first. Then, the 2 put on their jackets and hats and walked out. As soon as they walked out, Lu Jingyi came up to them. Wow, Brother Xian is amazing. Lu Jingyi gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Don't talk nonsense. I know. Let's go back to the classroom. The exam is about to start. Then Lin Xian came to the military class. The people in the military class were always looking at Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian made a big news yesterday. He was with the school beauty Xue Bingxin, and Xue Bingxin even helped him peel prawns. Maybe the others didn't know Lin Xian, but the people in the military class knew him. He was their class committee member. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian come in, and then secretly glared at Lin Xian. Fuck. Last night, she was so embarrassed that Murongyu saw those things. Luckily, Murongyu didn't know. Of course, she wasn't sure if Murongyu really didn't know or if Murongyu was pretending not to know. She didn't want the atmosphere to be awkward, so she didn't expose her. Anyway, she hated Lin Xian to death. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. She knew about the relationship between Lin Xian and Xiao Runing. Then what was going on between Lin Xian and Xuebingxin? He didn't quite understand. You said that it was normal for men to have such bad intentions. As a man, he naturally understood men better. Which man didn't like to cheat? If Xiao Runing was his girlfriend, he would still have the same thoughts of flirting with other beautiful girls outside. However, flirting was flirting. You couldn't be so blatant. Lin Xian and Xuebingxin were too blatant. They were so blatant that he felt that they didn't have that kind of relationship. Even Xiao Runing must know that their relationship wasn't as close as it seemed on the surface. It was very likely that there was something else that others didn't know about. After all, Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Fuck. He was so angry. What was so special about this Lin Xian? Xiao Runing had such a beautiful girlfriend. And he even knew Xuebingxin and her sister? Lin Xian consciously sat beside Murongyu. Did you miss me? Lin Xian smiled and asked Murongyu. Murongyu, why would I miss you? Murongyu asked in confusion. Because I'm handsome. There are more than 10 people in the military class who are more handsome than you, let alone the entire martial arts academy, Murongyu said without giving him any face. Lin Xian, that hurts? Xiao Runing said at this time. Everyone, next will be the first official assessment since you entered the academy. It's very important to all of you. If you have the ability to fight for the right to enter the 108 peaks in the back courtyard, then I hope that you will work hard to fight for it. For all of you, there are definitely unimaginable benefits there. Chapter 1040. Lin Xian seemed to be listening to Xiao Runing attentively. Miss Xiao, we also want to enter the backyard, but our strength doesn't allow us to do so. The Martial Arts Academy is huge, and there are 20,000 students. There are countless geniuses. Although we are doing well in our own homes, we are still far behind those who are really powerful, a student said helplessly. In our military class, the most important thing is to improve your military ability. Compared to other classes, improving your strength and realm is not as important. However, that is your own business. Increasing your realm is the most basic thing for everyone, and I can't control that. As for the backyard, those who are capable will get it. Yes, there will definitely be people who are stronger than you. You can't enter the backyard today, but it doesn't mean that you won't be able to in the future. It doesn't mean that you won't have a chance to defeat them in the future. The Martial Arts Academy exists for you to improve yourselves and surpass others. Xiao Runing glanced at the crowd and said, "These are all your own business. My job is to teach you military ability. Whether you can enter the backyard or your ranking in the Martial Arts Academy has nothing to do with me. If you are ranked low, I won't be the one losing face. If you are ranked high, I won't get any benefits. All right, let's talk about the exam. This exam is divided into 4 parts, all of which save time and allow you to see some of your abilities in the most direct way. I will temporarily give you a ranking, and the ranking will change according to your arranged battles. There will also be a competition among all the members of the Martial Arts Academy to re-rank you. The first round will test your strength, the second round will test your wisdom, the third round will test your reflexes, and the fourth round will test your potential. In each round, there will be 50 instructors paying attention to each of you and grading each of you. Miss Xiao, this is not fair. This is the first round, and you want to compete on strength? It's so unfair. Yes. There is a gap in our realms, and a competition of strength will directly pull us apart. Quiet. Xiao Runing glanced at the crowd and said, "There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. To you, this is already friendly enough. Remember, if you can't compete in strength, there will always be someone you can compete with. You say it's not fair? Some students are monstrously talented and even have the time and space attributes, but some students only have the metal attribute and the metal attribute can increase strength. So, even if their talent, strength, and realm are not as good as the time and space attribute, they can still produce strength that surpasses that member. So, do you think it's fair for the monstrously talented members? Xiao Runing's words made the crowd silent. Moreover, the instructors will be grading this time. It doesn't mean that the higher your strength, the higher your score will be. If a 1-star domain realm martial artist can produce a strength of 1,000 points, and an 8-star law realm martial artist can produce a strength of 1,000 points, the instructors will naturally give the 8-star law realm martial artist a higher score. Moreover, they will also weigh the martial artist's attributes, cultivation realm, and other factors to grade. This will be the case for the rest of the assessment. As long as you are outstanding enough, no matter what your cultivation realm or attribute, you will always be able to stand out. Xiao Runing said, "Then, Miss Xiao, are you saying that people with lower realms like us might be able to enter the inner court in this assessment?" Xiao Runing nodded. "Yes, as long as you are outstanding enough. If you are not, you might be lucky enough to enter the inner court now, but you will definitely be chased out by others in the future. All right, that's all I want to say. As for the specific content of the assessment, you will know later. Now, Murong, you go and help organize the teams. Bring everyone to the plaza and prepare for the first round of the assessment." Yes. Murong Yu then led everyone from the military class to the plaza. There were already students from many classes gathered there, and the 50 instructors were already seated there, waiting for the assessment to begin. Xiao Runing walked over and said, "The first round of the assessment is purely a strength assessment. I believe you have all used this machine in the previous academies. If you want to get a high score, don't hold back. Before the assessment, press your palm print on the machine, and the system will automatically match your corresponding student number. At the same time, the 50 instructors will obtain some basic information about the student number, such as realm, attribute, and so on. Then, based on this information and the strength index you will produce later, you will be given a score. You don't have to worry about fairness." Xiao Runing paused for a moment before continuing. "These instructors don't know who you are, so they will do their job impartially. The entire assessment will be recorded in the video. After each assessment, our vice president will personally look through your results and check if there is any instructor who gave an especially low score according to the average score. If there is, we will ask them the reason. If the reason is not valid, this low score will be converted into an average score and your score will be raised. You don't have to worry about fairness." Hearing Xiao Runing's words, everyone was relieved. At this moment, Luo Xiao stood up and said, "Now all students, get ready. The first round of the assessment is about to begin. We will start with the Fire Attribute Class 1. Those who have completed the first round of the assessment will proceed to the second round of the assessment. 20,000 people, try to finish the assessment before 5 p.m. today. After that, you will be given a day of rest tomorrow. You can go out, but you must report in on time the next day. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Martial Arts Academy." Then a man walked up to the assessment platform. In order to ensure absolute fairness, it didn't matter if the assessment was slow and one by one. That man pressed his hand on the platform, and his information appeared on the machine on the 50 instructors' desks. Then he condensed the power of fire in his right fist and suddenly punched the machine. There was only one requirement: no martial arts techniques. The number on the machine climbed rapidly. Lin Xian didn't understand what these numbers meant. How many pounds of strength could one punch produce? Lin Xian wasn't sure. The final number stopped at 1972. After seeing this number, the instructors lowered their heads and began to grade. Next, the next person pressed his hand on the machine, and the instructor's machine displayed some basic information about him. Time passed by slowly. Before this, there were only 2 people that Lin Xian paid attention to. These 2 people were both men. Lin Xian didn't know who they were, but one of them had scored 3,800 points, and the other was only 52 points lower than him. Lin Xian glanced at them. The average strength was around 2,000 points, and the more powerful ones could score 3,000 points. This meant that basically all domain realm cultivators could score 3,000 points. However, they could score close to 4,000 points. Perhaps it was because the domain realm star level was higher, or perhaps it was because they were stronger. Lin Xian couldn't sense them from so far away, so he couldn't tell what their realm was. Next. Chapter 1041. Murongyu, give the military class a start, Xiao Runing said to Murongyu. Murongyu nodded slightly and walked onto the stage. The military class was considered to be near the front. There were about 8,000 people, and there were still about 10,000 people behind them. Naturally, there were many very powerful people among these 10,000 people. It was a pity that Lin Xian didn't have the chance to see them, but he would definitely have the chance to meet them. Murongyu walked onto the stage and instantly attracted cheers. One had to know that she was the #1 campus belle of the Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, she had blue hair and blue eyes. She was especially beautiful and powerful. With this kind of aura, she was definitely a goddess in everyone's hearts. There was no need to mention how famous she was. When the instructors heard the cheers and screams of the group of men below, they were also very helpless. It was as if they had seen a superstar. Murongyu was used to this kind of scene and was very calm. She stood in front of the machine, and a burst of power erupted from her body. Her skirt and beautiful hair danced quickly because of this surge of power, mesmerizing everyone for a moment. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning gathered in Murongyu's fist, and then she suddenly punched the machine. The thunder roared, and the machine trembled violently. The number on the machine soared rapidly. In the end, the number stopped at 4,800. Everyone, what the fuck? 4,800? What the hell is this? No, the highest number before was not even 4,000. This Murongyu is 4,800? 1,000 more? Who is this Murongyu? Why is she so powerful? Why is a girl like her able to unleash so much power? Is it because of the lightning attribute? That can't be right. The enhancement shouldn't be so high. Could it be because of her realm? What's her domain realm? I felt that this Murongyu was not simple to begin with. It turns out that she really is not simple. She's too powerful. Murongyu was such a girl. She was very low-key, but no matter what she did, she would do her best. For example, in this assessment, many people might think that she should keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious. However, Murongyu did not think about this. She felt that doing her best was the best explanation for herself. If she could do her best, why not do it? That's right. She was such a competitive girl. Murongyu glanced at the number she had typed out and walked away. However, she did not go far. She stopped when she reached the front. She wanted to see how many numbers Lin Xian could produce. She was quite concerned about Lin Xian. The biggest reason was that Lin Xian's talent was on the same level as hers. Although she had seen Lin Xian fight with demon beasts, she was very curious about some of Lin Xian's attributes. She wanted to see how strong Lin Xian was. Lin Xian, you go? Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian nodded and walked up the stage. Isn't that the person with Schwebing Xin? I know. I think he's called Lin Xian, right? I wonder what his identity is. Anyway, it's said that he's the person who escaped from a heavenly Dao realm expert. It's too fake. He probably got in through the back door. Let's see how many points he can produce. It's easy to tell if he's a mule or a horse. From the looks of it, he probably can't be strong. Sigh. I wonder how the goddess fell for such a person. What's wrong with society? Lin Xian stood there as everyone's eyes focused on Lin Xian. There were too many people paying attention to Lin Xian. Su Jiming, Qin Ming, and company, as well as Shengshi Tian, divine capital Xiao Yun, and the girls beside Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was now considering whether to keep a low profile or keep a high profile. Keeping a high profile was naturally out of the question. Lin Xian didn't like being high profile either, but there were so many amazing people in the martial arts academy. If he held back a little, what would happen to him if he didn't enter the 108 peaks? After all, only by entering the 108 peaks in the backyard could he have a proper relationship. Moreover, he heard that there were many powerful martial arts techniques, spiritual weapons, and even divine rank ones. Of course, only those who were at the very top could obtain them. Lin Xian thought of himself as extraordinary, but he felt that in the martial arts academy, he was still inferior to many people, such as Murongyu, the powerful existences in the Trial Union and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to challenge the first few peaks. He would think about it later. Moreover, if he challenged the first few peaks, it would mean that he was one of the top people in the martial arts academy. Then, he wouldn't be keeping a low profile. Forget it, I'd better stop. If I can't enter the backyard, I'll just defeat the people in the 108 peaks in the backyard. Lin Xian calculated in his heart, because he knew that if he used his full strength, there were probably not many people in the entire martial arts academy who could compete with him in terms of strength. No, not a single one of them. The attribute exchange doubled his strength. With Lin Xian's strength as a domain realm expert, he didn't know how much it would increase his strength. There was also the ability to create laws. No one could compete with him. I just don't know if the Martial Arts Academy's record of my realm is that of a 7-star law realm expert. Lin Xian thought to himself. The Martial Arts Academy's record of their students' realms was recorded after they returned from the assessment. During this period, they didn't have the chance to raise their realms. The lower the realm, the higher the score, and naturally, the higher the score. In the entire Martial Arts Academy, no one, not even the people around Lin Xian, knew that he was already a 1-star domain realm expert. They thought that he was a 7-star law realm expert. Therefore, Lin Xian chose to keep a low profile. Sizzle, lightning coiled around Lin Xian's right hand. The tutors were also paying close attention to Lin Xian, especially Vice Dean Luo Xiao. The purple lightning made the other lightning elemental students extremely envious. Boom! Following that, Lin Xian punched the machine. He released the strength of a 7-star law realm expert and didn't expose the fact that he had reached the domain realm. His score rose and finally stopped at 2,990. Upon seeing this score, many people immediately laughed out loud. There were many people whose scores were even lower than Lin Xian's. They didn't laugh because they didn't know him. But why were they laughing at Lin Xian? Just this? He managed to escape from a heavenly Dao realm expert with just this? Less than 3,000? What a joke! However, some people knew Lin Xian, such as Ling Ying and Xiao Runing. They knew that Lin Xian wasn't just that. He was definitely not just that. Murong Yu frowned slightly. No, this was definitely not his strength. He was deliberately concealing his strength. Murong Yu thought to herself. Although she didn't know Lin Xian well, this was definitely not the strength that Lin Xian should have. She was still able to understand this point. 3,000 points. With his 7-star law realm and the strength of the purple lightning released, it was considered a normal score. It wasn't very low, but she believed that Lin Xian would surpass it. Was that really all? Murong Yu thought in puzzlement. Chapter 1042. Lin Xian scratched his head, then revealed a slightly silly smile to the crowd before walking off the stage. Xiao Runing also secretly shook her head. Is this Lin Xian's strength? No, definitely not. This was a score that a normal 7-star law realm martial artist should produce. Lin Xian had even released purple lightning, and it was still the same score. If it were anyone else, she would not understand, so she would think it was very normal. However, this was Lin Xian. She had personally seen Lin Xian defeat the domain realm Qin Ming and Su Jiming when he was a 5-star law realm martial artist. Therefore, Lin Xian's strength far exceeded those of the same realm. Therefore, she felt that this score was definitely not his true strength. He's hiding. There's nothing wrong with hiding his strength. Even if he can't enter the 108 peaks, he can still defeat the people above and take over. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment. At the very least, she felt that Lin Xian was not so reckless and impetuous. Less than 3,000 points? Qin Ming, Su Jiming, and even Xiao Yun, who had fought with Lin Xian before, were a little confused. They were all people who had been defeated by Lin Xian before, so they naturally felt that Lin Xian would not have such a low score. Either he's hiding his strength, or he relied purely on the enhancement of his martial technique and the poison attribute to win against me. Therefore, this Lin Xian is actually nothing special. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment. Lin Xian caught up to Murong Yu. Hey, what realm are you at? That punch's score is so high. Lin Xian curiously asked Murong Yu. In any case, Lin Xian was a 1-star domain realm martial artist, so he could not see Murong Yu's realm. Therefore, he said that she was at least a 7-star domain realm martial artist. Damn, isn't this gap a little too big? How old is she? She's almost a heavenly venerable? As expected, she was the most talented girl in their generation. A martial artist's realm needed to be kept a secret. Under normal circumstances, it was best not to reveal one's true realm. It would definitely be beneficial to oneself. Of course, revealing it to someone one trusted was not a problem. When Lin Xian asked about her cultivation realm, Murong Yu hesitated for a moment before answering. Domain realm 7 stars. TSK so strong? Lin Xian praised. Logically speaking, if it weren't for those heavenly star fruits, Lin Xian would probably only be a 1-star law realm expert now. This wasn't an exaggeration at all, but the time he had spent cultivating was very short. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he did not know what realm he could reach. But under normal circumstances, he definitely would not have this system. And he would not have these attributes. You didn't use your full strength just now, right? Murong Yu said as she walked forward. Someone with the same level of talent as her might not be strong in terms of strength, but she would definitely not be mediocre either. It doesn't matter if I use my full strength or not, Lin Xian said. Murong Yu nodded slightly. This sentence basically confirmed that he had not used his full strength. Actually, what made Lin Xian stronger than ordinary martial artists? Lin Xian's strength, speed, and physique were not that much better than the average martial artists. However, the blue begonia flower would continuously improve Lin Xian's strength, speed, and physique. Lin Xian's strength, speed, and physique were not that much better than the average martial artists. However, the blue begonia flower would continuously improve Lin Xian's strength. But there was one point, and that was Lin Xian's spiritual power, and spiritual power definitely far surpassed ordinary martial artists, and even far surpassed those genius martial artists. There was no doubt about this. For example, other people at Lin Xian's realm could release the Heaven-tier martial technique, Myriad Bait, Heavenly Prison 5 times, but Lin Xian could release it more than 10 times. The difference was too obvious. To martial artists, all kinds of attributes were very important, but spiritual power was the most important. Everyone's score in each round is unknown to the participants, so the best way is to do your best. They quickly arrived at the location of the second round of assessment. There were not many people waiting in front. Before Lin Xian's group, there were already 8,000 or 9,000 people who had completed the first round of assessment, and now there were not many people. The others had probably already started the third round of assessment, or most of them were in the second round. There were several buildings in front, and Lin Xian's group saw people walking out of them, heading further away. They should be in the third round of assessment, and the second round of assessment should be in these few buildings. The second round of assessment was about wisdom. To a martial artist, the most important thing was strength. This was true, but wasn't wisdom a reflection of strength? Wisdom encompassed many aspects. Lin Xian felt that the test was not about one's intelligence, but more about one's understanding of the continent. To put it simply, it was about one's experience. To a martial artist, strength was the foundation, and experience was the sublimation. Everyone, your assessment location is on the 3rd floor, classroom 3009. After you enter, there will be an instructor there to arrange your assessment. A man walked towards them and said, "Okay, thank you, young Master Lin." At this time, a voice came from behind Lin Xian. Su Jiming had caught up. Su Jiming and Lin Xian were rivals, and he always acted as if he had a good relationship with Lin Xian. The reason was very simple. Murong Yu was by Lin Xian's side. "Oh. Young Master Su, is there something you need?" Lin Xian asked. Su Jiming smiled, then said, "Nothing. I heard that the second round of assessment is going to be taken by many people. I'm also in classroom 3009. Let's go together?" "Sure." Lin Xian shrugged. The corner of Su Jiming's mouth rose slightly. Even if he were to fight with Lin Xian again, he would still be on his guard. However, he had absolute confidence in his intelligence. When the Su clan was grooming their successors, most of their focus was on the knowledge of the continent. Therefore, Even though he didn't know what the second round would test him on, as long as it was related to knowledge, he was confident. Speaking of which, why did young Master Lin score less than 3,000 points? Su Jiming asked. Of course, he asked on purpose. Oh, my strength is only SOSO. What can I do? I'm not a strength-type martial artist. Lin Xian said. Su Jiming smiled. He had fought with Lin Xian before, and he had the right to judge whether Lin Xian's power was strong or not. However, he had never admitted defeat. He felt that Lin Xian's power when they fought had far exceeded the power that a cultivator of his level should have. Therefore, it must have been due to a martial technique's amplification. Therefore, without the amplification of a martial technique, he estimated that Lin Xian's power was mediocre. But class monitor, you're really strong. I only scored 3,900 points, and you scored a whole 1,000 points higher. That's too terrifying. Su Jiming kneeled and licked. His score of 3,900 was actually very high. At the very least, up until now, only Morong Yu's score was higher than his. Of course, he knew that the classes in front of him weren't too amazing. The ones in front of him were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth classes. The ones behind him were the time, space, and lightning classes. Chapter 1043. Morong Yu said as she walked into the building. It's nothing, just a high level of cultivation. A high level of cultivation is also a reflection of one's strength. Morong Yu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. They then entered classroom 3009. There were dozens of people in the classroom. In front of these people, there were 5 people taking the second round of assessment. Only one instructor was taking the assessment. Lin Xian glanced at the blackboard beside him. The rules of the second round of assessment were written on the blackboard. The rules were very simple. 5 people in a group would take the questions, and it was a race to answer. There were more than 100,000 questions in the question bank, and they would appear randomly. There were a total of 20 questions in each round, and whoever answered first would win points. Those who failed to answer would lose points. Those who did not answer would not receive any points added or deducted. For this round, the instructor would not be helping to give points. It was purely on their own. This second round of assessment is purely to pull down points. Lin Xian mumbled softly. That's right, this was definitely a test to pull down points. If you answered more correctly, you would get more points than others. This kind of score was very intuitive. There were more than 100,000 random questions, so there was no need to worry about other people in the classroom waiting to listen. As for how many points they would get, no one knew. Next group. Then, the instructor walked over and pasted a number on the chest of the newcomers. Morong Yu was 1, Lin Xian was 2, and Su Jiming was 2. Next group, the 5 students in the first group will take the assessment. Morong Yu glanced at it, then walked forward and sat on her seat. Press your palm on the screen on the armrest of the chair to confirm your identity. The assessment will begin immediately. Then, a question appeared on the screen. Lin Xian had been paying attention to these questions since he came in. They were really all-encompassing. There were easy questions, and difficult ones were extremely difficult. There were many aspects involved, such as cultivation, medicinal herbs, spiritual items of heaven and earth, demonic beasts, etc. 5 minutes later, the test ended. Morong Yu had answered all 16 questions correctly, and she had completely defeated all the other contestants in the same round. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This assessment also had something to do with luck. What if there was a monster like Morong Yu in the group of 4, and you were still thinking about it? Then press the button. Morong Yu walked to the back and did not leave. In her mind, she felt that she and Lin Xian were good friends. Moreover, she paid a lot of attention to Lin Xian. She knew that knowledge was very useful. It might not be as direct as strength, but it was essential for a martial artist. For the next round, the 5 number 2 students will come forward to answer the questions. Then Lin Xian walked forward. Su Jiming and Lin Xian sat next to each other. The corners of Su Jiming's mouth curled up slightly. He had seen these questions just now. Although he did not know half of them, he felt that this Lin Xian could not possibly be better than him, right? As for Lin Xian, he did not know much about these questions, but he also knew quite a bit. The key was to see what kind of questions they were. The five of them pressed their palms on the screen. Lin Xian, student number 1008611, entered the system, and the second round of the assessment began. What was the most difficult part of the second round of assessment? The questions were not multiple-choice questions. There were no options below, so you could not even guess. You could only answer, and if you answered incorrectly, points would be deducted. If no one answered within the allotted time, the question would be skipped, and the next question would be directly answered. You might feel that it did not matter if you did not have points deducted, but there were no points added either. There were a total of 20 questions. You had to grasp every question that you could grasp. Only then would you be able to pull ahead of others in this round of assessment. Although the 20 questions were not multiple-choice questions, there were still judgment questions. However, you could not choose right or wrong for judgment questions. You had to give a reason. Only when the reason passed would the instructor give you additional points in the system. This meant that you answered correctly and did not guess, so there were no tricks to speak of. Therefore, there were many questions that none of the five chose to answer. They could only skip them and lose the chance to score points. From this, it could be seen that the Martial Arts Academy placed great importance on a martial artist's understanding of the mainland's knowledge. Otherwise, they would not have chosen such a topic that had nothing to do with one's strength. If they did not place great importance on it, they would not have set up such an assessment. Whoosh! A line of words appeared on the screen, and then a voice came from the speaker beside the screen. May I ask which person or race has the strongest control over the power of space on the mainland? Lin Xian. No. Did he have to be so lucky? Lin Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. He then pressed the answering bell without hesitation. Su Jiming was stunned. He was still thinking, and Lin Xian answered first. The Void Fox. Lin Xian answered. Correct, the instructor said. Then, a 1 appeared on the screen in front of Lin Xian's seat. It was unknown whether this 1 was a correct answer or an additional point, but it was a good thing. Please name 3 of the continent's top spiritual herbs and their effects in 20 seconds. Click. Lin Xian pressed the answering bell again, without hesitation. This was his specialty. Regarding these things, the imperial sacred arts gave him memories that these people could not compare to. 3 types, and not the 3 most powerful ones. They represented a level. There could be dozens of types, but you just had to name 3 in 10 seconds. This might seem easy, but it wasn't. Firstly, in 10 seconds, there was almost no time for you to think. Secondly, it was very easy for you to name a very amazing heaven and earth spiritual medicine. In your mind, it was very amazing, but it wasn't the most amazing batch. Thirdly, you might only know about the medicine, but not its effects. When Morong Yu saw this question, she knitted her brows tightly. It wasn't that she couldn't answer it, but 20 seconds wasn't enough for her to think about it. This should be one of the most difficult questions. How could Lin Xian answer it? Su Jiming sneered in his heart. How could they answer this kind of question? Spiritual herbs might be able to answer it, but how could the effects be so simple? Although many people knew how to teach, as a martial artist, how many of them would actually learn? 9-star Rainbow Berry. The medicinal effect can raise a martial artist's realm. It can cure hundreds of poisons, and can be used to refine the top grade 9 revolving fate pill. Blue Sky Rainbow Lotus. The medicinal effect can continuously raise a martial artist's attributes. 9-colored Sacred Lotus. The medicinal effect can raise a martial artist's realm. It contains a large amount of attribute energy and is an extremely powerful spiritual herb for martial artists to raise their attribute purity. Lin Xian said without hesitation. Correct. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth rose slightly. Everyone opened their mouths. How the fuck could he even answer this kind of question? Su Jiming secretly gritted his teeth. How is this possible? This kid is not bad. At least he and Murong Yu belong to the category of martial artists who can raise themselves in all aspects. This kid is worth teaching. In a room, the Martial Arts Academy's dean and Luo Xiao sat there. The screen in front of them was playing Lin Xian's examination. Lin Xian was naturally one of the few people they were paying attention to. Chapter 1044. May I ask how many kilograms of force an ordinary law realm martial artist can exert on average without using his attributes? This kind of question was actually relatively simple, but it was even more difficult for people to pay attention to it. They only knew that it was amazing and that one punch was very powerful. But as for how many kilograms, who the fuck would pay attention to that? Thud. This time, Su Jiming got it. 3,000 kilograms. Su Jiming then said with certainty. Lin Xian glanced at his eyes. Wrong answer. What? Hearing the wrong answer, Su Jiming was stunned. Impossible. It's clearly 3,000 kilograms. Su Jiming muttered in disbelief. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. His eyes had been very confident just now, but he was wrong? Lin Xian really didn't know this question, but thud. Lin Xian then pressed the answer bell. It's 3,000 kilograms. 3,000 kilograms. Correct answer. Su Jiming. Fuck you. He really wanted to curse. Lin Xian really didn't know how many kilograms, but he clearly saw the confidence in Su Jiming's eyes just now. However, he answered wrongly. Lin Xian also heard his muttering just now, and he was obviously very confident about the number 3,000. Then Lin Xian thought about it. A one-star law realm martial artist's strength should be more than 3,000 kilograms. That was the law realm, after all. In addition, he was very confident about the number 3,000, so Lin Xian could try to guess that Su Jiming must have learned it before, but it was too long ago, so he could only remember the number 3,000. Since 3,000 kilograms was wrong, but he was very sure that 3,000 was right, then there was only one possibility. When he learned it, it wasn't 3,000 kilograms, but 3,000 kilograms. Clearly, Lin Xian was smart. This question was purely giving him the points. Su Jiming secretly clenched his fists. He hated it. Why didn't he remember such an important thing? Damn it. Then, one question after another was displayed. This round almost became Lin Xian and Su Jiming's home ground. Not almost, but completely. Although the other three were also considered geniuses, the gap between them was still quite big. They really couldn't snatch a single question. After the 18 questions, Lin Xian answered 10 questions correctly. Su Jiming answered 8 questions correctly, and 1 question wrong, one of which was the kilogram question. Both of them answered Su Jiming's question, and Su Jiming only got that 1 question wrong. There were still 2 questions left. Su Jiming knew he had lost, but he had to work hard for these 2 questions. Now Lin Xian had 10 points, and he only had 7 points because he got 1 question wrong. If he got the next 2 questions right, he would have 9 points. Although he still lost to Lin Xian, he could still say that the wrong question was due to carelessness or something. It would be considered a draw. But if Lin Xian answered these 2 questions correctly, then the gap between them would widen. Right now, the strongest recorded law is the law of death. Is this correct? This was a judgment question. When the question was asked, no one moved for a moment. For a judgment question, you had to say why. If it was correct, you had to say why the law of death was the strongest recorded law and what kind of terrifying effects it had. And if it wasn't correct, then what was the strongest recorded law and why was it the strongest law? So the judgment question was actually more difficult. Of course, if you knew, then it wouldn't be difficult. Regarding this, Lin Xian really did not know. And Su Jiming didn't know much about it either. Lin Xian always felt that his law of creation was more amazing than the law of death. Because of creation, when you were strong, you could create anything. In theory, you could even create a dead person. To create life, you could do anything with your mind. There was also the law of destruction. Since the law of destruction appeared in the mission, Lin Xian felt that it was on the same level as the law of creation. It just so happened that Lin Xian felt that the law of destruction and the law of creation were 2 laws of the same level, but opposite. But did these people know about the existence of these 2 laws? They should know, Lin Xian muttered in his heart. Why? Because the law of creation was told to Lin Xian by Linglong Shui. If she knew, then how could the top powerhouses of the human race not know? In theory, they knew about it too. And Lin Xian vaguely remembered how shocked Linglong Shui was when she found out that he was a law of creation. This should be the strongest law, and the law of destruction should also be the strongest law. Lin Xian realized that he could really guess, and he felt that his guesses were quite reasonable. What should he do? When Su Jiming heard this question, he gave up. He didn't know at all, and he would lose points if he answered it wrong. Muronyu looked at Lin Xian. She knew about this question, and she had a secret on her. Other than her parents and herself, no one else in this world knew about this secret. And that was her law, was the law of destruction. Lin Xian was thinking about it. Since his score was higher than Su Jiming's, it didn't matter even if he answered it wrong. His correct answer might not be worth mentioning compared to Muronyu's, but compared to the majority of the students, he would definitely crush them. Click. Lin Xian then pressed the buzzer. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian in shock. He knew? Lin Xian then said, wrong. The strongest laws are the law of creation and the law of destruction. The law of creation can use a warrior's thoughts and spiritual power to create everything within the range of their abilities. In theory, there is no limit. Of course, if it exceeds the range of one's abilities, there is a risk of death. The law of destruction can destroy everything with one's thoughts. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know the effects of the law of destruction at all. But from the name and the fact that it was on the same level as the law of creation, Lin Xian was very nervous because it was just a guess. But it was fine. It didn't matter if it was right or wrong. If it was wrong, it would only deduct 1 point. Correct answer. When Lin Xian heard the system's voice, he was stunned. Fuck. His ability to guess blindly was really good. Then the tutor said, this is a very difficult question. As this question has not been announced to the public, not many people know of it. The first and only person recorded of the law of creation was a man 800 years ago. What happened to him now is not recorded in history books. As for the law of destruction, there is only one person recorded. These two laws are said to be God's laws. That is to say, these two laws are considered divine powers. The law of death is considered a top law, but it is still inferior to God's laws. Not bad, you even know this. Very good. Lin Xian smiled. However, he was thinking divine powers? It seems like it's true. Using one's thoughts to achieve certain things. If that wasn't divine powers, what was it? Unfortunately, no warrior with such a law has appeared since then. If such a warrior could reach the heavenly Tao realm, he could single-handedly destroy an army of 1 trillion. The tutor said with a sigh. Chapter 1045. The tutor wasn't exaggerating. In theory, when a person was strong enough, they could do heaven-defying things with these laws. For example, the law of major destruction. If one's ability was sufficient, a single thought could destroy a planet, much less 1 trillion people. Of course, the premise was that one had to be able to do it. Another example was the law of major creation. A single thought could recreate a destroyed planet, allowing life to return to normal. In theory, it was possible, but even if one was at the heavenly Tao realm, it was impossible to do so. Therefore, it was only in theory. However, the strength of these two laws was certain. Su Jiming secretly clenched his fists. Why did Lin Xian know about it as well? This was great. The gap had been widened once again. There was only one question left. Muronyu was actually rather surprised. This question was forcefully instilled in her by her family. If not, she would definitely not have known about it. She never expected Lin Xian to know about it as well. She had heard from her aunt that his identity wasn't very impressive, right? He was only the founder of the Yixian Group. Although the Yixian Group had unlimited potential and its present assets were unparalleled, it was still a far cry from the truly powerful existences. Although the Yixian Group's assets were impressive, they were only assets. Their assets might not even reach the level of the 8 great family clans. However, he was impressive. For a behemoth like the Yixian Group to be founded by him, she had to be impressed. Indeed, he was different from those so-called geniuses. He had relied on himself to reach this stage. Then, how did he know about all this? From the looks of it, he was still very mysterious. Last question. May I know what's the derivative property above the spatial property? Void. Lin Xian said without any hesitation as he slammed down on the bell. This was considered a relatively simple question, but it wasn't simple either. This was because many people didn't understand it. They felt that spatial property was the most impressive property. Little did they know that above spatial property, there was a sublimation of spatial property known as the void. As for how the void was stronger than spatial property, Lin Xian didn't know either. The reason he knew was because of the mission he triggered. Correct. Lin Xian answered a total of 12 questions correctly. Compared to Murong Yu, he might not be able to beat her, but compared to others, it was a crushing victory. Let's proceed to the third round. Lin Xian bowed and then walked out. You waited for me? Lin Xian said to Murong Yu with a smile. Wait, friend, is there something wrong with your classmate? Murong Yu asked. Only friends? Classmate? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What else is there? Murong Yu glanced at Lin Xian. Nothing, nothing. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Su Jiming lost to Lin Xian, but he wanted to explain something in front of Murong Yu, so Su Jiming quickly followed them. Young Master Lin is really knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to be able to answer so many obscure questions. Unlike me, I can even remember things incorrectly. It's clearly a kilogram, but I remember it as a caddy. Su Jiming said with a smile beside Lin Xian. In fact, these were all said for Murong Yu to hear. It was just an explanation. It would make him seem open-minded and as if he didn't care about the assessment at all. He lost, but he didn't use his full strength. Not really. I've never learned it before. When I was in school, I didn't learn it at all. I was just lucky and answered all the questions correctly. Young Master Su is also very impressive. He answered 7 questions correctly. If it wasn't for that question, he would have answered 8 questions correctly. That's already very impressive. Lin Xian said with a smile. Su Jiming secretly clenched his fist. Lin Xian's words directly put him in a disadvantageous position. No matter what, I'm still not as good as class monitor Murong Yu. You answered 16 out of 20 questions correctly. I'm afraid no one can surpass you. Su Jiming said to Murong Yu. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Throughout history, a bootlicker never had a good ending. A bootlicker couldn't get a girl, and even if he did, he would be cuckolded. Not to mention a girl like Murong Yu. If a bootlicker could get a girl by praising her all day long, then what was a bootlicker? Girls were like that. The easier it was to get them, the less they would cherish them. If you confessed to her and expressed your love, then if she didn't like you, then you would instantly become an ordinary person or an ordinary friend, or even a spare tire in her eyes. It was very, very ordinary. The truly amazing thing was that you had never confessed to a girl before you even slept with her. That was the most amazing thing. Confessing to a girl wasn't an important part of the process. For the amazing people, they could completely skip the confessing part because it was too dangerous for a guy. Once you confessed, you lost. Of course, confessing was only suitable if the girl also liked you. Otherwise, try not to confess. Otherwise, there was a high chance that you wouldn't get a reply from the girl. Even if you did, she would consider it or say that she didn't know. What were the consequences if a guy was in this situation? If the girl didn't agree or reject you, then you would feel that she didn't reject you. That meant that she also liked you. Continue to work hard, continue to pursue her, and then become a spare tire. That was how real it was. Of course, Lin Xian would also praise girls, but he would never praise them in the way of a bootlicker. Looking at so many girls, you would find that Lin Xian really didn't praise a girl in the way of a bootlicker other than joking around. Of course, he was quite lucky when he chased girls for a long time, but there were a few times when his life was in danger. This was something that others wouldn't try. Murong Yu nodded slightly in response, but she didn't agree with what he said. Then, she didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Sigh. Young Master Su, if you want to chase girls like this, it's fine if they're ordinary quality girls or gold diggers. Girls like the class monitor, you won't be able to get her even in your next life. Lin Xian said in a mocking tone. Lin Xian, I don't want to have anything to do with you. Just don't get in the way. You already have Xiao runing. I hope you stay away from Murong Yu. Su Jiming said coldly to Lin Xian. What the hell? Why should I stay away from Murong Yu? She's my class monitor. She's very outstanding. What's wrong with me staying close to her and learning from her? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Do you believe that this young master won't tell Xiao Runing? Go ahead and tell her. Ning Ning wants me to stay close to the class monitor and learn from her. Lin Xian smiled and walked away. Karatsu Jiming clenched his fist tightly. Why was it that whenever he chased a girl, Lin Xian would always get in the way? Did he have to change his target? Because he also felt that Murong Yu was too hard to chase. If he was better than Murong Yu, then it would be fine. The problem was that he wasn't as good as Murong Yu, so why would she like him? Chapter 1046. At this moment, Su Jiming wanted to change his target. There were still some pretty girls in the martial arts academy who were easier to woo than Murong Yu. Naturally, he wanted to woo Murong Yu the most because it would be fucking awesome if he could woo her, but it would be awkward if he couldn't. But he couldn't accept it. Why was Lin Xian able to walk together with Murong Yu? Why was Murong Yu able to chat with Lin Xian? Lin Xian was also a man, but he wasn't as handsome as Su Jiming. What was so special about him? Why was Xiao ruining his girlfriend? Why? Soon, they arrived at the location of the third round of assessment. The good thing about this assessment was that you didn't even know your own score. The third round of assessment was a test of reaction speed. Reaction speed was especially important to a martial artist. If your reaction speed couldn't keep up during a battle, you could easily die because you might not be able to dodge some attacks in time. The third round of assessment was very simple. You would go up one by one and be given a venue. There were several special instruments on the side that would rapidly fire attacks at you. The attacks were just like bullets. They were of various colors and had no substance, so you wouldn't feel any pain when they hit you. These instruments would fire a total of 500 attacks. What the students had to do was to not use any attribute power or martial arts. They had to dodge the attacks within a specified range. How many points would be deducted for each attack? Therefore, this wasn't a bonus point, but a point deduction. It was a competition of who could lose the least points. Lin Xian looked at the people who had completed the assessment one by one. 500 attacks. Basically, each person would finish within a minute. On average, there were close to 10 attacks per second. As for how many attacks could be dodged, that would depend on one's ability. The speed of this round was quite fast. As there were dozens of arenas, the instructors were not giving marks. They were more concerned about whether the information on the contestants was relevant. The system would detect how many times the contestants were attacked and deduct a few points. Therefore, after Lin Xian and the others arrived, it was basically their turn to start the assessment. You guys enter venue number 80 and 90 in order, one of the instructors said to Lin Xian and the others. Then, the three of them came to number 80 and 90. They didn't have the chance to see Murong Yu's elegant figure, but the people who came later naturally paid attention to Murong Yu. Lin Xian pressed his palm on the instrument. Student number 1008611 was ready. The 10-second countdown begins now. 10 seconds for the martial artist to prepare. Begin! Lin Xian focused all his attention, his figure flashing around the stage, sprinting, dodging. At first, not many people paid attention to Lin Xian, because in their eyes, Lin Xian was just an ordinary student. But inexplicably, because of Lin Xian's quick dodging and reaction speed, they began to pay attention to him. He hadn't been hit even once in 30 seconds. Some of the instructors also began to pay attention to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's reaction speed was still very exaggerated. Reaction speed was related to a martial artist's attribute, which was their mental strength. Lin Xian's mental strength value crushed martial artists of the same realm. Even martial artists of a much higher realm than him had a huge gap in mental strength compared to Lin Xian. Therefore, it was relatively easy for Lin Xian to dodge. Of course, he had to pay full attention. A minute later, Lin Xian, Murong Yu, and Su Jiming walked off the stage. What a pity. They were dodging so well in the beginning, but what happened at the end? They were attacked 5 times in a row. Otherwise, they could have dodged all of them. One of the instructors sighed as he watched Lin Xian walk away. But luckily, there's finally a student who didn't lose points in this round. And it's a female student. Not bad. Then, they walked towards the 4th round of the assessment. Lin Xian had indeed been attacked 5 times. He didn't want to stand out too much. He felt that his results in the 2nd round were quite good. If he did as well in this round, his ranking wouldn't be low. There would be a fourth round of potential assessment. Lin Xian felt that his potential should be quite high, so his score shouldn't be low. Therefore, he should work hard to get a few points deducted. Class Monitor Morong Yu. How many times were you attacked? Su Jiming caught up and asked. He felt that his results in this round were quite good. He had only been attacked twice. Morong Yu shook her head slightly. Actually, she didn't want to pay attention to this person, but he was a classmate, and it was impolite to ignore him. You weren't attacked? Su Jiming was stunned. However, it was normal. This Morong Yu was stronger than him. Su Jiming admitted that. He had only been attacked twice, so it was normal that Morong Yu wasn't attacked. Young Master Lin, what about you? Su Jiming glanced at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian also shook his head. Su Jiming. Young Master Lin wasn't attacked either? Su Jiming frowned and asked. How was that possible? This Lin Xian, was that strong? He had really tried his best, but he was still attacked twice. No, he was probably lying to him. He was just showing off. He knew how to show off too. Then we still haven't determined a winner. I wasn't attacked this round either, but it was still quite difficult. I was almost attacked, Su Jiming said with a smile. Oh, young Master Su dodged all of them? Young Master Lin's strength is about the same as mine. If young Master Lin could dodge all of them, then it should be reasonable for me to dodge all of them, right? Su Jiming laughed. Oh, I didn't say that I dodged all of them. Lin Xian said. Then you shook your head because... I shook my head because I didn't want to say, Su Jiming. Morong Yu frowned slightly. He didn't dodge all of them? Was he doing it on purpose? Or did she overestimate him? Morong Yu really wanted to know. He must have done it on purpose, because the scene of Lin Xian fighting hundreds of beasts in Tianhua City that night was still vivid in her mind. A martial artist who wasn't outstanding in all aspects couldn't have handled it with ease. Although he had the help of the space, if he wasn't confident in himself, the space would definitely be used to escape. Lin Xian then sighed and said, I tried my best, but I was still attacked 5 times. Young Master Su said that our strength was about the same, so logically speaking, young Master Su should have been attacked as well. Why didn't he get attacked once? That's strange. Is young Master Su that much stronger than me? Almost at the class leader's level? I just heard from the instructor that our class leader is the only student who hasn't been attacked so far. Young Master Su hasn't been attacked either. So how did the class leader become the only one? That's strange. Lin Xian shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, Su Jiming. Chapter 1047. This Lin Xian is doing it on purpose. Su Jiming suddenly had this thought. Fuck Grandma Li. Hi Lin Xian, Sister Morong. As they walked forward, a beautiful girl waved happily at them. Then, she let out a sweet voice and ran over. Lan Xingxing. Su Jiming's eyes lit up when he saw her. She was the beautiful and sweet girl on the ranking board. Moreover, she was innocent and naive, so it was very easy to trick her. It was also possible to make a move on her. She had a lot of suitors because this kind of girl could easily arouse the desire of men to protect her. As long as it was a girl on the ranking board, any one of them would be good to pursue. However, girls like Morong Yu, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue were even harder to pursue. This included girls like Ling Ying. They were already mature and could no longer be tricked with flowery words. However, this Lan Xingxing could. At that moment, Su Jiming already had the idea of pursuing Lan Xingxing. This girl was definitely easy to trick. Why didn't I see you in front? Lin Xian looked at Lan Xingxing and smiled. Oh, but I saw you. Xingxing took the exam after you guys. It's just that the second round ended faster, so she finished the third round earlier and ran ahead of you guys. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue. The second round was faster? Why was it faster? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Oh, there's an expert. He's super good. He answered the questions within a second. He answered 16 questions correctly in a row. That's why it was super fast. Lan Xingxing's big eyes sparkled as she spoke. Lin Xian, calm down. Just because you answered the questions well doesn't mean you're good at it. Then how many questions did you answer correctly? Su Jiming asked. Oh, 0 questions. Anyway, I didn't deduct any points. Hee. Lin Xian, so cute. You'll have a higher chance of entering the backyard if you answer more questions correctly, Murong said to her. Aya is too difficult. I hate reading books the most. Every time I see the words in a book, I want to sleep. Lan Xingxing said with a grin. Perhaps she was a bad student. What about the third round? Lin Xian asked with interest. Although Lan Xingxing was only 16 years old, his realm was not low at all. He was an 8-star law realm expert. Although he was not considered the best, his age was still there. He was much stronger than many people in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian was currently 22 years old and was at the 1-star domain realm. She was still 6 to 10 years away from the age of 22. What realm could she reach in 6 years? Therefore, she had great potential. Oh, I was just hit once. Lan Xingxing stretched out his index finger and made a cute 1 sign before saying happily. Lin Xian had gone through the third round of the assessment. He could avoid being attacked, but he also knew how difficult it was. Lan Xingxing had been hit once, and he estimated that she was stronger than Su Jiming. This girl was not as simple as she seemed. Su Jiming's lips twitched. On what basis? Even he was at the domain realm and was hit twice. On what basis could this Lan Xingxing be hit twice? Big Sister Murong is so powerful. She must not have been hit once, right? Lan Xingxing looked at Murong Yu expectantly. She knew who Murong Yu was. She had heard her grandfather mention her before. You can do it if you pay more attention, Murong Yu said. I was almost there. Lin Xian, what about you? Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian, her big eyes twinkling with little stars. She was not familiar with Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's dishes were simply heaven-shaking and earth-shattering in her memory. I was hit 5 times, Lin Xian said. Oh, it's okay. You can cook for me. I will teach you. Lan Xingxing stood on his tiptoes and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder as he said righteously. Okay, then remember to teach me. Okay, then remember to cook for me. Okay. Then the two of them came to some kind of agreement. Su Jiming saw this scene and secretly clenched his fists. What was going on? Why did this Lin Xian know this Lan Xingxing? What was going on? Fuck your mother. Was this Lin Xian his nemesis? Fuck. Actually, my cooking is quite good. Usually, when I have nothing to do at home, I cook myself. Su Jiming smiled gentlemanly at Lan Xingxing and said, This was a good idea. What was the benefit of treating her to a meal that he cooked himself? A single man and a single woman in a room. He believed that with his charm and this Lan Xingxing's innocence, as long as he was given a chance, he would be able to trick her. Absolutely. It definitely won't be as good as Lin Xian's cooking, Lan Xingxing said without hesitation. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. Why? You haven't eaten my cooking before. How can you say that my cooking isn't as good as Lin Xian's? That's baseless. Su Jiming then smiled and said to Lan Xingxing. In any case, there isn't, Lan Xingxing said without giving him any face. It wasn't that she didn't want to give him face. It was just that her EQ wasn't high and she was too naive. Anyone with a higher EQ wouldn't say such words. The main thing was that in her mind, Lin Xian's cooking was really too good. She was a pure foodie. After eating so many delicious foods for so many years, Lin Xian's cooking had completely amazed her. She really admired him. Su Jiming was stunned. What kind of magic potion did this Lin Xian give Lan Xingxing? Lin Xian smiled. Since you gave me face, when you have time, I'll cook something delicious for you. After the exam, Lan Xingxing said happily. After the exam? I don't know if I have time. Yes. Lan Xingxing hurriedly nodded and said happily. The teacher said that after the exam, there will be a day off. I have time. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian with big expectant eyes. Lin Xian. No. What if something happens to me? Oh. Then do you have time? Lan Xingxing pouted and asked. Lin Xian said, Not necessarily, maybe not. If I do, I'll go to your place, okay? Sister Murong, then let Lin Xian come to our place when the time comes, okay? Murong Yu nodded slightly. Yeah, your ass. I didn't say that I'll definitely go. I'll go when I have time. Lin Xian said. In fact, he was very happy. Lan Xingxing and Murong Yu's dormitory. A lot of things could happen if he went there. Oh. Then go when you have time. I'll buy the ingredients. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Su Jiming stood there and listened to their conversation. He was completely dumbfounded. What kind of magic did this Lin Xian have? Fuck your mother. Murong Yu and Lan Xingxing's dormitory fuck. This was a place that all men wanted to go. Young Master Lin, this female dormitory is not a place you can go, Su Jiming said with jealousy. Chapter 1048. He couldn't enter, and he didn't want others to enter. Then, Su Jiming continued, if this matter is known by the school, the consequences will be severe. Oh, young Master Su wants to complain? Su Jiming laughed and said, how is that possible? Why would I do such a despicable thing? I just want to remind young Master Lin of one thing. Whether it's class monitor Murong Yu or little sister Lan Xingxing, they are very popular in the school. There are many people paying attention to them. Young Master Lin is very close to them, so it's inevitable that you will be noticed. When that time comes, it's hard to say. That won't happen. With Xingxing here, Lin Xian, you definitely won't be expelled. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian and said seriously. Oh, why? Lin Xian asked with interest. Because Lan Xingxing lowered her head and hesitated. Then she waved her hand and said, just relax. Lin Xian didn't understand what she meant, but he felt that she wasn't as simple as she seemed. Then Lin Xian smiled at Su Jiming and said, as long as young Master Su doesn't say anything, it's fine. Besides, I might not go. As he said that, they walked forward. How can I say anything? Su Jiming smiled at the back, but his eyes were vicious. He hoped that this Lin Xian wouldn't be so ungrateful. When they arrived at the venue of the 4th round of assessment, it was much simpler than expected. There were several buildings and many rooms. As for what the rooms were for, they didn't know. Potential assessment. Potential was different from talent. It involved a lot of things, including age, one's attributes, and even luck. However, Lin Xian didn't really understand how this round of assessment was going to be conducted and how these things were going to be tested. For the 4th round of assessment, you will go to the 3rd building, a mentor said to Lin Xian and the others. Thank you. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked to the 3rd building. A teacher led them into a huge room. There was a special device in the room, similar to a simulation pod. There seemed to be some kind of data being transmitted on the screen, but it was unknown where the data was transmitted to. The contents of this round of assessment were written on the wall. The few of them were separated, each in a room. There was only one instructor in this room, waiting for the arrival of the students. Since you're here, get ready for the test. The instructor said to Lin Xian, do you have any requests? The instructor said, there are no requirements. Enter the machine and release your strength, realm, attributes, and everything that can prove your strength. The machine will calculate your potential according to your age and the various attributes you release. If you want to hide your strength, then release less. If you don't want to hide and want the machine to give you a high score, then release your full strength as much as possible. Don't hold back. Lin Xian nodded. Understood. That was understandable. To put it simply, if you wanted to be awesome, then don't hold back. For example, if you had 3 attributes and revealed 2 attributes to the outside world, if you could get 80 points by releasing 2 attributes, then you could get 90 points by releasing 3 attributes. This proved that your potential was higher, but it also meant that you had exposed your trump card. Therefore, the choice was up to you. Whether you wanted to expose your trump card or to get a higher ranking, you had to weigh it yourself. The Martial Arts Academy didn't force you to expose your trump card. It was purely up to you. Even if you did expose your trump card, only the Martial Arts Academy would know. However, Lin Xian didn't want to expose his trump card if he could. Even the Martial Arts Academy didn't want to expose his trump card. Then, Lin Xian walked into the simulation pod. Please enter your student ID. Please release your realm. The system's voice came from the machine. Then, Lin Xian released his 7 stars law realm without hesitation. That's right, he hit it. Lin Xian's realm was one-star domain realm. At his age, one-star domain realm was considered a genius. However, the 7 stars law realm he released wasn't much. Please release your attributes. The system's prompt came again. Lin Xian then released his lightning and space attributes. These 2 attributes appearing on one person was already very impressive. The main one was the time attribute. Moreover, Lin Xian released purple lightning, which could increase his points by a lot. In terms of attributes, Lin Xian could be considered to be able to get some points. The system is checking your various attributes. Please wait. About a minute later, the system's voice came again. Potential assessment completed. Student, please leave the simulation pod. Then Lin Xian walked out. Is it done? Lin Xian asked. Okay, you can go out. The assessment is over, and the results have been sent to the backstage. You can see the results after the assessment is over. The instructor said, Thank you. Then Lin Xian walked out. In a certain room, Luo Xiao and the dean were stunned. What do you think? The dean of the Martial Arts Academy asked. He must have hidden his strength. The Martial God Academy's dean nodded. Yes, he has indeed hidden it. In terms of his attributes, the lightning and space attributes are already considered very powerful, but I found out that Lin Xian also has the ice and poison attributes, so he has at least 4 attributes. In addition to the 3rd round of the reaction test, he clearly deliberately allowed himself to be hit 5 times. Otherwise, with his strength, it would have been impossible for him to be hit. I even feel that he has hidden his realm. I've investigated it, and I found that he defeated a domain realm expert when he was a 5-star law realm expert. He also defeated Xiao Yun of the Xiao family. Luo Xiao said with certainty. Yes, but this is very good. It proves that this kid's mind is different from ordinary people. At an age where he was reckless and greedy for fame and fortune, he is no longer greedy for fame and fortune. This is very similar to Murongyu. The only difference is that Murongyu will do her best no matter what. This is also a very good attitude. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy nodded in satisfaction. Dean, what do you think of Lin Xian and Murongyu? They can't be compared. Lin Xian can't be underestimated. Not to mention his personal strength. Just the fact that he can create those epic-making drugs is already worthy of attention. His mentality is also very calm and steady. He is a talent. However, he might not enter the backyard this time, Luo Xiao said. Yes, although he has hidden so much and is still very outstanding, there are also many outstanding people in the Martial Arts Academy. However, it doesn't matter. With his ability, he will naturally enter the backyard later. Chapter 1049. Naturally, there were quite a few students in the Martial God Academy paying attention to these 2 big shots. However, it was clear that the 2 people they paid the most attention to were Murongyu and Lin Xian. This was because they knew what this level of talent signified. It meant that the heavens had given you a key to invincibility. That was divinity. But this guy is quite a troublemaker. I've investigated and found that he has made a lot of enemies. The Martial Arts Academy alone is not a small number. Luo Xiao said. Well, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy thought for a while. And there are many excellent girls in the Martial Arts Academy who are more or less related to him. Ha ha ha, let him be. As long as these kids don't be too blatant, it's fine. Rules and whatnot are just tools to restrict the majority of people, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy said. On the other side, Lin Xian ran into Murongyu after coming out. What are you doing now? Lin Xian asked, waiting for the results. Go to the backyard. Murongyu said indifferently. I may not be able to go. Lin Xian shrugged and said, That's because you don't want to go. Murongyu said indifferently. Your strength is only SOSO. Pretentious. Lin Xian. Hey, is that a word that should come out of your mouth? Lin Xian had a stunned expression on his face. Murongyu's pretty face suddenly turned red. Why did she say that out of the blue? Then she said, Because I really couldn't help it. Lin Xian. Am I pretentious? If you want to keep a low profile, then there's nothing I can do. At this time, Lan Xingxing ran out. When she saw Lin Xian and the others, her big eyes suddenly lit up. Then she ran over and stood in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, we finished the exam. Can you help me make lunch? Lan Xingxing asked expectantly, not waiting for the results. We'll have to wait at least 6 hours for the results, Murong Yu said calmly. It was already noon, and they were considered to have finished the test relatively early. When Murong Yu recalled the taste of Lin Xian's dishes, she couldn't help but linger in the aftertaste. Firstly, she really wanted to eat them. Secondly, she was very curious. What exactly did Lin Xian add to the dishes to elevate them to such a level? She had studied cooking a little. When she had nothing to do, she basically had two hobbies, reading and cooking. Therefore, she was more concerned about it. She wanted to help Lin Xian and see what extra ingredients he added. Lin Xian said that he didn't add anything, and that he only used some common condiments, but she didn't believe him. She also used those conventional condiments, and the dosage should be the most standard. How could it make such a big difference in the taste of the dishes? It was said that in order to capture a person's heart, one must first capture her stomach. In fact, this sentence wasn't very useful. Capturing a person's stomach could capture her heart? It was too illogical. Of course, this kind of situation existed, but it was very rare. It couldn't be called a method to pick up girls. It could only be said to be a method to add flowers to brocade. But sometimes it was really useful. For example, this Lan Xingxing was purely a cute foodie. If you used this kind of super delicious food to capture her stomach and her heart, in her eyes, you were amazing. Then you would increase her favorability. For example, if you pursued her, she would think that if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, then she would be able to eat such delicious food every day, 3 meals a day. Wow, just thinking about it made her happy. Another example was Murong Yu. She cared. If this kind of girl cared, then it was a success. It didn't matter how effective it was. Of course, there was a prerequisite for her to care. This was different from Lan Xingxing. For a girl like Lan Xingxing, if Su Jiming made such delicious food for her, she would also worship Su Jiming and increase her favorability towards Su Jiming. However, for Murong Yu, there had to be a prerequisite. There had to be favorability before there could be follow-up. Without favorability, for example, he wouldn't have invited her to dinner that day. Lan Xingxing was different. She didn't know her, but she didn't hate her. When she saw delicious food, she wanted to eat it. Therefore, Lin Xian had found a way to chase this Lan Xingxing. First, capture her stomach, increase her favorability, and gradually win her over. Thinking about it, it was a bit shameful. Although this Lan Xingxing wasn't a lowly, she was only 16 years old. Miao Xiaomiao was 15 years old now. Although Lin Xian was only 14 years old when he had thoughts about her. Wow, this was too abnormal. You want to eat too? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Murong Yu. At the side, Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and looked back and forth between Lin Xian and Murong Yu. Murong Yu coughed slightly and said, "Anything is fine. Anything is fine. Do you want to eat?" Lin Xian smiled and asked. "Nope." Murong Yu said lightly and walked away. "Damned Sundara." Lin Xian muttered behind her. Murong Yu. She wanted to stab him again. What should she do? Let's go and buy ingredients. Yay! Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Xingxing jumped 3 feet into the air. On the way, Lin Xian sent a message to Ling Ying and the others. They were taking the exam at the back, so it would probably be a few hours later. Wang Xintong's light class was the same. Those rare attribute classes were taking the exam at the back. There was no other meaning, it was just arranged like this. How are you going to get to my place? After buying ingredients, Murong Yu asked. Many people who had finished the exam were already strolling around the school. Murong Yu and Lan Xingxing were the 2 girls who attracted a lot of attention. Lan Xingxing's ranking was probably going to be pushed up, and Xue Binglan might be pushed down by her. Why? Because this girl had big breasts and no brains. She was cute and adorable. This was the dream of many men. As for Xue Binglan, she was beautiful, obedient, and sweet. Compared to Lan Xingxing, she lacked some characteristics. In today's society, if one couldn't tell who was prettier, Lan Xingxing's adorable stupidity would obviously win the hearts of many girls. Because there were many people paying attention to them, Lin Xian couldn't swagger into the girls' dormitory with them. If he was seen, he would definitely be done for. Even if a girl asked you to go to her dormitory, it was still not allowed. I'll use the space attribute to go up, Lin Xian said. You can find it, right? Lin Xian nodded. I've been there before. Of course I can find it. I'll go first. You guys follow me. Then, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Hey, wait. Just as Murong Yu finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Sister Murong, what's wrong? Lan Xingxing asked curiously. I'm afraid Wu Yuhan is at home. Murong Yu shook her head slightly and said, Oh, it can't be? Sister Wu is of the dark attribute. She seems to be in a fire class. That means the exam is already over. She should be at home. If Lin Xian goes up, she might misunderstand. Okay. Then, the two girls walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 1050. Wu Yuhan didn't know them. They only got to know each other when they were assigned to the same dormitory. Murong Yu had a rather deep impression of this woman. Firstly, she was very beautiful, the kind that was a little bewitching. She was the girl ranked 9th on the ranking list. In terms of beauty, all the girls on the ranking list were very beautiful. Even if one were to say that they were ranked 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, there was no way they could be ranked. Each of them had their own merits, and it all depended on the type of girls they liked. As for this woman, she rarely appeared in the public eye, and her reputation wasn't too good. Rumor had it that during the Martial God Academy's enrollment period, she had appeared with several men. No one knew what they were up to, but it was likely that they were there for some plaything. Her private life was especially messy, which was why her ranking was so low. Secondly, this woman's personality was a little strange. Sometimes she would be extremely cold, even colder than Murong Yu. She didn't say a word, and her eyes were especially emotionless, like a machine. However, what made Murong Yu feel strange was that she seemed to have dual personalities. The first personality was cold, while the second personality was especially seductive. It was as if one was frigid, while the other was very lustful. It was a huge contrast. Murong Yu felt that this was the case. She was sure that Wu Yuhan had a dual personality after interacting with her for a while. She was sure that Wu Yuhan had a dual personality, and it was a very exaggerated dual personality. The contrast was too great. She had never asked about it, and these were all her conjectures. Therefore, she felt that the rumors about her being with a few men, and that she had a messy private life despite her beautiful appearance, were the doing of her other personality, which was the unrestrained personality. However, she was not sure which personality was her main personality. Therefore, she felt that this woman was very special. If Lin Xian went up and the two of them met, it would be bad if something bad happened. After all, Murong Yu felt that this woman was a little strange. Lin Xian's figure appeared directly in Murong Yu's house. He had been to this house once, but it was just at the door. He didn't see anything inside. This time, after entering, Lin Xian's first reaction was to take a look. It was fragrant, and it was the smell that a place where girls live should have. The attire was very simple, and it was the same as the other dormitories. As for how beautiful the dormitory could be, it was up to them to decorate it themselves. At this moment, a figure with wet hair opened the bathroom door and slowly walked out. This snow-white skin, this long black hair. She was definitely of the highest quality. What caught Lin Xian's attention was the black tattoo on her back. She looked like a bad girl, but this tattoo was a little strange and complicated. At first glance, it gave people the impression that it was a wolf tattoo. A woman with a wolf tattoo? Moreover, the wolf tattoo was very realistic. The pair of eyes looked as if there was a real wolf staring at you. But that wasn't important right now. What was important was Wu Yuhan was bathing, but she forgot to bring her change of clothes into the bathroom. However, it didn't matter. This was the female dormitory, her own home. Even if Murong Yu and the others were at home, it didn't matter. After she finished bathing, she walked out just like that. However, the moment she walked out, she suddenly stopped in her tracks because she felt that someone was looking at her from behind. Wu Yuhan turned around abruptly and saw a man staring at her. Whoosh! In an instant, more than 10 daggers appeared behind her and shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped and dodged. When he opened his eyes again, she had disappeared from the spot. What the fuck? What was this? He was here to cook for them. Why was he looking at her white butt? Ding. You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Permanently activate the dark attribute and master it. Mission punishment. Permanently lose the right to use the dark attribute. Mission time limit. 3 months. The current mission has been forcefully accepted. Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xian was also stunned by the sudden system notification. Wow! How many missions had he triggered in this trip to the Martial Arts Academy? Murong Yu's mission, the mission reward location, Lan Xingxing's mission, the mission reward, the destruction of the law, and now Wu Yuhan, the mission reward, the dark attribute. He was convinced. Lin Xian had an impression of Wu Yuhan. She was a girl on the leaderboard. However, that was not important now. What was important was that he had seen her naked the moment he entered. What should he do? Lin Xian's Adonis points increased, but he did not care anymore. Furthermore, Wu Yuhan's mission was to push him down and not confess. In a sense, pushing someone down was easier than confessing. There were many ways to push someone down, such as using force, drugging, or being willing. However, this girl seemed to be quite powerful. She was naked and did not seem to be wearing a spatial ring. Where did these daggers come from? How strange. In the next instant, Wu Yuhan casually put on a piece of clothing and charged towards Lin Xian with a dozen daggers. Her expression was naturally furious. Ah, it's a misunderstanding. Lin Xian did not want to fight with her. His favorability was already low from the start. If he fought, wouldn't it be even lower? However, Wu Yuhan did not care about misunderstandings. She charged forward. In the next instant, Lin Xian released his spatial energy and appeared in another corner. However, Lin Xian appeared in front of her daggers. Lin Xian. This Wu Yuhan also had a spatial ring? Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly. The moment she stabbed him, he disappeared with another spatial energy. Wu Yuhan stabbed nothing. At the same time, the door opened. Lan Xingxing and Murong Yu walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw this tense scene. Sister Wu, Lin Xian is here to cook for us. He's not a bad person. Lan Xingxing quickly ran over and stood in front of Lin Xian as she spoke to Wu Yuhan. Needless to say, Lin Xian was quite touched. This girl was actually protecting him. Wait, are you protecting the food or are you protecting me? Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. Murong Yu glanced at her and saw that her hair was dripping wet and that she was only wearing a long shirt. He guessed that she was probably taking a bath, but he had no idea what had happened between her and Lin Xian. It was probably because Wu Yuhan saw another man when she walked out and subconsciously attacked. She did not know that Lin Xian had seen her naked. Otherwise, she would not be so angry. Murong Yu then said, "It's all an accident. Lin Xian is a friend. Don't be rash." Wu Yuhan did not want them to know what had just happened. With a cold snort, she swept a cold glance at Lin Xian before walking into her room. Bang! She slammed the door shut. Chapter 1051. Lin Xian was a little speechless. Why did he have to encounter such a situation? Hey, why didn't you tell me that there was someone at home? Lin Xian looked at Murong Yu and Lan Xingxing helplessly. I just wanted to say it. Murong Yu shrugged her shoulders. And then you ran away too fast. Lin Xian, what happened? Murong Yu asked curiously. Nothing much, I just saw her naked. Lan Xingxing. Murong Yu, no wonder Sister Wu wants to kill you. Lan Xingxing mumbled softly. Then I'll make a good meal to apologize to her. Lin Xian said, Murong Yu, you saw a girl naked and you want to make a good meal to apologize? This was the first time she heard such words. Then you go and prepare. I'll see if I can help you explain to her. Murong Yu said, thank you so much. Not necessarily, I'll just go and tell her. Then Murong Yu walked over. Lan Xingxing pulled Lin Xian into the kitchen. Lin Xian, make something good. Knock, knock, knock. Murong Yu knocked on Wu Yuhan's door, then pushed it open and walked in. Wu Yuhan had already changed into a new set of clothes. She turned her head and looked at Murong Yu. What are you doing here? I want to explain. Lin Xian didn't do it on purpose. I didn't have time to remind him, and he used the space to come here. I apologize for my problem. Murong Yu said softly. Wu Yuhan didn't say anything. Let's eat together later. Lin Xian is here to help cook. The food he cooks is really good. He also wants to apologize to you. Murong Yu looked at Wu Yuhan and said. They didn't know each other very well. They only got to know each other when they moved here. They didn't talk much, but they lived under the same roof after all. There were no grudges between them. No need, Wu Yuhan said, and put on her shoes. She used the space power and disappeared from the room. God knows where she went. Murong Yu also expressed her understanding. If a woman like her wasn't a wanton person, it would be strange if she didn't go all out after being seen by a man. Eat together? How big was her heart? Murong Yu then walked out. How was it? Lin Xian hurried over and asked. She left. It's to be expected. Lin Xian sighed. This was awkward. Wasn't the opening making it more difficult for him to pursue this girl? Forget it, forget it. Let's talk about it later. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's cook. Then, Lan Xingxing and Murong Yu helped Lin Xian wash the vegetables and prawn lines. Lin Xian personally cooked. Murong Yu also paid attention to the whole process. He didn't add any seasonings that she had never seen before. He added whatever seasonings there were. Next, Murong Yu looked forward to the taste. The first dish was honey-glazed prawns. When it was brought to the table, Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to pinch one. He didn't even peel the prawn shell before putting it into his mouth. The first step was to suck the juice from the prawn into his mouth. This mouthful was especially satisfying. Then, Lan Xingxing couldn't help but quiver. It was too delicious. It was really sweet and delicious. Most girls especially like to eat prawns. Moreover, girls would definitely peel the shell. It was just that she was too impatient, so she ate it directly. The second bite was to remove the prawn meat. The head was separated from the body. The third bite was to bite off the tail. Then, she ate the prawn meat to her heart's content. After eating one, Lan Xingxing couldn't help but want to continue eating. However, she knew that it wasn't good. Although she couldn't help it, Lin Xian, it's so delicious. Lan Xingxing spat on his finger, then ran to the kitchen and said happily, You secretly ate it. Lin Xian smiled. Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue cutely. Big sister Murong, you should try it too. It clearly feels like Lin Xian's cooking is the same as other people's, but why is it so delicious? Lan Xingxing tilted her head and muttered, I'll try it. Murong Yu nodded slightly. Then, she walked over and pinched one. Lin Xian and Lan Xingxing poked their heads out of the kitchen. Murong Yu saw them and walked away. She didn't want them to see. You're shy, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lan Xingxing was Lin Xian's little fangirl. She would do whatever Lin Xian said. Murong Yu walked to the living room and sat on the sofa. Her slender hands peeled the prawn. Then, she put the prawn meat in her mouth and tasted it carefully. Why? Although peeling the prawn shell would reduce the taste of the juice, she still had some in her hands. She just needed to take a small bite. She felt that it was very strange. When Lin Xian was cooking, she really watched every step. It was exactly the same as what she remembered. The amount of seasoning was also the same. The amount of seasoning was important, but she felt that the amount was about the same. It was impossible for a very small amount to make her feel that it was so delicious. Murong, you couldn't tell which part of it was delicious. In any case, it was delicious. It was too strange. Then, Murong Yu walked to the kitchen and continued to help Lin Xian. Do you have any cooking skills? Murong Yu asked as she washed the vegetables. She was just like that. Whatever she wanted to do, she wanted to do it better. For example, when cooking, she would study and ponder. For example, when drawing, she would work hard to do it well. When she met someone who was better than her, especially someone of the same age, she wouldn't admit defeat. However, she would humbly ask for advice. What's wrong? Is it better than yours? Murong Yu nodded. The ingredients and seasoning are the same. The difference in seasoning is very small. It can't be that such a small difference and the heat could cause such a big change in the taste of a dish. She had done some research in this area. Yes, the amount of seasoning, the heat, and even the different pots would have some effect on the food. However, the effect was not big. Like this, it was too exaggerated. In Lin Xian's case, she felt that only other seasoning could bring about such a qualitative change. For example, adding salt and not adding salt would make two different tastes. She felt that this was the difference. However, there was no difference. He didn't add any other seasoning. It only needs a little bit of love, Lin Xian said with a smile. Morongyu. Who would believe that? Then how do you add a little bit of love into the dish? Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Lin Xian. Morongyu. All right, there was actually someone who believed him. You need to slowly figure this out. Lin Xian said with a smile. What is it? I want to learn. Morongyu asked. It's a secret. I'm not telling you. Lin Xian smiled and scooped out the second dish. Morongyu was a little unhappy. Wasn't it just cooking? Why wouldn't he tell her? However, thinking about it, it made sense. Some restaurants had a secret recipe for food. How could they leak it? Chapter 1052. After Lin Xian finished eating with them, Lan Xingxing lay down on the sofa in satisfaction. He rubbed his belly with an expression of no desire on his face. After cooking and eating, it would take at least 3 hours. The results should be out by then. Lin Xian, you're 100 times better than those chefs. Lan Xingxing said with admiration. Is that so? But you can't find a girlfriend if you can cook. Lin Xian sighed and said, Of course not. I feel that if you find a boyfriend who can cook 3 meals a day and you don't have to order takeout or buy food, you'll die of happiness. Lan Xingxing burped and said, Then you'll become a pig. Lin Xian laughed. However, Lin Xian received a piece of good news. This girl really wanted to find a boyfriend who could cook. That would be easy. Because Morongyu was next to him, Lin Xian didn't choose to tease her at this time. The rankings are out. Morongyu took a look at her phone and said, Is it also on the forum? Lin Xian asked. No, it's just that the students took a few photos of the rankings and posted it on the forum. This proves that the school has already announced it. Let's go take a look. Morongyu said. Lin Xian glanced at it. He clearly saw that the first place, which was the name of the most amazing peak, was Morongyu. It was expected. Oh, I don't know how high I'll be. Lan Xingxing stretched and didn't want to move. Around 50 shouldn't be a problem. Morongyu said to Lan Xingxing. Lin Xian? No way. This girl is so amazing. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian and saw the astonished expression on his face. Morongyu then said, She's much more powerful than you think. How could that be? Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. This girl was so young and cute, but she was actually a little expert. Although Lin Xian didn't know, since Morongyu said so, then Lin Xian was sure. What did it mean to be in the top 50 of the martial arts academy? Aside from a few heaven-defying law realm cultivators, the rest were all domain realm cultivators. Only then could they enter the top 50 or even the top 100. The top several thousand were all domain realm cultivators. This was the martial arts academy, a place that never lacked geniuses. Under such circumstances, if someone in the law realm could squeeze into the top few hundred or even the top few dozen, it would be really amazing. Lan Xingxing was in the law realm. Let's go. After Morongyu finished speaking, she put on her coat and went outside. Lin Xian released his spatial energy and arrived outside the girls' dormitory. He couldn't just walk out of the girls' dormitory like that, or he would be killed. Lin Xian. As soon as he walked out, Wang Xintong's voice came from behind. Then, Wang Xintong caught up with Lin Xian. This scene was seen by many people. Wang Xintong and Lin Xian had a good relationship. When Lin Xian came to the Martial Arts Academy for the entrance examination, many people saw and knew about it. Are you going to see the results? Lin Xian smiled and casually ruffled Wang Xintong's hair. Wang Xintong's face instantly turned red, and then she nodded lightly. Everyone was stunned. They knew that Lin Xian and Wang Xintong knew each other, but didn't Lin Xian have such an ambiguous relationship with Xin and the others? Why now? No, there must be a reason that they didn't know. Because if you were two-timing, you would have kept a low profile and done it secretly. If you were so high profile, it could only mean one thing. There was an inside story. Only one of them was his girlfriend, and the other one was probably just his sister. That made sense. How many scores did you get? Lin Xian asked. I don't know either, but I worked very hard, Wang Xintong said as she walked with Lin Xian. How many scores did you get? Lin Xian asked. 3,100 points in the first round. Lin Xian nodded. Wang Xintong hadn't reached the domain realm yet, and she wasn't a martial artist who focused on strength. It was already very impressive for her to be able to score 3,100 points, which exceeded the standard of her attributes in realm by quite a lot. This was because she knew her own attributes. Water and light didn't have a significant effect on a martial artist's battle prowess in battle. Therefore, she had spent most of her time improving her combat prowess and physical fitness. Her hard work was something that even Lin Xian admired. Therefore, it was reasonable that her score for the first round wouldn't be low. I got 12 questions correct in the second round, Wang Xintong said. This was also within Lin Xian's expectations. One had to know that back in Tianhua Academy, Wang Xintong was a good girl. Usually, after class, she would just sit in her seat and read. Although it was difficult for her to get 12 questions correct, it was normal for her. What about the third round? Lin Xian asked. The third round was indeed quite difficult. I was attacked twice, Wang Xintong said a little embarrassedly. That's quite impressive. Normally, you'll be attacked 3 to 5 times, Lin Xian said. There was nothing to refer to in the fourth round. You should be able to enter the backyard, Lin Xian said. That can't be. There are so many outstanding people in the martial arts academy, and my performance was so ordinary, Wang Xintong said unconfidently. Lin Xian sighed. Little Xintong, I told you to be more confident. Although there are many outstanding people in the martial arts academy, you're not bad either. Oh, okay. She nodded her head vigorously. Murong Yu and Lan Xingxing walked out from behind. When they saw that Lin Xian and the other girl had already left, Lan Xingxing pouted. What's wrong? Murong Yu took care of Lan Xingxing like an older sister because she liked Lan Xingxing very much. She was beautiful, cute, and innocent. Women were born with a motherly aura. Why didn't Lin Xian come with us? Lan Xingxing played with her little hands and pouted. Do you want him to come to our house to sleep if he's going back to the dorm? Murong Yu teased, which was rare. No. Lan Xingxing shook her little head quickly. The results were posted on the notice board of the Martial Arts Academy. At the moment, the notice board was surrounded by a sea of people. Of course, most of them did not have the opportunity to enter the backyard, but they would deliberately pay attention to the people with the highest rankings and remember them. They should be the most outstanding people in the Martial Arts Academy. Of course, it was not certain. After all, this was only an assessment. The most outstanding people would be ranked by watching the competition between the students behind. That was the most direct way to determine the best. Of course, there was another group of people that they paid attention to the most, and that was the group of people who ranked around 108 in the backyard. The first place was the most eye-catching, and the 108th place was also the most eye-catching. One had to know that the backyard of the Martial Arts Academy could be suppressed through challenges. Chapter 1053. Therefore, Lin Xian knew this very well. He thought that he couldn't just let Yi Renbing have sex with him whenever she wanted to. He had to make her feel that it wasn't an easy thing to do. He had to make her feel that it wasn't an easy thing to do. He had to make her feel like she couldn't get him even if she stretched out her hand. However, the difference was that you pursued girls to have sex with them. Lin Xian didn't want to satisfy Yi Renbing's desire to have sex with her. Therefore, this might not be useful. Lin Xian had already reached the end point of others. Logically speaking, Lin Xian had too much experience in pursuing girls. However, he really didn't know what to do in this situation, especially when he was facing a demon god. So forget it. Let's not think about it. Are you going tonight? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian and asked. I'm not going. Damn it. Do I have to go just because she says so? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? What if she finds another man? Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian, logically speaking, that wasn't impossible. That's not possible. She cares a lot about her chastity. She might just say it, but she won't really do it, Ling Longshui said. Hearing Ling Longshui's words, Lin Xian was relieved. Thinking about it, Yi Renbing was a demon god. She was a woman. She had her own pride. How could she let another man play with her body? As for Lin Xian, they had already had sex. Lin Xian was Ling Longshui's man. He was a bit special. Therefore, in Yi Renbing's eyes, Lin Xian was also special. Once, there would be a second time. Twice, there would be countless times. If that thing makes her unhappy, what if she beats Lin Xian up? Ling Longwei said. That's very possible. Ling Longshui nodded slightly and pondered. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Longshui with an aggrieved expression. Don't look at me. As long as she doesn't kill you, nothing else matters. Ling Longshui said calmly as she cut the steak. Lin Xian then looked at Bing Lingyue with a wronged expression. I can't beat her, Bing Lingyue said helplessly. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. Does that mean I have to go tonight? I find it strange. That Yi Renbing is not inferior to my elder sister in any way. Why are you still unwilling when she offers herself to you? Ling Longyu really couldn't understand. I'm willing, but I've already said that I'm afraid of her. Besides, she's really like a wolf or a tiger. Look at your sister. I've been looking for her every day. Sometimes, she won't even let me kiss her. Look at her. She's been going for 3 hours without stopping. How can I resist her? Lin Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Work hard on your cultivation. It'll be much better when you reach the domain realm. Ling Longshui could only say this. It was a little strange. They were all here talking about Lin Xian doing it with other girls. Moreover, it seemed very normal. How many people in the world could be like this? Then I'll stay here tonight. If she insists on me going over, you have to protect me. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui expectantly. Let's go after dinner, Ling Longshui said. Lin Xian, wah! He had a mental breakdown. I'll buy you more food to nourish your body, Bing Lingyue said. That was all she could do. Lin Xian never thought that he would be so worried about this. He was truly afraid of Yi Renbing. Furthermore, his body really couldn't take it. Logically speaking, girls shouldn't be able to take it either. Yi Renbing had even begged for mercy the last time, but she was a Fey immortal after all. How could a Fey immortal with a heavenly Tao realm body be treated with common sense? It would be very difficult for Lin Xian to force her to submit, but it wasn't impossible. This is for you. Ling Longshui extended her hand, and a red leaf appeared in her hand. What's this? Lin Xian received it in puzzlement. A type of spirit medicine. Spirit medicine? What's it for? Lin Xian asked curiously. It's for increasing your strength. You can consume it now. There's no harm, Ling Longshui said. Lin Xian naturally didn't doubt Ling Longshui's words. This was because Lin Xian knew that Ling Longshui definitely wouldn't harm him. Then, Lin Xian ate the red leaf without any hesitation. I don't feel anything? Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui in puzzlement. Logically speaking, Ling Longshui should have given him a super powerful existence. Everything she gave him in the past was the same. However, he didn't feel anything after eating it. It was as though he had eaten a very ordinary leaf. The medicinal effects aren't great. You'll slowly feel it later, Ling Longshui said. All right, how much strength can it increase? Lin Xian asked. How much strength? Ling Longshui pondered for a moment before saying, not necessarily. It varies from person to person. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. However, he was still a little puzzled, because Ling Longshui usually doesn't think about anything. If you ask her a question, her answer will be very decisive. But this time, she seemed a little hesitant. Logically speaking, Ling Longshui chose to give him something. She must have thought about the use of this thing. Why did she hesitate? This was a little abnormal in Lin Xian's understanding of Ling Longshui. But forget it, Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he just needed to know that Ling Longshui definitely wouldn't harm him. After the meal, Lin Xian sat on the sofa and played with Dragoni. Dragoni looked a little listless, so Lin Xian carried her to bed to sleep. Not leaving? Ling Longshui saw that it was getting late and said to Lin Xian, Holy shit, of course I'm not leaving. Are you chasing me away? Ling Longshui shook her head and said, I'm not chasing you away. You still have to leave when she comes. Lin Xian. Are you really not going to protect me? Lin Xian asked aggrievedly. She's not going to kill you. Why should I protect you? Lin Xian really couldn't refute Ling Longshui's words. After some thought, Lin Xian said, but she wants to sleep with your man. Aren't you going to do something about it? Ling Longshui. I'm going to do something, but is it useful? There are other girls without her. Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't refute Ling Longshui's words. Wah! He's a beast. I don't believe that she will be able to find me if I hide. Then you're underestimating a heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian, in such a big city, there are countless corners. Unless she has surveillance cameras and spies in the entire city, how can she find me? Lin Xian shrugged and said, Xiao Ling Long, I'll take my leave. Bye-bye. After keeping Lin Xian, he walked out. Chapter 1054. Lin Xian then took a closer look at it. It was strange that Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan weren't among the 108 students. However, it was easy to explain. They were sent by Yirenbing. He didn't know what secret they were sent to the martial arts academy. Anyway, the best way was to keep a low profile. They were already popular in the martial arts academy because of their looks. If their grades were good, they would definitely attract more attention. Let's go. Let's go home. Are you guys going back? Lin Xian asked Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. No, there's nothing to do if we go back. Why don't we go to the peak and take a look? Ling Ying said. They were different from Lin Xian. Lin Xian came back to Lin and City with Linya, his friends, and even some girls. However, if they went back, they were just friends. There was no need for them to go back. Okay, then I'll go first, Lin Xian said. Aren't you going to take a look at your peak? Ling Ying asked. No. Why would I go there? It's boring. What good things are there on the 108th peak? It's not annoying enough. Lin Xian said unhappily. No matter what, it's still the backyard. There must be good things. Forget it. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian then looked at them with a smirk. Who's coming to my peak tonight? If someone comes, I won't go back. Then, Lin Xian received a roll of the eyes from the crowd. They all walked away, because they also wanted to go to their peaks to see if there was anything arranged. Of course, Lin Xian had to return to Lin and City. He hadn't seen Linya for a few days, and he missed her a lot. He also had to see by Xian Xian, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and the others, and Xian, Miao Xiao Mao, and so on. His sisters were all in Lin and City, so he couldn't forget about them. The number on the badge on Lin Xian's chest had already changed to 108. Everyone's badges had changed along with their rankings. Some of the students ranked at the bottom didn't even want to go out. It was too fucking embarrassing. However, they had to wear their badges. In the martial arts academy, if they didn't wear their badges, they would be warned once and expelled twice. This was the academy deliberately trying to embarrass them so that they would have no choice but to work hard to improve themselves. Lin Xian, I'll go to the 95th peak first. Wang Xintong said gently, All right, go ahead. I'm leaving too. After that, everyone walked away one after another, and Lin Xian was the center of attention. Trash. You barely entered the backyard. Xiaoyan stared at Lin Xian from not far away. He didn't know the reason behind it. He only knew that he was ranked 12th, and Lin Xian was ranked 108. Of course, Su Jiming also had the same thought. They all looked down on Lin Xian, but they didn't understand why they couldn't beat him at that time. But at the same time, everyone was very unhappy. Even Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, and Qin Ming. Why were they unhappy? Because after coming to the martial arts academy and going through this ranking, they realized one thing. There were many people ranked ahead of them. Perhaps in their cities or even their empires, they were the best and most outstanding. However, after coming to the martial arts academy, they suddenly realized that there were more than 10 or 20 people lined up above them. This made it very difficult for them to accept. It was very difficult for everyone to accept. How amazing was it to be ranked in the top 10? Among such a group of geniuses, being ranked in the top 10, or even hundreds, one thing was certain. They must be the best in the place they came from. They thought that they were the best, but the martial arts academy suddenly ranked in the top 10, or even hundreds. Do you think these geniuses would be convinced? They definitely wouldn't be convinced. Therefore, when the time came, their competition would be very fierce. Lin Xian followed the instructions and walked to the backyard under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. "Isn't this young Master Lin?" A voice suddenly sounded, and Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice. "Young Master Sheng, congratulations." Lin Xian revealed a harmless smile. Sheng Shadian walked towards Lin Xian. Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, and the others who were walking to the backyard were also attracted to this side. "There's nothing to congratulate. He's only ranked 31st. There are still 30 people ahead of him to surpass. Why is young Master Lin only ranked 108? Sheng Shadian laughed and said. He didn't know much about Lin Xian, but this Lin Xian seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with Shui Bingxin before. It gave people the feeling that he should be very powerful. Why? Because if a woman was very beautiful and outstanding, then only a more outstanding man could get close to her and win her favor. This was a normal phenomenon. Whether or not they were boyfriend and girlfriend, it was undeniable that Lin Xian seemed to have a good relationship with her. And not only with Shui Bingxin, he also noticed that Lin Xian seemed to have a relationship with Wang Xintong, Murong Yu, Han Chuxue, Lingying Xiaoxinyue, and the other school beauties. It couldn't be said that their relationship was very good, but at least they saw him chat with them. At least they knew each other. But he didn't even know them. No, it wasn't that he didn't know them. It was just that after eating, he didn't get their WeChat. The pictures of Lin Xian, always with these beautiful girls, were also very popular on the forum. So Lin Xian was already famous in the martial arts academy. For women, it was enough to be famous in the academy if you were very beautiful. For men, there were two ways. One was to be very powerful, and the second was to be very close to beautiful girls. Obviously, Lin Xian was the latter. Lin Xian smiled and said, "My strength doesn't allow me to rank higher. What can I do?" Young Master Lin is very calm, but it doesn't matter. The Martial Arts Academy is a time to improve yourself. I believe that young Master Lin will rank higher. Sheng Shatian smiled and said. Then he thought and asked, "What is the relationship between young Master Lin and Lingying?" That's right, he came over for two things. First, he wanted to ridicule Lin Xian a little. Second, he wanted to ask about the relationship between Lin Xian and Lingying. I say, young Master Sheng, you are really interesting. Why do you always ask about my relationship with others? Lin Xian looked at him and said with interest. Sheng Shadian smiled and said, "Everyone loves beauty. They are so beautiful, so I naturally want to pursue them. Since young Master Lin has contact with them, I want to ask young Master Lin." "Oh, then you don't have a chance. They won't like you." "Why do you say that?" Sheng Shatian frowned and said, "They are all mine, thank you." Lin Xian said and walked away. Haha, Sheng Shatian laughed coldly behind him. How could he believe Lin Xian's words and say that they were all his? What a joke. Chapter 1055. On the other side, Lin Xian arrived at the backyard. There was an old man guarding the place. In Lin Xian's eyes, this old man was like a hidden boss in novels or TV dramas. "Show me your badges." The old man stood there and swept the fallen leaves. There was only one door here. Only through this door could one enter the area of the 108 peaks. The few people in front showed their badges and walked in. "Lin Xian, I'll go in first," Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. "Okay, go ahead." Ling Ying and the others were not far away, but they did not look for Lin Xian. Everyone here was a big shot. They did not want to cause trouble for Lin Xian. "Murong Yu, do you have time to spar?" A man in a white trench coat smiled as he walked towards Murong Yu. This man was so handsome that he was the kind of existence that would make you feel ashamed in front of him. Any girl who saw him would definitely have a good impression of him because he was too handsome. Moreover, it was not the kind of handsomeness that could be described in words. It was the kind of handsomeness that made men envious and jealous when they saw him. Duan Ling Xiao, the son of the master of the trial union. His status was as high as Murong Yu's. He was one of the most outstanding youths in this continent. His strength was similar to Murong Yu's, at least on the surface. He was second in this assessment. He was only slightly better than Murong Yu. Moreover, he was also a popular figure in the martial arts academy. He was the most popular man. Lin Xian might be famous, but his fame came from those beautiful girls. Duan Ling Zhao's fame came from himself. Okay. Murong Yu nodded. Are you free tomorrow? Duan Ling Zhao asked. Yes. Then I'll go to your first peak to spar with you. Okay. Duan Ling Zhao smiled and walked away. Lin Xian glanced over and saw the person as well, but he didn't know who he was. Lin Xian naturally didn't know. However, in Lin Xian's opinion, this Murong Yu shouldn't have a favorable impression of any man, right? On the other hand, that person was truly handsome. As a man, he was envious. Lin Xian then walked towards the old man. The old man glanced at Lin Xian's badge and said, "Go in." "Thank you, senior." Then Lin Xian walked in. After entering, they were greeted by a towering heavenly barrier. There were 108 teleportation arrays there. Each teleportation array had a corresponding number of peaks written in front of it. One by one, they stepped into the teleportation array of their respective peaks. Lin Xian also entered one of the 8 peaks. Shua. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian's figure disappeared from where he was standing and appeared on top of the 108 peaks. I'll go. As soon as he arrived at the 108 peaks, Lin Xian already had an impulse to not go down. Why? It was too beautiful. At a glance, it was obvious that the Martial Arts Academy had spent a lot of effort on the 108 peaks. Ponds, gardens, and even small waterfalls, rockery, peach blossom spring. Further away, Lin Xian saw a large courtyard. Then Lin Xian walked over. What did it look like? It was somewhat similar to a mansion of a big family in ancient times. It was very beautiful. There were probably dozens of houses inside, big and small. Not far away, Lin Xian also saw a scripture pavilion. This was roughly the overall appearance of the 108 peaks. The entire 108 peaks were very large, about the size of 2 normal residential areas. The scenery was beautiful. As a martial artist, he had a clear perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Lin Xian could sense that the spiritual power of heaven and earth here was several times stronger than that of the outside world. For a martial artist, this was definitely a good place. If the 108 peaks are already like this, then what would the first peak be like? Lin Xian could not help but exclaim. Then, he walked around the courtyard. There were some small butterflies on the 108 peaks. Lin Xian even saw a small squirrel. It was like a paradise on earth. Every room was very clean. There was a lobby, an alchemy room, many bedrooms, a kitchen, and even a living room, an esports room. Fuck, there was even a KTV room, a private cinema. What the fuck? Lin Xian walked into a room. How exaggerated was this room? It was simply a small bar. The interior was beautifully decorated. There were many wine cabinets, and all kinds of drinks were free to drink. If those people knew that there were such things in the 108 peaks, they would probably risk their lives to enter the backyard. Compared to the front yard, this was simply heaven. In the words of the Martial Arts Academy, this was what an outstanding martial artist deserved. This is, Lin Xian pushed open a door and turned on the light. He was stunned. What the fuck? It was a pink room with a huge round water bed, red gauze curtains, a beautiful sofa, and flower petals all over the floor. Was this a fucking sex room? What the fuck? This martial arts academy was awesome. Lin Xian could not help but roar in his heart. Too awesome. This really made people try their best to squeeze into the backyard. Those who had already arrived at the backyard were trying their best not to be squeezed out by others. The Martial Arts Academy knew that the students were all young and vigorous. They were in the prime of their youth. Naturally, it was obvious what they liked and what they wanted. Therefore, unlike other academies, they did not abandon these things. Instead, they used these things to attract martial artists and make them fight for it. If the 108 peaks are like this, then the other peaks, really, Lin Xian originally thought that it was fine if he did not enter the backyard. But now he inexplicably wanted to rush forward. He wanted to see what the 10th peak and the first peak were like. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion should be the most precious place in each peak. Lin Xian then walked over. He pushed open the door and walked in. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was very small. There was only one floor. Lin Xian took a quick glance. They were all ancient books from ancient times. If he finished reading here, he would definitely gain a lot of knowledge. Martial Skills Pavilion. There was a small room in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion with the words Martial Skills Pavilion written on it. There was also a Spiritual Weapon Pavilion beside it. Lin Xian walked in and took a look. In the Martial Skills Pavilion, there were all Earth-ranked martial skills. In the Spiritual Weapon Pavilion, there were all Mystic-ranked spiritual weapons. There were only 2 Earth-ranked spiritual weapons. These were all available to the owners of each peak. Of course, it was limited to their own use. It's a pity that there are too few martial skills. But as one of the 108 peaks, there are more than 10 Earth-ranked martial skills. This martial arts academy really put in a lot of effort. Lin Xian sighed. Most of the martial skills were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth martial skills. They weren't of much use to Lin Xian. Only a fire attribute martial skill seemed to be pretty good. Lin Xian decisively picked it up and took a look. Grade: Earth rank 3-star fire attribute martial skill. The fire attribute was originally a very strong attribute. The fire god pillar will bring this destructive power to the extreme. Once the opponent is hit, it is hard to predict whether they will live or die. Chapter 1056. Lin Xian sat there and flipped through it. This kind of martial skill requires you to slowly learn and not learn it in an instant. This requires a martial artist comprehension ability. But for Lin Xian, who is in the domain realm, comprehending a 3-star Earth stage martial skill is not too difficult. Lin Xian condensed flames in his hand and cultivated according to the method of the fire god pillar. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to go home earlier, but he was attracted by this martial skill. An hour later, Lin Xian stood up and threw the martial skill into the scripture depository. He went to a cliff outside. Swish! Lin Xian's body was burning with flames, especially the flames on his right hand. Pa! In the next moment, Lin Xian slammed his burning palm onto the ground. At the same time, a 5-meter-thick pillar of flames shot up into the sky about a dozen meters in front of him. The flames disappeared, and the ground was burned clean. Damn! This martial skill is amazing. Lin Xian could not help but praise. Perhaps this martial skill is not as amazing as the 5 Thunder Constellation, but you must remember that a martial skill is not a martial skill. The 5 Thunder Constellation has a huge range. With the user as the center, it spreads out and explodes. The destructive power is also strong because it is also of the lightning attribute, and the grade is also high. But that is only because it is an Earth Stage 8-star martial skill with the lightning attribute. The advantage is its destructive power and range. But in terms of damage, this Fire God Pillar is not inferior to the 5 Thunder Constellation. Why? The 5 Thunder Constellation is powerful because of its large range, but the Fire God Pillar's range is not large. If the range is not large, then there is another outstanding point. That's right, the destructive power is strong. Abandoning the range, it has a stronger attack power. Just the visual impact alone shows that this martial skill is powerful. This power is targeted at martial artists. You have to know, if there is a person standing in the pillar of flames, how miserable would he be? Once it hit, it should cause more damage than the 5 lightning constellations. But although it is strong, this martial skill has a very fatal flaw. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. Obviously, this martial skill was not weak, but the casting time was a bit slow. Facing a slightly stronger and more vigilant martial artist, the moment this flame pillar rose, the opponent would be able to escape the short 5 meters range in an instant. 5 meters was as simple as a leap for a slightly more powerful person. Therefore, this martial technique might need to be predicted. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. However, he was in a good mood because he had obtained a martial skill that was more suitable for him, and he was quite fond of it. Wow! What amazing things does Murong Yu's first peak have? The Martial Arts Academy said that there are divine level martial arts techniques. As the first peak, she must have them. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel envious. However, where there are gains, there are losses, and where there are losses, there are gains. Therefore, he chose to keep a low profile. In the end, there was nothing he could do about the 108 mountain peaks. Let's go home. There was no teleportation array between the peaks. If you wanted to go to other peaks, you would probably have to go through the teleportation array below. There was a teleportation array in front. Lin Xian stepped in, and then his figure appeared beside the 108 teleportation arrays behind the old man in the backyard. This was much more awesome than the so-called elevator. An hour later, Lin Xian drove back to Lin City. The first place he went was the company. When he arrived at Lin Ye's office, Lin Ye and Murong Qing were sitting in the office and chatting about something. "Little fairy, I'm here." Lin Xian pushed open the door and made a pose. Then, Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian as if she was looking at an idiot. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised, but she also smiled and shook her head. "You're here too." Lin Xian coughed and then looked at Murong Qing. "Why can't I be here? I'm working for Big Boss Lin here. Isn't it normal to be here?" Murong Qing joked. "Go away. Your assets are not less than mine. You're still working for me. Stop fooling around." Lin Xian rolled his eyes and then sat on the sofa. Lin Ye poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. "My assets are more than yours? You must be kidding." Lin Xian said. "It seems that someone still doesn't know how much assets he has now." Murong Qing laughed. "Probably a little, but your assets are not small. It's only a few hundred billion. Plus the fixed assets, it's only a few hundred billion. Even a few hundred billion is not something I can compare to." Lin Xian said. Although the Art Xian group was making money, it couldn't have a few hundred billion in such a short time, right? Have you forgotten about the bubble gun? The three major forces have already transferred the money. Now, the Art Xian group has a few hundred billion. Murong Qing said. Lin Ye also nodded at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow, how do I spend it? Lin Xian was about to cry. The two girls. Fuck. Murong Qing wanted to beat him to death. Is this human language? How do I spend it? Fuck. It's still easy to spend it. Don't you want to create your own force? According to the scale you want to establish, these tens of billions are enough for the time being. Murong Qing said. Actually, I already have my own force. Murong Qing and Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Now, the Azura Palace is mine. Nonsense. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Lin Ye was in Lin City, so she knew a little about the Azura Palace. The overall level of the Azura Palace exceeded the 8 major families. It's true. The boss of the Azura Palace saw that I was better than her, so she gave the Azura Palace to me. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, "Keep dreaming. Anyway, the more you earn, the more I earn. All right, there's one more thing. Teacher Zhang Zhahan's drug has been successfully developed. It can now be mass-produced. We're just waiting for your decision." Murong Qing said, "Do you think it will be unstable if we develop too fast?" Lin Xian asked. "It won't. You have your sister and me. You don't have to worry about these guarantees. You only have to worry about one thing, and that is the jealousy of others." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. There are many people out there who are jealous of the Art Xian group. It's inevitable that they will do something. So, the force you mentioned is necessary. Murong Qing said, "Then what should we do?" Lin Xian asked, "Are you ambitious?" Murong Qing asked. "Ah?" Lin Xian scratched his head. Lin City is just a small city. But if you're ambitious, you can make Lin City our place. If the whole city is yours, then you don't have to worry about not being able to develop your own force. Murong Qing laughed. "Damn, you're that ambitious?" Lin Xian looked at her in surprise. "No, I'm just saying, but it can be done." "What do you mean?" "It's simple. The Art Xian Group will open up their subsidiary companies and buy out all the enterprises in Lin City." Lin Xian, wasn't this too crazy? Chapter 1057. Murong Qing then said, "There are only a few leading companies in Lin City. With Xian Group's capital, they can easily take over those leading companies. The rest will be even easier to handle. You don't even have to care about them. Simply put, Xian Group will become the local tyrant of Lin City." The three major forces won't care? Why would the three major forces care? It's not like you're oppressing the people or starting a war. Of course, they won't care. Have you ever seen the three major forces care about the development of a force? No matter how it develops, it won't be a threat to the three major forces, Qing said. Won't this cause dissatisfaction? As long as the method is used correctly, there won't be any dissatisfaction. Of course, the first step is to take control of Lin and city. You don't have to care about the counties below. We'll talk about it later. When Yixin Group has developed to a certain extent, those places can be used by our company to build factories, shopping malls, residential areas, etc., Qing said. At that time, Yixin Group will be developing real estate. More than that, the development of a city can be done in all aspects. As I said, if you start subsidiary companies, these companies will be managed by the original company's people. You'll be the leader, Qing said. Linya pondered for a moment. She had never thought that there would be a day where she would have tens of billions. No, tens of trillions. It can't be done, right? It seems like a lot of money, but it's not like it's overnight. The daily income is unimaginable. Plus, if teacher Zhang Zhahan's project succeeds, it'll be even more exaggerated. Lin Xian was not that ambitious, but reality told him that there was nothing wrong with being ambitious. If he became the leader of a city in Lin and City, then with the Azura Palace, he might even be able to turn Lin and City into the heavenly capital of China in the future. He would be the local tyrant of this city. Then this force would be big enough. A force of this level could crush the 8 great families and the Azura Palace, becoming a true T2 force. Qing then said, the truly powerful forces under the 3 major forces, such as Feng Country's Zhuge family, are T2 forces. Their power situation is like what I told you. 80% of the entire city's industries belong to them. Even the rent for a small stall is paid by the Zhuge family's real estate company. In that case, it's almost as if the entire city belongs to their family. Any decision they make, whether it's demolition or reclamation, they can make their own decisions. Of course, they must win the hearts of the people. Simply put, you can treat the city as a small empire, and you are the emperor. Are you interested? Isn't it too difficult? Lin Xian. Well, the Zhuge family took more than 1,000 years to realize it, but Lin and City is relatively simpler. If it were to be realized, the estimated cost would be more than a few trillion. However, the Xian Group has shown me the potential. We can do it bit by bit. Qing said, of course I am. Lin Xian seemed to have discovered a new continent. What do you need? Lin Xian asked. Money, unimaginable money. Qing said. Then she looked at Lin Xian and said, if you want to be faster, you can think about whether the Xian Group has other monopolized industries. Lin Xian nodded. I'll leave it to you. You trust me that much? Qing asked. Of course, you and Little Fairy can do it. But as you said, don't mistreat anyone. Don't let anyone be dissatisfied. Lin Xian said. Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, have you really thought it through? Lin Xian nodded. There's nothing wrong with having your own force in this era. However, Lin and City is not the most stable place, because once Lin and City is overrun by the demon beasts, all our efforts will be for naught. I'm just using Lin and City as an example. My suggestion is for the other third-tier cities to be developed. Only the third-tier cities that are relatively safe can be developed in a relatively short time and with relatively little money. Qing said. No, Lin and City it is. Lin Xian said. About the demon beasts, don't worry, there's no problem. Lin and City is definitely the safest because everyone knows that Lin and City is now the easiest city to be captured by the demon beasts. Those companies can't wait for someone to buy out their companies in Lin and City and then go to other cities because they all know that once it's captured, everything will be gone. Now, they can still sell it for some money. Isn't it just an opportunity for us? Those shopping malls, residential areas, office buildings, we can buy everything under our name. You're right, but what if the demon beasts capture Lin and City? Qing didn't know where Lin Xian's confidence came from. Don't worry, since I dared to say it, I definitely have confidence. You're not a demon god. What confidence do you have? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. After Murong-Qing finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xian in shock. You can't be, Shu. Everything is understood without words. Lin Xian grinned. Damn. Murong-Qing couldn't help but curse. This Lin Xian knew the demon god of the demon race. And since he dared to say such words, it proved that he had confidence that the demon god wouldn't attack the human race. This motherfucker. Lin Yu also showed a shocked expression. Anyway, don't talk nonsense. Just focus on developing. If that's the case, Lin and City is definitely the best choice. Murong-Qing said excitedly. Let's go. Let's have a meal together and talk about this problem. Lin Xian said, Okay. Then, the three of them left the Art Pavilion building and went to the hotel to discuss this matter. Lin Xian was also very excited. His ambition was indeed huge, but it was worth it, and he had the capital to do so. As for the demon god, although Lin Xian wasn't sure if she would attack the human race, if Lin and City became a city, Lin Xian was sure that she wouldn't attack. Even if she did, she would attack other cities, and Lin and City would be safe and sound. After all, Yiren Bing was his woman, and her favorability towards him was gradually increasing. She might not listen to him, but she would at least think about him, right? Therefore, Lin Xian was quite relieved. Then, the next step would be for the Art Pavilion group to truly rule over Lin and City. It might take a few years, and if he had enough money, it would be even faster. Lin Xian thought about the future. The entire Lin and City would be under his control. Every building, every district, plaza, shopping mall, KTV, bar, restaurant, and hospital would be under his name. What kind of extent would that be? Chapter 1058. Lin Xian chatted with them for a long time. This kind of thing required long-term planning, but since he had decided, he had to give it a try. If he didn't do this, Lin Xian really couldn't think of any other way to increase his strength in the shortest time possible. Apart from using some special items to attract experts, he couldn't think of anything that could stimulate him like this. Ambition? It was true. In the beginning, Lin Xian really didn't have much ambition. It was really comfortable to live a stable life, but reality was always the opposite. More and more things, more and more enemies, he had to do this. By the way, what's your situation at the Martial Arts Academy? Murong-Qing asked curiously. Lin Yu also looked at Lin Xian with concern. What else can it be? I entered the backyard, and I'm ranked 108. Lin Xian shrugged and said, Nonsense. Murong-Qing rolled her eyes. Perhaps Lin Yu didn't understand Lin Xian's strength because she didn't know about these things. She quietly helped Lin Xian take care of the Art Xian group. However, Murong-Qing knew Lin Xian's strength quite well. Even if the Martial Arts Academy was full of geniuses, he shouldn't be ranked in the top 100. Just in this space alone, he had the dual attributes of thunder and lightning, and maybe other things. It was enough to prove that he surpassed most of the people in the Martial Arts Academy. Could it be that the geniuses in the Martial Arts Academy were all so powerful now? What? Am I so powerful in your eyes? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Come on, what's Murong Yu's rank? Murong-Qing asked. First, it's reasonable. Murong-Qing nodded. Who is this Murong Yu? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. She's my niece. Who knows? She might be of great help to the development of the Art Xian group in Lin and City in the future. Murong-Qing thought. I heard that all the students in the Martial Arts Academy are geniuses from the mainland. She's ranked first among them. She's really powerful. Lin Yu said in surprise. Murong-Qing nodded. It is very powerful. I have to admit that. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, a man's ranking was pulled down by a woman by more than 100 places. How embarrassing. Lin Xian. I don't want to talk to you anymore. After the meal, they continued on their way to the Art Xian group. Now that they had decided on this matter, it was time to do something. Murong-Qing and Lin Yu began to focus on this aspect of the plan, and Lin Xian should also take action. First of all, they had to win over Xiao Xinyue. The Art Xian group's ability to earn money was exaggerated, but compared to their plan, it was still far from tens of millions. As for Lu Yufan and Yi Yi recently, no, they have been working hard for a long time. They were now immersed in the beast domain almost all day because they also wanted to become stronger. When they saw Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and the others going to the martial arts academy, it would be a lie to say that they were not envious. Perhaps in terms of talent and attributes, they were relatively mediocre, but they were working hard to become stronger. Lin Xian originally wanted to play with them, but he found out that they were in the beast domain together. Now that Yi Yi and Lu Yufan had also successfully reached the law realm, they were really not weak anymore. They were lagging behind ordinary warriors by so many realms before, and it took them a few months to rush up. They were still young and had just reached adulthood. It was already enough for them to reach the law realm at this age, but they still wanted to become stronger because they knew that other people had attributes like ice, space, and shadow, while they only had the ordinary wood and water attributes. The gap was huge, so they could only continue to work hard. In fact, in this regard, Lin Xian had also given them a lot of motivation. Be careful. Lin Xian sent them a message on WeChat. Don't worry. Yi and I have the space bracelets you gave us. If we encounter a particularly dangerous situation, we can run away. Lu Yufan replied. Yes, Lin Xian also knew this, so he was slightly relieved. Originally, I wanted to bring you guys to play when I returned to Lin and City today. Thank you, but next time. Right now, Yi and I want to improve our strength and not let ourselves become flower vases. When the time comes, you won't be able to beat this young lady. Lu Yufan said proudly. Yi, slap her to wake her up. Yi showed a helpless smile. Okay, then I'll go find other girls to play with, bye-bye. Lu Yufan put down her phone and pouted. Damn hooligan. This young lady must become stronger and then beat him into a pig's head. After saying that, she waved her pink fist. Hey, when the time comes, you have to help me. Yi nodded. Let's go. The beast forest is up ahead. I must improve to 2 stars of the law realm today. Lin Xian sighed. Even Yi and Lu Yufan were working so hard. What about him? He spent all day soaking in the land of women. Many of his realms did not increase by killing monsters, but by relying on some spiritual items. However, that blue sky rainbow flower was really amazing. Every day, when Lin Xian woke up, he felt that he had improved significantly in all aspects. After thinking about it, Lin Xian went to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Sister Nexian, what are you doing? Miao Xiaomao was very obedient beside an Xian because an Xian was her idol. I'm looking at the rankings. An Xian looked at the rankings and said, Sister Chua is really amazing. The current situation on the rankings was that Zichiua's song Dignity had been released. With her appeal and fan influence that surpassed an Xian's, this song, coupled with the strong sense of imagery and the quality of the song itself, directly suppressed all the heroes and became the top of the rankings. An Xian songs were also very good, especially the Devil's Angel that was released later. It was well received, but it was still a little inferior to Zichiua's. However, below it were all an Xian songs. Zichiua's song dominated the rankings, but an Xian song dominated the rankings. Below were Wu Hongfeng's songs. His new song, My Favorite, also had good reviews. Coupled with his popularity, it was only suppressed by an Xian and Zichiua. This song was written by Lin Xian. It was the song that he wanted to sell to Liang Yu that day. Later, they had a falling out, but Liang Yu remembered half of the tune and changed all the lyrics. Then it became this song. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to sue her if she wanted to. If he didn't, he would be unhappy. Yes, Sister Chiyue is super amazing, but Lin Xian is also amazing. His songs are also very good. I don't know when Lin Xian will come back. An Xian held her chin. She really missed him for some reason. She didn't want him to come over and help her write songs. She really missed him. It was quite strange. It's said that the martial arts academy can't be easily let out. Only the people in the backyard can. Logically speaking, Lin Xian should be able to enter the backyard. Miao Xiaomao said. Chapter 1059. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. In Miao Xiaomao's eyes, Lin Xian was definitely powerful. Of course, Lin Xian had defeated her before, and Lin Xian was constantly improving. Miao Xiaomiao knew that Lin Xian must be even more powerful, so she felt that he should have no problem entering the backyard. Sister and Exine, have you never thought of cultivating? Miao Xiaomiao asked. I have. I've cultivated before. I'm at the arcane body realm. And Exine smiled. Why don't you become more powerful? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Because in this era, increasing one's strength was the trend. Some people wanted to live a peaceful life, but they didn't have the ability and didn't dare to improve. And Exine was different. Me? I've liked being a celebrity since I was young. I've watched those people act on TV. One person can act in many different lives. I like this kind of feeling. Things like cultivation, I think it's fine to improve after I quit this industry one day. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Oh, maybe it's okay if you don't care about being called a genius. That's why I like my current life. And Exine smiled and said. Wang Qianqian walked over and said, everyone has the right to choose their own life. I used to want to be a star too. I like that feeling, but I'm not cut out for it. Actually, the threshold is very low. Luck is part of it. And Exine said, hello, I'm back. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Then the girls looked at him. Their eyes were filled with surprise, but they didn't show it on their faces. Who wants you to come? Miao Xiaomiao said proudly. Lin Xian came over and sat beside them. I heard an Exine say that you missed me so much. Lin Xian smiled. An Exine? I didn't say that. Shameless. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. How are things at the Martial Arts Academy? Wang Qianqian asked. It's all right. I just finished the test. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do next. I'll just muddle along for now and work hard to raise my cultivation level. Lin Xian then glanced at the rankings on an Exine's computer. Oh wow, that song is ranked first. An Exine nodded. Sister Chiyue is very powerful. She has a lot of fans. It's normal for her to get first place. Come, I'll make you number one tomorrow. Lin Xian then picked up a pen and paper. Actually, the quality of these songs were about the same, each with their own merits. You couldn't say which song was better, but as a celebrity who had just released a new song and the quality of the new song was very good, it was indeed easy for it to rush to the top of the charts. But how long you could stay at the top was purely dependent on the quality of the song. And Exine was also very famous. She had a chance to surpass Zi Chiyue in her new song. Of course, it might be more difficult for her to surpass Zi Chiyue. Then an Exine and Miao Xiaomiao watched as Lin Xian wrote the song. Is this what you've been thinking recently? An Exine asked doubtfully. That's right. Even though I'm outside, I've been thinking about you. An Exine's pretty face turned slightly red. Miao Xiaomiao snorted softly. I've been thinking about you too. Lin Xian glanced at Miao Xiaomiao and smiled. Who wants you to think about me? Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes, but she was still quite happy. Maybe all girls were like this. The name of the song was, That Girl Said to Me. This song seemed to be in a boy's tone, but it sounded better when sung by a girl. Under normal circumstances, this kind of song would definitely not be circulated for a long time, including songs like Decency. It just wouldn't last long. But as long as this kind of song was sung well, it would dominate the charts in a short time and become a phenomenal song. Weren't many awards judging based on a phenomenal song? In Lin Xian's eyes, this song was very good. If an Exine sang it, it should be able to become a phenomenal song. It wouldn't be a problem for her to become number one on the charts. As for how long it could last, it would depend on how long it could remain at number one. But it definitely wouldn't stay at number one forever. It might even be overtaken by Zi Chiyue's Decency in the future. But as long as it became a phenomenal song, it would be enough. An Exine looked at the lyrics and music written by Lin Xian. She sang in a low voice as she wrote. Then she realized that this song was very good. Soon, the song was finished. Take a look. Lin Xian handed it to an Exine. I like this kind of song. An Exine said happily. Of course. Don't you know who wrote it? Lin Xian smiled. You're amazing. An Exine smiled and said. Then her phone rang. She glanced at it and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. I told you before that my family arranged a marriage for me. He's also in the martial arts academy now. He asked me to go out for dinner. An Xin said helplessly. Lin Xian knew about this, but it didn't mean that he couldn't pursue an Xin. Moreover, an Xin didn't like him, so Lin Xian didn't think it was a big deal. Then you can go. Lin Xian said. I don't want to go. It's so annoying. An Xin grabbed her hair and said distressedly. Then I won't go. Okay, I won't go. An Xin nodded and sent a message saying that she was writing a song and didn't have time now. She would ask him out later. Lin Xian glanced at it. Morongyan? Lin Xian saw the name an Xin sent him and frowned. He seemed to have seen this name before. Yes, do you know him? An Xin asked. I think so. I remember that he's ranked 4th in the martial arts academy. His name is Morongyan. It seems that he's really powerful, but I don't know how powerful he is because I don't know much about cultivation. An Xin said. Look at him. Ranked 4th. What about you? Ranked 108. Miao Xiao Miao retorted. Humph. What about you? Can you beat me? Who said I can't? It's not certain who will win. Miao Xiao Miao said proudly. Okay. I'll beat you until you cry. No. When have I ever been beaten to tears by you? Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Then he looked at an Xin and said, What's the identity of this Morongyan? He might be his future love rival. He had to know more about him. He's from the Morong family in Tiandu. The Morong family in Tiandu? Lin Xian only knew that there was a Morong family in Tiandu, which was the family of Morong Yu and Morong Qing. Could this Morong Yen be the Morong family in the sanctuary? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Damn. Then your family. An Xin stuck out her pink tongue and said, It's one of the 8 great families in Tiandu. I'm the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Lin Xian. Damn. He really didn't know that she had such an identity. Wow. Sister an Xin is from the Yin family. Miao Xiao Miao asked in surprise. Chapter 1060. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiao Miao in confusion. Aren't you an Xion's #1 fan? Don't you know? An Xion then said, I've never told anyone about these things, so the fans don't know. This made Lin Xian admire her. She had such a superior family background, but she relied purely on her own ability to achieve what she had today. Then what's Morong Yan's relationship with the Morong family? I know that the current head of the Morong family only has 1 daughter, but I've never heard of him having a son. An Xion said, The Morong family is such a big family. There are several direct bloodlines. The current head of the family only has 1 daughter, but there are other direct bloodlines, but they're not the head of the family. Morong Yan's father is the brother of the current head of the Morong family. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. Morong Qing's nephew? Fuck. What the fuck? Morong Yu's father was estimated to be around 45 years old, and Morong Qing was only 27 years old, only 5 or 6 years older than Morong Yu. Morong Qing's father was also Morong Yu's grandfather, Morong Yu's father's father. He was already so old, and yet no wonder Morong Qing didn't like to go home. If it were him, he would feel awkward. But there seemed to be other reasons why she didn't go home for the new year. But this was a little tricky. Morong Qing's nephew was his love rival, and Morong Qing might be taken by him in the future. This fucking rich circle was so messy. But in terms of status, this Morong Yin might not be much lower than Morong Yu. The only difference was that Morong Yu was the daughter of the head of the family, but Morong Yan's father was the brother of Morong Yu's father. There wasn't much difference, right? The two of them should enjoy the same treatment in the Morong family, and their status should be the same. Could the head of the family be more powerful than the others? Maybe not, because the head of the family was more likely a spokesperson pushed by the family on the surface, but this was only Lin Xian's guess. Then can you break off this arranged marriage? Lin Xian asked. Logically speaking, it's possible. As long as my parents want to withdraw, they can withdraw. However, my parents like him very much. I think it's going to be difficult. An Xin sighed helplessly. But if I don't want to marry, they can't make the decision. An Xin said. That's true. An Xin glanced at Lin Xian. Why did he ask? Could it be forget it, forget it? Let's not think about this anymore. During this period of time, you can release this song first. When the time comes, I'll write it for you. There's no rush. These songs are all very exquisite. It's best to release them slowly and let everyone listen to them slowly. An Xin said with a smile. Yes, that's fine too. Suddenly, an Xin thought of something and said, right, Sister Chua is on her way to Lin and City. Lin Xian. What is she doing here? Oh, she's very grateful to you for writing her a song, Lin Xian, so Sister Chua came to visit you. Maybe there's something else, I don't know. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. It was true. He didn't want to interact with some people, but he had to interact with them for no reason. Don't meet her? Was it really okay? That would be impolite, right? She was so busy that she flew over. It would be impolite if he didn't meet her. Sister Chiyue said that she'll meet you when you're free. She's here to write songs with me. An Xian said, wow, she's coming here? Miao Xiaomiao asked excitedly. Yes, can I? Of course, of course. Miao Xiaomiao's big eyes sparkled. An Xian looked at Lin Xian expectantly. I'll probably be at the Martial Arts Academy. Let me know when you're here. I'll come over when I'm free. Okay. An Xian also nodded happily. Let's go out and play together? An Xin shook her head helplessly. No, if I go out and play, I won't be able to walk. You guys go out and play. I won't go. An Xin was too famous. If she went out to play, she really wouldn't be able to walk. Come on, Sister An Xin. You've been in Lin and City for so long, but you haven't gone out to play yet. Miao Xiaomiao said expectantly. Wear a cap and sunglasses. I don't believe that many people can recognize you. Then okay. In the afternoon, they went out and played for the whole afternoon. Then Lin Xian was stunned. Wait, are all these fans so amazing? An Xin was wearing a cap, a mask, and sunglasses. Yet they could recognize her? Once one person recognized her, a group of people immediately surrounded her and asked for her autograph. She couldn't refuse, so she could only smile and sign her autograph. Then more and more people came. Are you Lin Xian? An Xin was surrounded by people. Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao each held a cup of milk tea and stood not far away. At this time, a few pretty girls ran up to Lin Xian and asked in anticipation. It had to be said that an Xion's songs made her popularity rise to another level. At the same time, the name Lin Xian also became popular. No one knew who Lin Xian was. Most of them only had blurry photos of the concert. However, they all knew the name. An Xion singing was good, but it was mostly because of the songs. There was a saying that said that in the age of the internet, any talented person would not be buried. Lin Xian probably had a lot of fans. It was said that someone created a Weibo for Lin Xian. Of course, it was done in the name of a fan. The number of fans was already more than 3 million. The Weibo owner also earned a lot of money, but he didn't seem to have a lot of fans. However, if they could find such an organization and join, they could be considered true fans. Of course, there were also a lot of fans of an Xion. However, they were purely fans who were attracted by her talent and didn't care about her appearance. The Weibo was .d daily. It was mostly about an Xion status, the lyrics of each song, and the analysis of the melody. Anyway, it was a group of people talking about how good the songs were. Lin Xian didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't look at it. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Then why are you beside an Xion? Isn't an Xion writing songs with Lin Xian and Lin and City? Are you really not Lin Xian? That pretty big sister asked somewhat dejectedly. I'm one of Miss and Xion's assistants. I help her carry some things. An Xion finally found some time today, so I came out to have some fun. I could be her bodyguard and protect her. Lin Xian said. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. I'm an assistant too. What a pity. I don't know when I'll be able to see Lin Xian. The young lady sighed. You're Lin Xian's fan? Lin Xian asked curiously. That's right, that's right. He's really too talented, but he's too mysterious. He doesn't care about fame or fortune at all. Even us fans can't catch a glimpse of him. Oh, right. Since you're Miss and Xion's assistant, you must have seen Lin Xian before, right? How is he? The girl suddenly asked excitedly. Chapter 1061. Lin Xian scratched his head. Was he that famous now? I heard that the female leads in the MV were all found by Lin Xian. The young lady said. So that Lin Xian must know them too. They're all so pretty. The young lady looked like a love-struck fool. You like girls too? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Of course. Why else would I like an Xian? They're all so pretty. Have you seen them before? She asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I've never seen them before. That's true. I guess that Lin Xian has seen them before. I won't disturb you anymore. Someone has fans too. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. If there weren't people here, I'd definitely press you down on the table, lift up your skirt, and spank you. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao and said fiercely. Miao Xiaomiao subconsciously covered her, and took a step back. How dare you? It was obvious that Miao Xiaomiao was a little afraid of Lin Xian. She wasn't afraid, but she felt that he really dared. Lin Xian smiled. I'll let you go this time. Oomph. Miao Xiaomiao's cute little nose wrinkled. Aya, so annoying. Such a pretty girl always wanted to do something, but it was too guilty. An Exan squeezed out of the crowd with great difficulty. Let's go, let's go. Then the three of them ran out. She hung out with them for the whole afternoon and had dinner outside at night. Half of the afternoon, she was surrounded by fans. An Xian couldn't do anything. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to look for Bai Xian to talk about their relationship. However, he did not know that she had already gone to Tianlin City. Lin Xian also told her about the conversation with Murongqing today. Bai Xian said that she could understand, but you have to have the ability to do so. In the end, of course, she would help Lin Xian. After all, the entire Azura Palace belonged to Lin Xian. Therefore, she would gather all the Azura Palace's headquarters in Linban City. As for the base, it was possible to build a building similar to the Bounty Hunter Guild when the time came. Then, the plan would officially start. The only thing left was the problem of funding. If you wanted to achieve this kind of plan in a short period of time, you would need an unimaginable amount of funds. At least the current Yixin group was still far from it, but Yixin group definitely had the capital to do it. Little Meow Meow, do you have any other patents? In the studio, an Xian was recording a song. Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao sat on the sofa. Then Lin Xian asked a question that he was especially concerned about. This was one of Miao Xiaomiao's patents. That bubble gun had brought Yixin group $1 trillion in profits. If they were to manufacture it directly for the three great forces, there was no need to talk about the quantity. When the time came, they could also mass-produce it and sell it to the people of the mainland. It was another large sum of money. However, compared to the total assets of a city, it was still a far cry. However, Yixin Group's personal assets were definitely among the top. Perhaps even the 8 great families that did not have a master in business might not be comparable to Yixin Group. What do you want? Didn't the bubble gun make a lot of money? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian in confusion. In her eyes, Lin Xian seemed like a stingy person who was greedy for money. However, she knew that Lin Xian was not the kind of person who loved money. He was really indifferent to fame and fortune. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao admired him. However, when Lin Xian asked about this matter, she was a little confused. Lin Xian also told Miao Xiaomiao his current thoughts. Are you that ambitious? Miao Xiaomiao's cute brows furrowed as she looked at Lin Xian and asked. It's not that I'm ambitious. It's just that I'm a troublemaker. There are many enemies out there. The young masters of the great families and the evil fiend temple. I have to establish my own force and make it stronger. Since I have a huge capital chain like Yixin Group, why don't I try? Lin Xian said. That's true. You're too troublemaker. If it weren't for the few powerful sisters around you, you would have been killed long ago. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. She might not know who Linglong Shui was, but she knew that she was very powerful. She also knew that the Ice Empress Bing Lingyue was very powerful. She also knew that Lin Xian must have had a lot of trouble settled by them. This was indeed the truth. That's why you're a small treasury. Maybe if you take out a few good things, my funds will double. Lin Xian grinned. His trump card was the Attribute Increasing Potion, which was made with the 9-colored spiritual lotus. Although it couldn't be mass-produced, This kind of thing would definitely be fought over by countless rich people, even if it could only increase attribute purity by 1%. I don't have anything suitable for mass production. There are many things that are very useful, but they can't be mass-produced. Miao Xiao Miao thought for a while and said, then I have to think about where else the Yixian group can develop a side business, and a very profitable one at that. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. All right, there's something that should be very useful. It might not sell for much to the public, but the three forces might buy it. Miao Xiao Miao suddenly thought of something. What is it? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Miao Xiao Miao then took out a round egg that was not even the size of a ping-pong ball. This is it, a wireless signal transmitter. What does that mean? Miao Xiao Miao said. After you're about 100 kilometers away from the human area, any device related to the network won't be able to receive the network. You won't even be able to chat or make phone calls, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. The network covers the human area from the major companies, but how can it cover the demonic beast area that has been conquered? That's why there's no signal there. But this wireless signal transmitter is very useful. Even if you leave the human world and go to the demonic beast area, as long as you carry this wireless signal transmitter with you, you can maintain the network within 10 meters of you. Is this useful? Lin Xian took it and then asked, there are also many wireless signal transmitter-like devices. These devices can only be received within the coverage of the major companies. Only then can mobile phones connect. Yours doesn't need to be within this coverage range? Miao Xiao Miao nodded. Miao Xiao Miao nodded. Of course, that's why it's so powerful. There's a smart storage and replication chip in it, as well as a complete system that collects and replicates the signal source in advance. Simply put, telecommunications and mobile signals were created by a few big companies. My transmitter replicates everything from them and resets it in this small system. It no longer belongs to them. Every small signal receiver is a small signal source. Lin Xian was quite surprised. Chapter 1062. Then Lin Xian asked a very important question. Then, can this thing support the signal of some large equipment? For example, a large number of missiles. As long as there are enough and the signal is strong enough, then it can be done. If that's the case, the three major forces will definitely need it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The future trend was for humans to launch an all-out attack on the Demon Clan. Humans were, of course, martial artists, but what did humans have more than the Demon Clan? Intelligence, technology. Only martial artists and technology could bring out the highest level of humans. Therefore, when the time came, missiles, vital signs monitors, walkie-talkies, and other electronic devices would have to be equipped. Many of them required a signal to be used and controlled. For example, missiles. If you didn't have a signal, you could press a button and the missile wouldn't move at all, let alone bombard it. If such a day really came, the major companies would definitely secretly install signal sources in the demon beast territory under the protection of the three major forces, so that their company's network could be transmitted over. Simply put, if you were far away from the human world, your phone would have a 4G network, not no signal. Now, if you were a certain distance away, you would have no signal. The place might be vast and the signal was good, but the company's signal couldn't reach here, so there was nothing they could do. With this little egg, they wouldn't have to take the risk of installing signal sources. There were many benefits. For example, if you installed a signal source, what if it was rejected by the Demon Clan? At that time, everything related to the network would be ineffective. As for this little egg, you only needed to bring one with you. Then, wherever there were people, there would be signal. Why not? Simple, convenient, flexible, and safe. Anyway, if Lin Xian was one of the three major forces, he would definitely choose this. No one knew when the humans would counterattack, but since the martial arts academy existed, it wouldn't be far away. Therefore, the three major forces would definitely consider it. Can it be mass-produced? Lin Xian asked. Yes, but it will require a large number of scientific talents. Because this little chip looks small, but the system inside is written by me. If it is to be mass-produced, there will need to be many scientific and technical personnel writing programs in each chip at the same time. This is a small matter. What about the cost? Ignoring the cost of labor, the cost of materials alone will probably be around a few dozen yuan. The most valuable part is the programs I wrote inside. Miao Xiao Miao said. Lin Xian sighed to himself. This Miao Xiao Miao was truly a genius. The level of coding was enough to copy and paste other people's signal networks, allowing an ordinary little egg to become its own signal source and no longer belong to the same source of other people's networks. Most likely, even if it was sold to ordinary people, they would still buy it. If they bought this and put it at home, they wouldn't have to pay broadband fees every year. What about charging? Where there is air, there is electricity. Lin Xian. Will the big companies sue us then? Lin Xian said helplessly. After all, this was equivalent to stealing someone else's network source and creating a new network for himself. Therefore, he still had to rely on someone else's network source. If we don't sell it to the citizens, they won't sue us, Miao Xiao Miao said rationally. Yes, if they sold it to the commoners, there would be no one to pay for broadband. Wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? However, the three major forces were different. Their equipment had other purposes. I got it. I'll go talk to someone. Thank you, little Miao Miao. Then, Lin Xian ran out impatiently. If they didn't earn money from the commoners, wouldn't it be great to earn money from the three major forces? The assets of the three major forces were unimaginable. If they could casually take out tens of millions for a bubble gun, then wouldn't it be normal for them to casually take out tens of millions to buy this launcher? Fortunately, Lin Xian had Murongqing with him. Murongqing had dinner at Lin Ya's place. Then Lin Xian called her and told her about this thing. Murongqing absolutely approved of it. What she meant was that if it was true, the three major forces would definitely buy it, because this thing would come in handy sooner or later. That Miao Xiao Miao is really a genius. You must not let her expose herself. Otherwise, the three major forces would probably secretly make a move on her. No one will want to let go of such a talent. Murongqing reminded Lin Xian. I know. Then I'll have to ask you to help me talk about this matter again. It's a small matter. But before that, I need to talk to Miao Xiao Miao about the specifics. At the same time, I need to confirm it myself, including whether it can be mass-produced. I will look at it from the perspective of the three major forces. Murongqing said, Okay, all right, tell little fairy that I won't be going back today. I'll go to the martial arts academy tomorrow. I'm now a member of the backyard. I can enter and leave the martial arts academy as I wish. I'll come back when I'm free. Murongqing nodded. Murongqing was supposed to be with Lin Ya tonight. So, Lin Xian didn't go back. He couldn't take advantage of her even if he went back. He might as well take advantage of the Ice Empress being Ling Yue. He hadn't really taken advantage of the goddess like Ice Empress since he got her. He couldn't let her go. Thinking about her temperament, appearance, and figure, fuck. I can't take it anymore. Then, Lin Xian went to Ling Longshue's place. Brother, when Dragoni saw Lin Xian come in, she flew directly to Lin Xian's shoulder and hugged Lin Xian's neck. She kissed and bit Lin Xian. You little girl, you got saliva all over my face. Lin Xian gently pinched her pink cheeks. Dragoni missed brother. Dragoni rubbed her face against Lin Xian. Otherwise, I would have brought you along, but it's very inconvenient to bring you along. It's easy for others to discover you, and I won't stay in the room all the time. I can't leave you alone in the house, right? So you can stay here. The sisters will take care of you and play with you. Lin Xian said, Okay. Dragoni nodded her little head. Then, Lin Xian hugged Dragoni and sat down next to Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue, Ling Longshui, and Bing Lingyue were playing games together on their laptops. I heard Lin Xian's voice. A voice came from Ling Longshue's computer that made Lin Xian feel helpless. Yiren Bing. Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian and said, Okay. Hey, get your ass over here for me. Yiren Bing then shouted. Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his forehead. Big sister, can you play games? You're not coming? Fine, wait for me to finish this game. Yiren Bing coldly snorted. Lin Xian quickly turned off the voice on Ling Longshue's computer. You're not afraid of her revenge? Ling Longshue looked at Lin Xian and asked, She can't kill me? Can she? But this Yiren Bing also fell into the pit of the game. Chapter 1063. It wasn't that they liked playing games. Firstly, they could kill time. Secondly, they could chat with each other and improve their relationship. Linglong Shui was also trying to distract Yi Renbing so that she wouldn't attack the humans. Linglong Shui was always playing solo or in groups. They were competing to see who could kill more people. They were all strong girls, especially Yi Renbing. How could she allow herself to lose to Linglong Shui? Linglong Shui was always trying to provoke her. It was really useful. Linglong Shui really didn't have any plans to attack the humans. Little Bing Bing, did you miss me? Lin Xian grinned at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue blushed. Pervert. Ling Longyue grumbled in displeasure. Lin Xian felt good. He was taking advantage of Linglong Shui in front of her. Anyone who had tried it would know how it felt. Go. Go play your game. Lin Xian glared at Linglong Shui. Then, he moved closer to Linglong Shui and touched her belly. How's the baby? Lin Xian asked with concern. Pretty good. Linglong Shui let go of the mouse. The game ended. To be honest, Lin Xian was both nervous and excited about the baby. He didn't expect to be a father. How was he going to tell others? It was hard to say. Linya might be okay. But what about Ling Ying and Han Chuxue? Sai, you should go to Yi Renbing. Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. Why? I don't want to go. I want to accompany you. Lin Xian shook his head. She's a demon god. If you really make her unhappy, you know the consequences. Linglong Shui said. She won't be so heartless, right? You said yourself that you're afraid of her. Do you think she will? Yi Renbing's personality is rather unpredictable, and she has a great hatred for the human race. What you can do is increase her dependence and affection towards you. Only when her dependence and affection towards you reaches a certain level will she listen to your words, Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. She had seen through the situation very clearly. That's true. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and nodded. No matter what, Yi Renbing was still a woman. It was normal for a woman to rely on a man. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that she liked you enough. Only when she liked you would she rely on you. But I want to do you. Lin Xian then, he rubbed himself against Linglong Shui. The three. Shameless. Linglong, you saw her sister being taken advantage of by Lin Xian and was furious. Linglong Shui was also helpless. This Lin Xian was sometimes like a child. Moreover, he spoke without thinking. No. Linglong Shui decisively refused. Why? The doctor said we can't do that kind of thing. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian. For the next 7 months, he couldn't touch Linglong Shui. Why? Just thinking about it made him unhappy. However, this child was necessary. If not for this child, Lin Xian probably wouldn't have been able to get Linglong Shui. Linglong Yu was very unhappy with Lin Xian. She was so angry that she was trembling. Her sister was tainted by him. Now, even Sister Bing, she was going crazy. She really wanted to beat him up. Brother is so pitiful. Dragony didn't know whether she understood or not, but she just mumbled at the side. He's not pitiful, Linglong Yu said unhappily. Ugh, luckily there's still little Bing Bing. Then, Lin Xian held Bing Lingyue's hand. Bing Lingyue's face turned even redder. You should go find Yi Renbing. Bing Lingyue then pulled her hand out and said softly to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Are you really that heartless? It's for your own good and for the human race. After all, she's a demon god. If we can really make a demon god stop attacking the human race, then it'll be a blessing for the entire human race. Bing Lingyue said. Lin Xian thought about it. Indeed, Yi Renbing was indeed very beautiful. But there was a kind of unhappiness there. It was a strange feeling. It felt like he wanted to fuck a girl, but she didn't want him to fuck her. That kind of feeling didn't exist. No, my stubbornness, and I won't allow it. Lin Xian said. Shua. In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Sister, where did you send him? Linglong Yu asked. Yi Renbing's place. Linglong Shui said lightly. Lin Xian landed and then looked at the somewhat familiar heavenly island with a dumbfounded expression. Damn, Xiao Linglong, you're too cruel. Lin Xian didn't even need to think to know that Linglong Shui directly brought him here. Mr. Lin Xian, A few beautiful girls on the heavenly island saw Lin Xian and then bowed respectfully. "Where's your boss?" Lin Xian asked. Helplessly, he wanted to be a man who couldn't be easily won over by girls, but now it seemed like he couldn't. His own women all pushed him to Yi Renbing. "Please follow me." The girl then led Lin Xian to a beautiful back garden. Lin Xian had never been to this back garden. In the entire heavenly island, the place Lin Xian stayed the longest in was Yi Renbing's room. He really hadn't been to other places. After arriving here, Lin Xian saw Yi Renbing sitting on a chair with her legs crossed. She was eating a small fruit on the table and looking ahead. Lin Xian took a look and was stunned. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were tied to two pillars. They all saw Lin Xian coming. "Yo, isn't this that arrogant person?" Yi Renbing saw Lin Xian standing there and said with a slight smile. Lin Xian ran in front of Yi Renbing and pointed to the front. "I say, big sister, what are you doing?" Why did he see Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan tied to pillars? "The two of them didn't do a good job, so I'm punishing them." "Is there a problem?" Xue Bingxin looked up at Lin Xian and then lowered her head again. "What do you mean they didn't do a good job?" Lin Xian liked these two girls very much. After all, they were his women. How could Lin Xian not feel bad for them? Although they were simply tied up here, and it was nothing to them, who knew what Yi Renbing wanted to do. Yi Renbing sat with her legs crossed and ate a red fruit. She said calmly, "I asked them to bring you here 2 days ago, but they didn't do it. Tell me, isn't that considered incompetence?" "That's because I didn't want to come. It has nothing to do with them. I don't care. It's their fault for not bringing you here. It's fine if they didn't bring you here, but they even cheated. That's my request. I don't care either." Then a whip appeared in Yi Renbing's hand. Lin Xian. Chapter 1064. Lin Xian looked at Yi Renbing in confusion. "What are you doing?" Lin Xian asked in bewilderment. Yi Renbing said calmly, "You have to be punished for not doing your job well." Then the whip appeared beside Xue Bingxin. Smack! The whip was lashed at Xue Bingxin's body, and the crisp sound was particularly ear-piercing. Xue Bingxin bit her lip, trying not to make a sound. Her clothes were torn where the whip hit, and there were bloodstains. One had to know that Xue Bingxin was a domain realm expert. Normal people wouldn't be able to hurt her even if they tried to stab her with a knife. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a domain realm expert. However, this whip had split open her flesh. It was clear that Yi Renbing had used a lot of strength. "Hey, she's still one of your people, and this is my fault. How can you be so heartless? Why? Are you feeling sorry for her?" Yi Renbing smiled. Smack! The whip lashed at Xue Binglan's body again. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears. However, they didn't make a sound. They knew that they were indeed incompetent and deserved to be punished. "Fuck!" Lin Xian scratched his head. "What the fuck? Each person still has 99 lashes. Don't worry. Take your time." Yi Renbing chuckled. Don't hit them." Lin Xian really couldn't bear it. Betrayal was a big deal, but what was this? If one whip was already like this, wouldn't they be seriously injured if each person received 100 lashes? "Then you do it." Then the whip flew into Lin Xian's hand. "Don't hit them. Rules are rules. If I don't follow the rules, how can I be a demon god?" Yi Renbing took a sip of tea and said calmly, "It's my fault. Please punish me, master." Xue Bingxin said softly. "Look." Yi Renbing smiled. "I'm not hitting them." Then Lin Xian threw out the whip. "Then I'll do it myself." Then the whip flew over again. "Wait." Lin Xian immediately stopped him. "I'll do it. I'll do it." Lin Xian then walked over. Every lash of Yi Renbing's whip would tear their flesh open. But at the very least, they should be able to control themselves, right? Yi Renbing looked at them with interest. "Actually, I'm being nice to you," Lin Xian said to Xue Bingxin. Xue Bingxin didn't say anything. Then Lin Xian flicked her lightly. Xue Bingxin didn't feel any pain. Yi Renbing looked on mockingly from behind and didn't say anything. Today, she only wanted to make Lin Xian remember one thing. In the future, she would ask Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan to find Lin Xian. If he didn't come, then the two sisters would suffer physical pain. Lin Xian obviously knew Yi Renbing's intention. People's hearts were sinister. Cunning villains. I actually fucking lost to a woman. Fuck a DJ. In a symbolic sense, Lin Xian was done with the whip and tossed it aside. Yi Renbing supported her chin with one hand and casually flicked her index finger. The two girls fell to the ground. Thank you for your mercy, master, they called out respectfully. Go and rest. Yes. Then, the two girls walked away. I say, big sister, if you want to threaten me, there are many ways. Why do you have to use this method? Lin Xian looked at Yi Renbing helplessly. Because I think this is the most effective method. It seems to be the case. Yi Renbing said indifferently as she peeled an orange. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as 100 lashes. If they can't complete the mission I gave them again and again, then what's the point of existing? What do you think? Lin Xian. He was shaking with anger. The feeling of being threatened was so fucking unpleasant. Fine, I'll make you cry tonight. I heard that you're only ranked 108 in the martial arts academy? Yi Renbing crossed her legs and glanced at Lin Xian as she asked calmly, what are you doing? Ah yes, what's wrong? What a piece of trash. How can my male pet be this useless? Lin Xian. That's because I didn't reveal my true strength. You can get first place if you revealed your true strength. That's not necessarily. If you can't even get first place, then aren't you useless? Lin Xian. In your opinion, only the first place isn't a piece of trash? Lin Xian asked dumbfoundedly. Yes. You're amazing. I can't compete with you. Lin Xian gave a thumbs up. He had a lot of resentment towards Yi Renbing in his heart. As the man who made Ling Long Shui pregnant, why can't you be first? Lin Xian, big sister's strength is one thing. Secondly, I have to keep a low profile. There are many enemies who are coveting me. Useless, Yi Renbing said resentfully. Lin Xian. Wait, how am I useless? Lin Xian asked in confusion. With Ling Long Shui and this sovereign backing you up, what are you afraid of? Although you're nothing, my male pet isn't someone who can be easily bullied. Lin Xian slowly paced back and forth. That seemed to make sense, huh? No, I'm not a man who relies on women. Heh. Yi Renbing laughed disdainfully. Lin Xian. All right, that was a bit of a slap in the face. Not relying on women? Logically speaking, it really did seem like he relied on women. What I mean is that I want to solve it myself. I don't want others to help me. Although you're powerful, you're a demon and a demon god. There are many things that you can't interfere with in the human race. Once you interfere, the situation will change. Lin Xian said with a heavy heart. Useless, Lin Xian. Then I want you to test my strength. To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't dare to take advantage of her, except when they were officially doing that. For example, right now, Lin Xian didn't even dare to put his hand on her leg. Yi Renbing's lips curled up slightly. You? Oh, who was the one who begged me for mercy? A few times. Lin Xian grinned. A demon god begging a human for mercy? TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Renbing then put her hand on Lin Xian's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the movements under the blanket. Then he sensed it. Oh my! After a while, Yi Renbing came out and licked her lips. You begged for mercy again last night. Lin Xian said. How come I don't remember? Yi Renbing stretched her body without any hesitation and then lay down again. Hey, I have something to tell you. Speak. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, No, I have to make you submit first. With that, Lin Xian pressed down on her again. Yi Renbing. Chapter 1065. Not long after, Yi Renbing leaned into Lin Xian's embrace, panting heavily. She didn't want to move at all. Damn it! Why did women have to have such needs? Yi Renbing thought unhappily. She was a demon god, but this Lin Xian had done that to her time and time again. I want to develop my own power. Lin Xian said to Yi Renbing. Don't expect me to help you. I don't want you to help me. I want to turn the entire Lin and city into my power. So, can you stop attacking? Yi Renbing yawned, then glanced at Lin Xian. In the end, you just want me to stop attacking you humans. Do you think that's possible? Yi Renbing said disdainfully. Lin Xian knew that Yi Renbing was a person with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Ling Long Shui said the same thing. However, Lin Xian also knew that she was a demon god. There were some things that she had to do. So, he wasn't sure if Yi Renbing's words were true or not. I think it's quite possible. You're a demon god now, but that doesn't mean you'll be one in the future, right? You think you can make me change my stance? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian again. Not really. I don't think I have that much power. Then that's enough. Scram. Yi Renbing then lazily turned over. Lin Xian glanced at her, then pressed down on her again. He aimed at his target and suddenly shot. What are you doing? Yi Renbing gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. I want you to agree. Lin Xian went all out. Damn it. At most, I won't touch women for the next week. Okay? Then, 10 minutes later, do you agree? Lin Xian moved quickly. Scram. Yi Renbing clutched Lin Xian's back tightly. Another 10 minutes later, do you agree or not? Get out. Another 10 minutes passed. Do you agree or not? Bastard. Do you agree or not? Yi Renbing felt weak all over. IV agreed. Get out quickly. Yi Renbing couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xian let out a long sigh and then lay down. Fuck. So tired. Then I'll go to the martial arts academy. Lin Xian then hurriedly went to take a shower. I only promised you that I wouldn't do anything to Lin and City. Everything else was impossible. Also, when the time comes for me to attack the human race, I'll make them pay with their blood. Yi Renbing glared at Lin Xian's back, her face still red. Lin Xian shrugged. Since Yi Renbing was willing to compromise, then she could compromise even more in the future. Lin Xian was confident. He didn't have to put in so much effort for nothing. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and then went to take a shower. Bastard. Yi Renbing never thought that she would be threatened by a man, especially a man of the human race. However, this situation was very special. Although she was unhappy, she was quite happy. After taking a shower, Lin Xian changed into a new set of clothes. Send me back, Lin Xian said to Yi Renbing. Yi Renbing opened her beautiful eyes. Her slender fingers moved slightly, and a dozen beads flew in front of Lin Xian. In the future, I'll have Schwebing and Schwebing bring you news. Just one of these beads will bring you here directly. Lin Xian, big sister, let's not meet for a week. Weren't you quite brave just now? Yi Renbing smiled disdainfully. This, Lin Xian scratched his head. Whoosh! Yi Renbing waved her hand, and a teleportation array appeared in front of Lin Xian. Get in! Let's go! Then Lin Xian stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a forest not far from the martial arts academy. It was only 2 kilometers. Lin Xian could get there in no time. This Yi Renbing deliberately set up a teleportation array around the martial arts academy to send me off? No. Lin Xian frowned and walked forward. He felt that something was wrong. She couldn't be thinking of attacking the martial arts academy, right? It was only 2 kilometers. If she, a supernatural being, personally attacked with a group of mighty ones, the martial arts academy would be caught off guard. It could be very dangerous. Moreover, it was so close. If the students of the martial arts academy went out, what if she sent people to kill them? This was Yi Renbing. It was not impossible for her to do such a thing. When he arrived at the martial arts academy, Lin Xian went back to the military class first. Classes in the martial arts academy officially started today. They did not know what activities there would be later. It was quite comfortable to attend classes first. After leaving the academy for so long, Lin Xian really missed the days of classes. More importantly, there was a beautiful teacher, Xiao Runing, and a beautiful girl, Murong Yu, who sat next to him. Hey, what's so good about your first peek? Xiao Runing was teaching in front. Lin Xian elbowed Murong Yu, who was listening attentively. To be honest, there were not many people in the military class who were listening attentively. What are you talking about? Murong Yu's eyes did not leave the content of Murong Yu's lecture. Martial arts techniques, spiritual weapons, and so on. Yes, there are more than a dozen divine martial arts techniques and heaven martial arts techniques. There are also heaven spiritual weapons and some powerful and rare herbs. Murong Yu said calmly. Can I learn them? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could learn them, he would not have to work so hard to climb up the ranks. No, you can only go there as a guest. The martial arts techniques in there cannot be learned by people from other peaks. This is a strict rule. Murong Yu said calmly. Ah, what are the attributes of the heaven martial arts techniques? What about the divine martial arts? The divine martial arts have a thunder attribute, a dark attribute, and a fire attribute. There are basically all the heaven martial arts techniques. Lin Xian. Fuck. The divine martial arts techniques of the thunder attribute, dark attribute, and fire attribute. Although the dark attribute could not be used now, because Lin Xian had not truly pursued Yirenbing, the dark attribute had not arrived yet. But after having sex with her so many times, it should be possible, right? Even if he couldn't use it for the time being, Lin Xian still wanted this divine level thunder attribute martial skill very much. Since the Martial Arts Academy took it out, it must not be a divine martial arts technique. But it was still a divine martial arts technique. Lin Xian had never seen a divine martial arts technique before. Have you learned it? I can only learn the thunder attribute for the divine martial arts technique. I tried for an entire night, but it was very difficult. I can't comprehend it in a short period of time. The heaven martial arts technique is still alright. I don't have any desire to learn it. Lin Xian, fuck. Is this big sister so arrogant? Heaven martial arts technique? Don't have any desire to learn it? Are you kidding me? Lin Xian only had 2 rank 3 martial arts techniques. One was a movement technique. Don't tell me you have heaven martial arts techniques all over your body? Lin Xian asked in shock. More or less. They're the most suitable for me. Lin Xian, fuck this. Sure enough, the world was unfair. People could work their entire lives for an earth martial arts technique. But this guy was born well. He started with earth martial arts techniques, and heaven martial arts techniques were as common as dogs. Chapter 1066. Lin Xian secretly gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. I admire you. You're really from a rich family. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing then glared at Lin Xian and said, Do you want to do the talking or should I? Lin Xian shrank his head. Miss Xiao, you do the talking. I see that you really want to talk. Come up and talk about this troop arrangement. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed and said, Miss Xiao, I'm here to learn. I don't know how to do it. I think you know how to do it. Come up. Xiao Runing secretly glared at Lin Xian. He dared to chat in her class. Really? Okay. Lin Xian then braced himself and walked up. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was considered a famous figure in their military class. After all, only 3 people in the entire military class entered the backyard. Lin Xian, Su Jiming, and Murong Yu. Of course, Lin Xian did not attract attention because he entered the backyard, but because he seemed to have some relationship with several girls in the martial arts academy. This was where Lin Xian was the most controversial. Everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful. But what could they do? The only thing they could do was to challenge him. Wasn't he the 108th person in the backyard? He was the easiest one to challenge. Therefore, many people were coveting Lin Xian. They were waiting for the class to end before challenging him. Of course, the challenge could only start the day after tomorrow. In front of them was a virtual simulation of the deployment of troops. Xiao Runing was explaining to everyone that the human race's city was being attacked by the monster race army, and how the human race's deployment of troops could be used to defeat the other side with the least number of casualties. Come, tell everyone. Right now, the south of Linbin City is being attacked by a monster clan army of 1 million, while the human clan only has 500,000 defenders. In a balanced situation, you will arrange the troop arrangement. The system will practice it. As long as you can arrange it well, you won't be punished. Xiao Runing said, Miss Xiao, I think this is an impossible situation, so I don't think it's necessary. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, "Why is it impossible?" Xiao Runing asked. "Think about it. This is our human territory, especially the border cities. Under normal circumstances, we humans have more defenders than the monster clan. It's impossible to fight with fewer people." Lin Xian said, "You said it's under normal circumstances. Besides, the monster clan is a group of suicide squads. They are much more ferocious than us humans. Even if they are evenly matched in numbers, the normal monster clan's combat power is stronger than the human clans. And no matter what, we have to think of the worst. If the monster clan suddenly attacks, even if the human clan has a large number of defenders, they can't defend in time. It's inevitable to fight with fewer people. We have to jump out of our comfort zone," Xiao Runing explained. She then looked at everyone and said, "All of you have the potential to become strategists who wield great power in the future. General, all of you must have extraordinary ability in terms of strategy. Therefore, fighting with fewer people is the most basic way to test your ability in strategy." She then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can't do 300 pull-ups." Lin Xian, damn, it seemed that he didn't teach her enough that night. However, Lin Xian also knew that Xiao Runing was a very responsible teacher. He did disrupt the discipline just now. Lin Xian then carefully looked at Xiao Runing's formation. Xiao Runing laughed in her heart. This kind of situation was very difficult for those who did not understand. Her existence was to teach them these things, but in actual combat, it was important to be flexible and adaptable. Although what she was learning now was just theory, it would be good if they could remember more of it in their minds. Although she had several methods in her mind that could be used to defeat the demon race, Lin Xian had not learned any of them, so Xiao Runing felt that he could only blindly arrange. "Then, if I can make the humans in this trap win, will teacher Xiao reward me with something?" "Okay, I'll reward you by not doing homework for 3 days." Lin Xian, okay, this was also a reward. Their homework was nothing more than writing some opinions. Anyway, it wasn't homework in the traditional sense. Su Zhiming sneered. How could he arrange it? Su Zhiming had never studied anything like this before, so he was completely unable to understand any of the possibilities. Of course, he knew that Xiao Runing definitely had a way, but Lin Xian, could he have possibly studied this? He felt that Lin Xian came to this military class because of Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing would open the back door for him. That was all. Murong knew this, and she also knew some methods. Lin Xian then quickly arranged the positions of the humans on his side. At the same time, he entered the next formation change. In just 2 minutes, the humans were in position. Xiao Runing was slightly surprised. Lin Xian knew how to change formations. She didn't know what kind of formation it would be later, but now, after seeing Lin Xian's arrangement, the students couldn't help but laugh. What the hell was this? All the soldiers were lined up in a straight line? Wasn't this fucking giving the demon army a chance to break through? In a balanced situation, this was a pretty good and simple formation. However, wasn't the straight line snake formation courting death? Murong also secretly shook her head. She thought that there might be some kind of miracle. Xiao Runing also didn't have any expectations. Straight line snake formation? Are you sure? Xiao Runing asked. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, let the demonstration begin. Then, the big screen began to show the battle according to the formations of both sides. Just when everyone thought that the single serpent formation was about to be broken apart, the second formation came. This was the single serpent formation. The army suddenly split into 2 groups according to the formation that Lin Xian had inputted earlier and spread out in all directions. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they saw this. They thought that this would be a one-sided battle, but they realized that the demon army's 1,000,000 soldiers and the human army's 500,000 soldiers were losing at almost the same rate. Xiao Runing and Murong's beautiful eyes lit up. But it's useless. Even if the losses are equal, the humans will be the first to die. Xiao Runing muttered in her heart. However, what followed next made everyone even more confused. The 2 groups quickly changed 3 for 5 and finally 8 groups. This is When Xiao Runing saw the battlefield clearly, she couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The human race's army surrounded the demon race's army like 8 walls. Under such circumstances, the demon army's losses would definitely be greater. As expected, the demon army's losses began to increase greatly. In the next scene, the 8 groups became 9 groups, finally 10 groups, ambushed from all sides. Chapter 1067. After a few seconds, the system calculated that the humans had defeated all the demonic beasts by a large margin. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How did such a dramatic scene happen? Murong Yu and Xiao Runing both revealed shocked expressions. What kind of formation was this? They had never seen such a thing before. Most importantly, it actually achieved the effect of defeating 1,000,000 demonic beasts with 500,000 soldiers. This really shocked her. The most shocking thing was that the changes were too fast and too flexible. In a short time, 9 different formations were realized. This was beyond her understanding. It was even less costly than her own method. An army of hundreds of thousands was able to change so flexibly. In Xiao Runing's eyes, this was extremely exaggerated. Very good. It's completely beyond my imagination. Have you learned anything about this before? Xiao Runing once again asked Lin Xian in a puzzled manner. She remembered asking him before. He said no, but without experience in this field, it was impossible to do it. She swore that even a so-called genius could not do it. No, I'm a genius. Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Runing laughed unhappily. Genius? Nonsense. Even Su Jiming felt that Xiao Runing had purposely told Lin Xian the method last night, and then let Lin Xian solve it in front of everyone today. That way, he would be able to prove his excellence in front of everyone and receive some rewards from the academy. There was really such a possibility? Damn it. Then tell me your opinion. Xiao Runing said, It's very simple. The straight snake formation is indeed a self-destructive action in a situation where we are outnumbered. However, what I want is not the straight snake formation to fight against the demonic beasts. What I want is the flexibility of the straight snake formation. The enemy will definitely charge. At this time, the straight snake formation will quickly change to attack. The head or tail of the straight snake formation will turn around, forming the 2 dragons emerging from the water formation. Moving forward in the middle, it forms the heaven, earth, and 3 talents formation. Retreating from the 2 ends, it forms the 4 gates formation. Interweaving with each other, it forms the 5 tigers and sheep formation. Lin Xian paused for a moment, then continued, then follow the Lu Ding Lu Jiao formation, which is the Lu Ding Lu Jiao formation. Afterwards, half of the formation will be pulled into a line, while the other half will be like the 4 gates formation, which is the Big Dipper 7 stars formation. Encircling the formation will be arranged according to the 8 trigrams formation, leaving 8 exits, which is the 8 gates golden lock formation. In the end, it became a 10-sided ambush array. The 10 formations have endless transformations and are hard to defend against. Lin Xian explained. What the hell did he know? These were all things he learned when he was on Earth. The evolution of the ancient 10 great ultimate formations was studied by the ancestors through real battles. Naturally, it was amazing, but it definitely didn't exist here. The long snake formation was the simplest, and they even knew how many formations there were here. However, the fact that there were 10 formations that could be constantly changed was the most terrifying, impossible to guard against. Xiao Runing seriously pondered over Lin Xian's words. She felt that the most terrifying thing about these formations was their constant transformations. Perhaps 1 or 2 formations wouldn't have much of an effect, but if they were constantly changing, the enemy really wouldn't have the ability to resist. Lin Xian gave her another surprise. Come to my office after class. Let's go back to our seats. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. She didn't continue discussing this with Lin Xian in class, because she knew that this was something that couldn't be understood in a short period of time. She needed to understand these things from Lin Xian first. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then he returned to his seat. You were the one who researched the evolution of these formations. Murong, you looked at Lin Xian with great interest. Just based on the evolution of this set of formations, those who didn't know their stuff might not be able to see anything, but she knew that if these formations could be used in a real battle, then it would be a milestone for the human race. In history, and now, too many strategists had researched these large-scale battle formations. Yes, they had researched a lot, and some of them could be used, but more or less, some of them had minor flaws. And this set of formations was too perfect, so perfect that she even felt that it had been used countless times in a real battle. It was very mature. Yeah, Lin Xian nodded. This was just like writing songs or poems. The things he wrote on Earth here were all written by him. Very impressive. At least until now, I've researched all the formations, including the transformations of formations, but I've never seen such a perfect and flexible formation. 10 formations can achieve flexible transformations. If it can be used in a real battle, then the effects will definitely be significant. Murong, you couldn't help but praise. It's okay. It's just a small matter. Lin Xian smiled and said. After class, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian to her office. Hurry up and tell me about that formation. Xiao Runing poured a glass of water for Lin Xian and asked impatiently. As someone who had some achievements in this field, Xiao Runing clearly knew how terrifying the transformations of that set of formations were. Lin Xian researched it himself? She didn't believe it. Really, did he really come into contact with these things? If he could research these things, then she had no right to teach him. Nothing much. I just researched it out of boredom. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile, then put his hand on her leg. Xiao Runing removed Lin Xian's hand. I'm asking you very seriously. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I'm usually very bored, okay? I'm bad at playing games, so I usually research things like composing songs, lyrics, and poems. I've also researched formations, it's just that you guys don't know about it. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment. Yes, Lin Xian's poetry was amazing. She had seen it with her own eyes. Before this, she didn't dare to believe it. After that, she also saw it with her own eyes when he wrote songs. It was true. In the past, she wouldn't have believed it even if she died. It was very strange. There were many mysterious things that happened to him. Really? Xiao Runing asked. Lin Xian nodded. Really? Then, did you research anything else? Lin Xian shook his head. No, I just wanted to research a formation that could continuously transform on a whim. I haven't even tested these formations before. Today was the first time I tested it. I didn't expect it to be effective. Xiao Runing, in my opinion, this formation is very complete and very powerful. Can you give it to me? I'll research it. If it's really feasible, this flexible formation can bring unparalleled benefits to the human race. Lin Xian nodded. Of course, but will there be patent fees? If there are patent fees, it depends on how much the three major forces value it. If it can reduce the human race's casualties by millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, it's very normal to get patent fees of billions. Chapter 1068. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Runing's words. Billions. He was in dire need of money right now. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian's glowing eyes and secretly shook her head. Big brother, your Yixian group brings you so much profit in a day. Billions could be the Yixian group's profit in a week. Why are you still so excited? Damn, who doesn't like money? Lin Xian said. Hurry up and teach me. Xiao Runing then said to Lin Xian. Then give me a kiss. Lin Xian grinned. Scram, this is the office. Anyway, there's no one else here. Hurry up. If you don't kiss, I won't teach you. Lin Xian moved his face closer. Xiao Runing helplessly rolled her eyes, then moved over and kissed Lin Xian with a red face. Sit on my lap. I'll teach you. Xiao Runing. I want to kill him with a knife. 2 days later in the morning, Lin Xian yawned as he walked out of his room on the 108 peaks. Good morning, Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi greeted Lin Xian. Morning. That's right. Lin Xian brought Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang to the 108 peaks. The boss of each peak had this right, but they couldn't learn martial arts or use the spirit tools here. Once discovered, they would be expelled. Therefore, they only came to a place filled with birds and flowers. There was nothing else. After all, it was only 108 peaks. Brother Xian, there are a lot of people outside who are ready to challenge you. You can challenge them today. You have to be careful. Lu Jingyi said. Lin Xian twisted his neck and said, "Then let's do it." The best thing about this peak was that there was a takeout service. If you ordered takeout, the Martial Arts Academy's supermarket or hotel would deliver it to you. Of course, you had to pay for it. Lin Xian sat on a stone bench, drinking tea and eating peaches. He was very satisfied. For the past 2 days, Lin Xian had been earnestly learning about formations and military matters from Shaoruning. Lin Xian knew that now was the time for him to work hard and improve himself. However, the Martial God Academy had not made any announcements or made any moves yet. For the time being, the students were still learning. Lin Xian, open the door. At this moment, a voice from outside. Fuck, it's only 6 o'clock. Lin Xian took a bite of the peach, then walked out and opened the door. What the fuck? The peach in Lin Xian's hand fell to the ground when he saw the mass of people in front of him. Behind him, Wang Zhuang and Lu Jingyi's jaws dropped when they saw this. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Lin Xian scanned the crowd. There were at least 1,000 people, right? There were both men and women, and it was only 6 o'clock. I say, are you guys crazy? You can't challenge me like this. Lin Xian asked in confusion. Cut the crap, Lin Xian. Accept this young master's challenge. A young man pointed at Lin Xian and said loudly, Fight with me. Fight with me. Fight with me? Lin Xian, fight with me if you're a man. The group of people was like a group of people queuing up in a supermarket to snatch something. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Wasn't this too fucking exaggerated? The reason was simple. Firstly, Lin Xian had 108 peaks. In everyone's eyes, it was the threshold to enter the backyard. Although people from the outer courtyard could challenge 108 peaks, a normal person would choose to start from the weakest peak. They were all geniuses, proud sons and daughters of the heavens. Of course, they wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't enter the backyard. They were all thinking, what was the point of taking this test? If they had the guts, they would fight. If they fought, it was hard to say who would enter the backyard. The crowd was unconvinced. They were confident in their own strength and felt that Lin Xian didn't have much ability. Then, the 108 peaks should be easy. There was another important reason why there were so many challengers for Lin Xian's peak. That was Lin Xian's reputation. Lin Xian had more or less interacted with all the campus beauties in the Martial Arts Academy. Weren't these guys jealous? Naturally, they were jealous to death. How many of them came with the idea of beating up Lin Xian to vent their anger? On the other hand, how many challengers were there at this time for the other 8 peaks? In an instant, Lin Xian's 108 peaks attracted the attention of countless people. Some people were still in bed when their WeChat beeped. They saw a short video sent by someone. It was a video of the situation of the 108 peaks. They jumped out of bed immediately. They didn't even bother to wash up. They put on their clothes and ran over. Fuck your mother. If they didn't defeat Lin Xian today, someone else would. Then what would happen? Then, the person who succeeded wouldn't be able to challenge him for 2 days. It was a matter of pride for all of them. If they were late today, the 100 to 108 peaks would have to change owners. The people from the outer courtyard wouldn't be able to challenge for 2 days. Who would be able to withstand that? As long as they had the slightest bit of confidence in themselves, they were all eager to become a member of the backyard. The challenge began at 6 o'clock in the morning. The girls who followed Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian was bound to be challenged by many people. Therefore, even Ling Ying, who usually lazed around in bed, woke up early today to check out the situation. Then, he saw the pictures and short videos on the forum. It was a sea of people, and Lin Xian was trembling. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Xiao Xinyue walked out of her room in her pajamas. Lin Xian is going to be miserable this time, Ling Ying said in a relaxed manner. Xiao Xinyue sat beside him and glanced at the forum. Why are there so many people? Xiao Xinyue couldn't help but laugh when she saw the situation on the forum. However, she still asked curiously, "This is normal. The 108 peaks are the easiest to defeat in everyone's eyes. So, of course, there are many challengers. Moreover, Lin Xian is hated by many people. Many people want to take this opportunity to beat him up." Ling Ying said. She knew Lin Xian too well. "I see. Then he's going to have a hard time today." Han Shushua walked out of the bathroom after washing up and said, "Not necessarily. Each person can only be challenged 5 times a day. Although it seems that there are thousands of people, only 5 people can challenge Lin Xian. So, it's not that troublesome. Of course, if he wants to fight more people, it's fine. Let's go and watch the show." Ling Ying put on his jacket happily. On the other side, the 108 peaks where Lin Xian were overcrowded. "Hey, which one of you wants to challenge me? There are only 5 chances today. Maybe the first person will succeed. How am I supposed to choose if all of you come at me at the same time?" Lin Xian took a bite of a peach and said, Chapter 1069. Although the reason why everyone came to challenge Lin Xian was to beat him up, the main reason was that they wanted to enter the backyard. If he didn't want to, he could only accept challenges from 5 people. Everyone was confident in themselves and felt that they could defeat him. If someone else beat them to it, they wouldn't have a chance. "Accept my challenge. I'm here first." "Brother, that's not right, is it? A few hundred of us came here together. How can you be here first?" "That's right. Lin Xian, accept my challenge. I'm at the front." The group of people said one after another. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang stood beside Lin Xian, feeling helpless. Lin Xian picked his ears, then went back to sit on the stone bench. "You guys come in?" Lin Xian said, and then 1,000 to 2,000 people rushed in. When they came in and saw this beautiful courtyard that was like a paradise on earth, they decided that they must become the students of the backyard. In the backyard, to be able to enter the martial arts academy at will, to be able to fall in love, and to be able to bring girls back to have sex, was enough. It was mainly a promotion of status. In the martial arts academy, there were a total of 20,000 people. As long as you entered the backyard, you would be in the top 100 of the 20,000 people. When you walked out wearing a badge on your chest, you would be in the top 10. Lin Xian sat on the stone bench and peeled an orange, then casually glanced at those people. It gave people a strange feeling. This group of people was not here to challenge Lin Xian. Instead, Lin Xian was the boss, and they were here to beg. "You guys, if you want me to pick 5 out of 1 or 2,000 people to challenge, it would be very difficult for me, right?" Lin Xian took a bite of the orange and said, "Then why don't you just accept all the challenges?" One person said, "I'm not fucking doing anything else, right?" Lin Xian said, "And we'll see if you can withstand 5 people without being taken down." Another person said disdainfully, "That's right. I'm so weak. I feel like it was purely a matter of luck that I was able to enter the 108 peaks. Perhaps I wouldn't even be able to withstand the first person who challenged me." Lin Xian said, "Accept my challenge." Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone became impatient again. "You guys are really making things difficult for me. Who will you choose to challenge me?" Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Pick me. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Pick me. Lin Xian, accept my challenge." "Lin Xian, I challenge you directly. You can't refuse my challenge. Let's fight." "Why? We came here together. Why do you have to challenge me directly? Get lost." At this time, Lin Xian stood up and looked at everyone. Then he said, "How about this? If you don't want to challenge me, then leave. It's easier to choose if there are fewer people. It's really hard for me to choose between 1 or 2,000 people." Unfortunately, no one was willing to leave. They all thought that Lin Xian was a pushover. "All right, since you guys don't want to leave, then there's a way to solve this problem. How about this? You guys pay. I'll accept the challenge of whoever pays more. How about that? Otherwise, if this continues, it'll be difficult for me and the 2,000 of you. What do you think?" Lin Xian asked. Everyone was speechless. "Do I have to pay to challenge you?" However, they somehow felt that Lin Xian's words were reasonable. Now that there were thousands of people here, any one of them could defeat him at any time and enter the backyard, become a backyard student, and enjoy privileges. I think it makes sense. Our side is too special. Instead of arguing pointlessly, why don't we do as Lin Xian said? We pay, and whoever pays more will challenge him. This way we'll have an easy time. If we don't do this, we might even fight among ourselves. Someone said. At this moment, a man walked out and said, "Brothers and sisters, how about this? I'll pay and challenge Lin Xian to test the waters. How about that?" "Brother, don't you think we're too stupid? You're testing the waters for us? Then why don't I test the waters? What if you defeat him?" That's right, that's right. Everyone quiet down." Lin Xian stretched out his hand and said, "I have an idea." Everyone looked at Lin Xian. "How about this? Everyone who wants to challenge me, I'll get someone to make a copy of my QR code. Get ready and enter your name when you transfer the money. We'll make a silent collection and record each of your information and the amount you pay. The person who pays the most will be the person who challenges me. The advantage of this is that you won't have to bid like an auction. This way, the money spent will be less and no one will know. So, it's very fair. How about it?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, they all thought about it. "Justice, help me make 2,000 copies of the QR code." "Okay, Brother Xian." 15 minutes later, Lu Justice ran over with 2,000 copies of the QR code. Come. Everyone who wants to challenge me, come and get a QR code. Then, you can pay. In 5 minutes, I'll reveal the name of the challenger. Of course, if you think that what I'm doing is wrong, then you don't have to challenge me at all. The other peaks will wait for you. Don't waste your time here. If anyone feels unhappy, then challenge me and beat me up. Then, if we don't pay the most money, will you give it to us? No, why should I give it back? If you feel bad, then don't challenge me. Anyway, there are 2,000 people here. There are a lot of people who want to challenge me. It doesn't matter if you're there or not." Lin Xian grinned. These people were all rich young masters. They definitely didn't lack money. If they could spend some money to exchange for a spot in the backyard, then it would definitely be a profit. Although they were unhappy that they had to pay the challenger, but when they thought about it carefully, it was indeed so. This was because his 108 peaks were indeed special. There were too many people who came to challenge him. If he randomly chose and couldn't pick himself, then he would be unhappy. Moreover, he had clearly said that if they didn't want to challenge him, then they didn't have to pay. After all, they all saw that there were so many people around them. Basically, no one left. As for the amount of money transferred, no one was less than 10,000 yuan. They were all rich young masters. 10,000 yuan was a small amount, because they felt that a few thousand yuan was definitely not enough to get a spot with the most transfer. Therefore, it had to be 5 digits. As for the transfer of tens of thousands, it was up to them. Lin Xian roughly glanced at it, then looked at the transfer information on his phone. Fuck. Lu Justice and Wang Zhuang's mouths were wide open. Could it be like this? Were these people all idiots? One by one, they transferred tens of thousands. Chapter 1070. To these rich playboys and young ladies, 10 to 20,000 yuan was just a small amount of money. None of them cared about it. All of them wanted to challenge Lin Xian and obtain the rights to use the 108 rooms so that they could become one of the top 100 students. So to them, that little bit of money wasn't important at all. One person might not seem to have much money, but there were 1 or 2,000 people here. They all wanted to challenge Lin Xian and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Then Lin Xian made a fortune. Behind him, new students came to challenge Lin Xian one after another. When they saw the situation of these people, they were confused and asked. In the end, most of them also joined in this money transfer meeting. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue also came to watch the show. When they arrived, they caused a huge commotion. Many people who didn't want to transfer money saw the arrival of the 3 goddesses and transferred money. Some people even added money because they wanted to defeat Lin Xian in front of them. This was a rare opportunity. Hey bro, what's going on? Aren't you here to challenge him? I'm here to watch the battle. Why are you all holding your phones? Ling Ying poked a young man in front of him and asked in confusion. The young man turned around and saw the 3 goddess-level campus bells. He was stunned. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The young man sorted out his thoughts and said, the owner of this mountain is Lin Xian. Because there are too many people who want to challenge him, and he only chooses 5 people to challenge. Those of us who want to challenge him secretly transfer money to him. Every round, he will challenge the person who transfers the most money. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue also couldn't help but laugh. As expected of Lin Xian. Only he could do such a thing. No, you should challenge him. Why do you transfer money to him? Ling Ying was puzzled. There are too many people. Everyone wants to challenge him. Although we spent money, it's all for the sake of challenging him. I think it's pretty good. Otherwise, we might have to fight ourselves. If this person had used these wicked ideas on cultivation, he would have been even more powerful. Ling Ying said helplessly, and then asked, how much did you turn? 25,000. Ling Ying, if each of them were to transfer 10 to 20,000 yuan, then 1 to 2,000 people would be able to transfer over 10 million yuan per round. This bastard, how shameless. All right, time's up. Now, let me see which brother or sister has transferred the most money. Lin Xian then took a closer look at the amount. 28,137,000. He was completely dumbfounded. This? How could it be so easy to earn money? Zhao Hailuo? Who's Zhao Hailuo? Lin Xian took a look and saw that Zhao Hailuo had transferred 220,000 yuan. Everyone else had an average of around 20,000 yuan. At this moment, a handsome man walked out from the crowd. It's me. Zhao Hailuo smirked and looked at Lin Xian. Originally, he had already transferred 50,000 yuan. He thought that 50,000 yuan would be the most he could get. Then, he found out that Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue were here. Then, in order to be sure that he would be able to challenge Lin Xian, he directly added 100,000 yuan. Although most of them were rich young masters, no one was willing to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan for a challenge. However, because of the arrival of Han Chuxue and the others, a few of them did pay hundreds of thousands of yuan. But they didn't expect that there was a bitch who was even more ruthless and directly transferred more than 200,000 yuan. Who could resist this? You transferred the most money. As for how much you transferred, I won't reveal it. Anyone who has questions can come to me. I will show you the amount he transferred. Now, I will accept your challenge. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Zhao Hailuo. Come on. This young master has been waiting for a long time. Get ready to give up your seat. Zhao Hailuo said confidently. He had the strength of a domain realm expert and was ranked 180th. In the martial arts academy, he could be considered the top. However, there were too many experts in the martial arts academy. Even a domain realm expert could only be ranked in the top 100. In any case, the top few hundred in the martial arts academy were all domain realm experts. It was just a matter of who was stronger. Today was definitely not a loss for him. 200,000 yuan was just the cost of a meal. However, it was not a loss at all to be able to show off in front of the goddesses. Brother, you just took the ticket to challenge me. How can you ask me to give up my seat? Lin Xian said with a smile. In this young master's opinion, it's about right. Zhao Hailuo said with a smile. Then come on. Lin Xian then walked up to the battle stage at the side. That's right. Every peak had a battle stage. It was specially designed for martial artists to fight. Zhao Hailuo also walked up to it. More than 1,000 people gathered around them. This challenge is made into a concert. No one else can do this. Ling Ying said helplessly. He's quite talented. He can even make money from a martial artist challenge. Xiao Xinyue was also helpless. This is called shameless. What's there to be proud of? These martial artists all thought that Lin Xian was in the law realm. It had to be known that Lin Xian's strength in the first round of the assessment was at the law realm. Moreover, he was a 7-star law realm expert. Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Xian could enter the 108 peaks purely because of luck or because he performed well. After all, the assessment was not a martial arts competition. However, they were all confident that they could beat Lin Xian. If they knew that Lin Xian was in the domain realm, more than half of these 2,000 people would probably not have come. This was because most of them were in the law realm. Although they felt that the 108 peaks were the easiest to fight, there was still a huge gap between the law realm and the domain realm. Lin Xian also did not expect that the law realm strength that he deliberately hid back then would actually make him money. Let's use the normal rules of a martial arts competition. Admit defeat, or get off the stage. Zhao Hailuo said to Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Do we use weapons? Zhao Hailuo asked. Up to you. Then there's no need. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Then, a wind attribute power erupted from Zhao Hailuo's body. It was very common for martial artists who could come here to have dual attributes, or they were very good at using a single attribute. In any case, Lin Xian could not lose. However, in order to let the people behind him continue to have the confidence to challenge him and for more money, Lin Xian had to deliberately make it harder for him to win. Oh, right. Although I'm in the law realm, I have to tell you that I have the strength to fight across realms. Lin Xian said with a smile. Who doesn't? Zhao Hailuo said disdainfully. Let's fight. Sizzle. Lightning flashed on Lin Xian's body. Whoosh! Then Zhao Hailuo confidently rushed in front of Lin Xian and threw a punch at Lin Xian. Chapter 1071. In fact, not many people knew that Lin Xian was at the domain realm. Even Ling Ying and the others didn't know, because Lin Xian didn't tell them. Boom! The two fists collided, and Lin Xian's figure was directly sent flying. He landed on the ground and staggered a few steps back. That's it. Zhao Hailuo sneered. Everyone looked at this scene with disdain and nervousness. The reason for their disdain was that he could enter the 108 peaks with such strength. Wasn't he too weak? However, it was normal. After all, Zhao Hailuo was at the domain realm. The reason for their nervousness was that if Lin Xian was defeated by Zhao Hailuo, then Zhao Hailuo would be the new master of the 108 peaks. The master of the domain realm was still a little difficult to fight, and he would only be able to challenge him 2 days later. Naturally, they didn't want Zhao Hailuo to defeat Lin Xian. Ling Ying found it strange. That's not right. Even if Lin Xian is at the law realm, he has lightning attribute power. Logically speaking, he shouldn't lose to Zhao Hailuo by so much, right? Ling Ying was puzzled. She knew Lin Xian's combat power too well. He wasn't at the domain realm, but was stronger than the domain realm. Lin Xian definitely wouldn't let himself be in such a sorry state. He's doing it on purpose, Han Shushue said. Hello. Han Shushue then looked at Lin Xian and said to Ling Ying, he wants to win with difficulty so that people will continue to challenge him in large numbers. Then he can earn more money. Ling Ying. Xiao Xinyue, how sinister. Xiao Xinyue said while holding back her laughter. Lin Xian shook his hand and said, the power of the domain realm is indeed strong. Then, are you going to admit defeat? If you don't, you might be injured. Zhao Hailuo said with a smile. I won't admit defeat. Boom! In the next instant, terrifying lightning erupted from Lin Xian's body and rushed toward Zhao Hailuo. 5 Thunder Phenomenon. Zhao Hailuo also showed a fearful expression when he felt the terrifying lightning rushing towards him. Even though it was only the strength of a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator, the lightning attribute was still the lightning attribute. It was the most violent attribute of all. Furthermore, he could sense that the grade of this battle technique was definitely not low. However, it was only the law realm after all. Furthermore, he was of the wind attribute. In a sense, wind was the bane of lightning. Zhao Hailuo sneered in his heart and sped off into the distance. The moment he moved, Lin Xian made a prediction. As long as he knew the direction he was moving in, it was enough. As for his position, the martial arts stage wasn't that big, so how far could he go? The moment Zhao Hailuo landed, he wanted to attack Lin Xian directly, but his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw Lin Xian's flaming palm strike the ground. He didn't know what would happen, but he had a bad feeling about it. He couldn't react in time because Lin Xian had predicted it and was ahead of him. Boom! A fire god pillar erupted from beneath him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Plop! Zhao Hailuo was sent flying and landed on the ground. He clutched his chest and stood up unwillingly. His entire body was burned black, but he didn't lose anything. He was just in a very sorry state. There were many injuries on his face and skin. After all, he was of the Grand Dominion realm. After all, the grade of the Fire God Pillar wasn't too high. After all, Lin Xian only used the power of the Law Realm. However, it was still an Earth-grade battle technique. If he was hit by it, he couldn't underestimate it. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Fortunately, this Lin Xian was sinister and cunning. Otherwise, he would definitely be defeated by Zhao Hailuo. Sorry, I'm of two attributes. Lin Xian laughed. When Ling Ying and the others saw this scene, as expected, this bastard did it on purpose. He gave people the impression that he wasn't strong and that it was easy to win, relying on tricks or luck to make others mistakenly think that he was weak and then give them money one after another. This young master was careless. Zhao Hailuo gritted his teeth and said, "It was really infuriating. He was really careless. He should have thought that even if he didn't like the people from the martial arts academy, they weren't trash. How could they be the same as that group of trash? He should have noticed it long ago." He felt that Lin Xian was no match for him at all, but he was really careless and didn't even use his battle technique. Then there's nothing I can do. A loss is a loss. I'll challenge again, Zhao Hailuo said unwillingly. That won't do. You can continue to challenge me if you lose, but I want to give others a chance, so you have to go through the normal process. Lin Xian then glanced at everyone and said, "All right, let's continue. You guys transfer the money. As usual, whoever transfers the most money can fight me." Then, those people couldn't wait to start the second round of transfer. After the first battle, they basically had a rough idea of Lin Xian's strength. He wasn't strong at all, so whoever went up would be able to defeat him. Although Lin Xian had a rough idea of Lin Xian's strength, everyone clearly realized how lucky he was to win. This Zhao Hailuo was too careless. Otherwise, he would have just used a single battle technique, and Lin Xian would have to kneel down. As they felt that they had a good grasp of Lin Xian's strength, they were no longer trying to test the waters by transferring money. Everyone who wanted to challenge Lin Xian had transferred the highest amount they believed to be possible. Most of them were at least 6 digits. Hundreds of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Lin Xian looked at the transfer record, and his eyes lit up. Fuck! It was so easy to earn money from these rich young masters. 5 fucking matches in a day. He was willing to fight for a whole day. Cunning villain. Is there something wrong with these people's brains? When Ling Ying saw that they couldn't wait to be the first to transfer the money, she was really helpless. Those who came to the martial arts academy, other than those from ordinary families, are mostly from rich families. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are just a small amount. In their eyes, Lin Xian is very weak. Everyone has a chance of defeating him. If they don't go up, others will defeat him. No wonder Lin Xian chose this method. Han Chuxue was quite impressed with Lin Xian. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Although Lin Xian's method had some elements of deception, she inexplicably felt that Lin Xian was handsome and smart. Lin Xian then took a look. Fuck, are these people crazy? The highest transfer was 600,000. He took a look. It was still that Zhao Hailuo. Alright, the second round is over. I'm sorry to inform everyone that the person who challenged me this round is still Zhao Hailuo. Lin Xian said, "What? I transferred 400,000 to you, and you're telling me it's still him?" A man pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, "Umph. This young master earned 600,000. Is there anyone who transferred more money than this young master?" Zhao Hailuo snorted coldly. "I'm a very fair person. The rules are like this. Although this is the second time this brother has challenged me, there's no other way. He indeed transferred the most money. Come on." Chapter 1072. Those people were really uncomfortable. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars were wasted. It was like gambling, but at least if they lost money in gambling, they would still have the gaming experience. However, None of them were willing to leave. It was like a gamble in their hearts. They had already invested hundreds of thousands of yuan. They had to wait for the next round. They couldn't let their previous efforts go to waste. They had to defeat him successfully. However, what could they do now? They could only pray that Lin Xian defeated Zhao Hailuo. Otherwise, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Li Jingyi and Wang Zhuang were at the back. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a god. He really is a god. Originally, they thought that with thousands of people challenging him, wouldn't they be worried to death? However, he was able to turn this into a business opportunity. No one else could do it. Everyone, don't be discouraged. I may not lose. After all, I defeated this brother once. Lin Xian said with a smile. That was because this young master was careless. Zhao Hailuo said coldly. It was a little embarrassing, especially in front of a goddess. He didn't expect to lose. Therefore, he had to get rid of Lin Xian in a straightforward manner in this battle. Only then would he be able to wash away his shame and let others know that he had been careless. Of course, I know that many of you are unhappy after paying, but the rules are like this. You can choose not to challenge. If you don't challenge, you don't have to pay. Or you can wait. When there are fewer people, you don't have to pay. Lin Xian reminded again, dispelling many people's unhappy thoughts. That's right. They were willing to pay the money. Lin Xian had never forced them to pay. However, they were gradually brainwashed by Lin Xian. Why? One must know that there was no need to pay for a challenge. It was just that there were too many people who wanted to challenge Lin Xian. Stop talking, quickly play chess with this young master. Zhao Hailuo couldn't wait to defeat Lin Xian. Good. I'm coming. Then, Lin Xian jumped onto the stage again. So it's over now. Previously, this person lost because he was too careless and was tricked by Lin Xian's dual attributes. Now his domain realm strength can absolutely crush Lin Xian's law realm strength. Yeah, it's a waste of money. He really couldn't accept it. Let me have a fight with him. Motherfucker, I gave 300,000 for the second round. If I knew this would happen, I would have directly given 1 million. If I had known this would happen, I would have been willing to pay 2 million. These people are too crazy, but this place in the backyard is too important. This support slot might not bring them anything substantial, but for many people, those with status, face was much more important than money. For example, there were some occasions where you had to drive to attend. If your car was rubbish, you would have to rent a luxury car and hire a driver to put on an act. That's right, this was about face. The Martial Arts Academy was a descendant of a prestigious family. Reputation was very important. Moreover, to be honest, there were many martial arts techniques that could only be learned in the backyard. Sometimes, if you learned a few powerful martial arts techniques, it would be useful for the rest of your life. This was much more valuable than hundreds of thousands or millions. Let's fight! Zhao Hailuo's body directly erupted with his power. A wind attribute gale rushed toward Lin Xian. Whoosh! However, in the next instant, Lin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. What? What happened? Stealth? No, it's space. Space, he actually has the space attribute. Zhao Hailuo was also stunned. 3 attributes? He also has the space attribute? But so what if you have space? This young master's realm is higher than yours. The effect of your space energy on this young master is next to nothing. Zhao Hailuo muttered to himself. However, in the next moment, he was unable to react at all. His figure disappeared from where he stood and appeared outside the battle arena. Lin Xian also appeared at his original position. Brother Zhao, you lost again. Lin Xian grinned at Zhao Hailuo. Everyone was dumbfounded. Space was indeed very powerful, but it wasn't invincible. How could you send Zhao Hailuo to the bottom of the arena with a difference of a realm? Zhao Hailuo was also puzzled. Why? Why didn't he react? He even felt the power of space acting on his body, and then he was sent down before he could react and use his strength to break free. The reason was simple. Time. Lin Xian had already activated the time attribute, and Lin Xian didn't need to hide his space attribute. This was because, except for the people in the Martial Arts Academy who didn't know him, Everyone else knew that he had the space attribute. Therefore, there was no need to hide it. The release of time was too difficult to be discovered. Lin Xian just used the time attribute to accelerate the flow of time. Because of this, he couldn't react and was sent down. Everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's move. He actually had the space attribute. Then it made sense why his results were not good, and his realm was not high, but he was able to enter the backyard. It must be because the last round of potential assessment points increased too much. 3 attributes were simply too rare, so it must have increased by a lot. Lin Xian, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Hailuo didn't want to think about anything else. He was furious. He pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian scratched his head and looked confused. "You directly used the space attribute to send me out of the arena, and that's considered a win." Young Master Zhao, you said it yourself before that according to the normal rules of the competition. Then may I ask if the normal rules of the competition prohibit using this method to win? No. Space is also a type of attribute, so why can't I use this method? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Hailuo pointed at him and trembled in anger. Yes, that's right. The others simply wanted to laugh to death. They originally thought that Zhao Hailuo was going to defeat Lin Xian, but they didn't expect him to use the space attribute. Then, he didn't have any other trump cards now, right? Humph. But do you think this is fair? Zhao Hailuo suppressed his anger and said he couldn't be angry because Lin Xian was indeed not wrong. What he said was right, and there were 3 goddesses here, so he couldn't lose his demeanor. That's true, but no one said it before. Then, let's do it this way. From the next round, I can use the space attribute, because it is my attribute, but I won't use the space attribute to send you out of the arena. How about it? Lin Xian said. When many of them knew that Lin Xian had the space attribute, they already had the idea of retreating because space was indeed powerful, and directly sending people out of the arena was really shameless. However, Lin Xian said that he wouldn't use this method. So many of them wanted to continue fighting. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.